millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down, flat level we at, flight over ground, descending from that breeze, heading in degrees, horizontal, flat, ESC, now you know it's flat, below ground, measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo Dela Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMelds 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Uncut and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video, together with links for my book, Measured Flat, and links to become an affiliate if you'd like to sell the book and make 30% off the sale of each copy. So check out Measured Flat if you haven't done so already. But with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
And that's the part you guys are not getting.
Are they supporting the government side, or are they supporting their country?
Again, I just said it, I'll say it again. I'll give you, because this guy wants to talk about the Iran-Iraq war, and Hammer Eyes knows this, but I'll explain this. Iranian people are patriotic in a way that if they have internal conflict, they unite together to fight the foreign enemy. I don't know how else to say this, right? We saw it with the Iran-Iraq war. So what happened was during the Iran-Iraq war, there was an internal Iranian group, which they're terrorists and traitors, and every single one of them has a verdict that they're sentenced to death, and they're called the MEK group. They're out of Albania today. So what happened?
How is it not similar to the Imperium that was that of Rome? Because in truth and reality, the difference between the difference between how those particular societies were running their government and the way that we run our governments today are similar. The only difference is everybody gets a turn, and I say this with air quotes.
Well, that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, that is a big difference, and I think that there's two things though. Like, firstly, it's important to understand that in the founding of America, in particular,
It's not a big difference for the whole.
You're in the wrong room, Nathan.
In fact, I haven't been drunk. I haven't been.
No, I'm not. I'm just having a look around. It's just like I went into Earth Awakenings and they're talking about something I don't care for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is the politics.
Well, I'm in politics now. That wasn't where we were in it originally. Was not in the politics server, but that's what I was going to do, is go into the politics server to show that is generally what they're all talking about in all the rooms, even when it's a room about feminism and stuff. You go in and they're talking about this. Like, everyone's obsessed. So the other day I was out with the kids in the front courtyard of this building, and I do get Wi-Fi there, so I'm flicking through all the different. That reminds me, I went into this one room. And I'm sat in there for about, I don't know, a couple of minutes listening to this chick talking about how she should have a right to abort children. And I'm like sitting, paying a moderate degree of attention. And then someone says, "Hey Nathan, what's up?" And I go, "The sky." And then there's a short pause. And the guy says to the room, "Shall I ban Nathan?" I open my mic again. I'm like, "I've said 2 words. Are you having me on?" Anyway, I can't find in politics, they don't seem to have the flat earth room, unless you can get banned from particular rooms, and someone's banned me from the flat earth room. Because when I was looking...
No, sometimes they don't, if there's no moderators and nobody there, you won't see it.
Oh, I see. They close the room if there's no mod to mod the room. they expect you to go in as a mod, and then the room appears because a mod's in there, and then people can join. That makes sense. Okay, I mean, I've got a video that I could be covering, so I can just go into the flip side today if we want a quiet day. But it's a 5 to 1 and there's nobody around, so I just thought I'd just get in a random server.
But all of a sudden, the news is, I mean, it's just one day. Yesterday was Monday, but you didn't go to gym because you're probably getting your ass handed to you.
In Gems?
Yeah, because you were there yesterday, so Nathan knows better. He must be tired of getting his ass kicked.
Oh, is that right? I don't mind going to Gems if you want me to. What's it called again? I can't even find the damn thing.
Beat, Flat Earth, and more.
Can't see it. I can't see it. There's nowhere else to go, and people are just talking about politics. Want to go back in worldwide debates? Oh, no, that's not where we were. We were in Earth Awakenings.
Just got to deal with Alwyn there. I can't stand when his whiny voice comes in.
I mean, I don't need to go in Discord servers. There's plenty to talk about. I just wanted to stick us in somewhere so that we didn't have to chat while I get a can of Coke, but that's not really going to take much effort. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So going on to Awakenings.
Where do you want me to go?
Nobody's there?
Where?
There's nobody in Earth Awakenings right now?
Most people are in, I think it was Earth Awakenings that had the majority people, but that was where Gagushi was talking about Israel or whatever he was talking about.
That was in Earth Awakenings?
I can't even find that now. Yeah, that was Earth Awakenings, I think. I'll go back in there.
Yeah, once he sees you, he'll bring the attention there.
That's why.
I don't know if you want it.
Israel is hated to begin with, right? Like because of what they're doing to the Palestinians.
I can't be dealing with this.
When I say
Yeah, I can't handle that either.
I don't even want to pass a comment about how indifferent I am to it or how little I care I give it, because that'll be ascribed some value by some numpty, won't it? Right.
Yep.
Okay. Looks like the decision's been made for me. I'll just go in FED voice.
There you go. Let's go home.
Well, now we've got to sit and chat because there's no one in there.
What happened with worldwide debates? Nobody's in there either. They're talking about the same nonsense.
There's people in worldwide debates. It's just there's hardly anybody in there. I mean, I can go in there if you want me to. Do you think my presence will immediately trigger them?
Yeah, of course.
There's just hardly anybody in here. There's nobody talking. The whole point of going into a server is so that there's people... Oh, I've just got splashed. Oh, at least he's doing the window again. And I asked him, I said, can I close it? I've now got to move the mic. I picked a different mic because I want the windows open because it's boiling in here. So I thought I'll use one of my dynamic mics so I can open the windows. And the window cleaner's turned up. So now he's closing all the windows with his brush. And it's boiling again. So it's like now I'm claustrophobic with this mic directly in front of me. Oh, shall I open it again? At least he's cleaned it. It's all covered in streaks. I need that window open. I'm going to boil. I'm glad we left those closed. He's doing those now. Look, there's obviously two of them. Unless he's got magic teleporting powers and can go to the other side of the building. There we go. I could put the fan on as well. It's at 45 degrees to this mic, so if I do want the fan on, I can have it. It does reject it.
Would you say it's 45 degrees? That is warm.
Any mods that can move Nathan to the hot mic room?
I'm here. I'm not hot micing. I'm here, Dawn.
Oh, I was just speaking to you and you didn't answer.
It's because I was concentrating on the window cleaner. I'm so sorry. I was
you were hot micing.
Completely distracted.
What mic have you got? I've got a Shure SM7.
An SM7. I've got 3 SM7s.
Ooh.
Very nice microphone.
Just on your shelf, or do you like to use them?
I like to use them. I've got
I'm
quite a
running
few
through
mics that I don't use. So
voice.
a lot. Sorry, my bad.
I'm going through a Behringer Ultra Voice. It's quite a nice little cheap box.
An Ultra Voice what interface?
Yeah, it's a pretend interface, but I'm just using it as a preamp and a gate.
Nothing wrong with it.
compressor.
I've used that preamp. Very good preamp.
And then
Nothing
I'm
wrong with
going
it.
from that into a Motu M4 interface.
Oh, okay. Again, very nice.
So, you ready for your show?
Yeah. Do you know what mic I'm using? It's one of my favourites. This is an Electro Voice RE20. Same voice that Peterson guy uses, along with a whole bunch of it. It was the Fraser Crane mic.
Right.
Like a staple that they use in radio stations. I like it because it's good at background reduction, so if I want the windows open, you can't hear all the traffic going by. But it's claustrophobic.
Yeah, that's why I like this, although this does pick up some of it.
Any mic's going to, right? It's picking up sound, so if you can hear it, the chances are the mic can hear it. But if you're getting closer to it, because it's like an SM7B or a RE20 or something, you're right on top of it, so therefore you get better signal to noise, so you can turn it down a bit, which is good. But that's what I've done. But then it's in your face and quite claustrophobic, which I don't like at all.
Yeah.
I like using a shotgun mic, generally speaking.
I do get annoyed. I've got one of these Rode arms. I constantly have to use my muscles to move it out of the way.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass as well, because it's on top of you. You've got to move it if you want to stand up. Do you still fly the drones?
Yeah, just freestyle, high-speed FPV stuff, not really science or anything.
It's the most modest I've ever heard you be about something you're actually very talented at.
My real thing's music, Nathan. I'm making a drum and bass album at the moment, so I'm really trying to get the routine down of doing my music each day.
Okay, I'm not really a muser, I've got to be honest. I've got aspirations for both of my kids to be. I'd love if both of my daughters turned into musicians. They probably won't. I've got a very musical family. I'm just not. I'm more technically minded. I like the mics.
You get them into beat making. Some of the kids like that.
Yeah,
I had instruments in my kids' rooms for years before they finally picked them up. Now my son is like an amazing bass player.
I've got both of them on music lessons. So one of them's doing simply piano and the other one's doing Duolingo music. So they're both doing lessons on music. But it's just, I don't know. My brother, when he was playing drums, would instinctually just go and do it, whereas neither of them seem to have that within them. None of them are picking up the ukuleles that I've got knocking around.
They will, though. Just leave it there. They'll pick it up. Get them exciting instruments like drums.
When they realise the creative arts is an excuse to do less schooling, they might.
Well, we're led by them in terms of what they like doing in schooling terms. They're homeschooled, so they do whatever they want. So I've put them on all sorts of different trial lessons, and they just pick whatever they like. So they do like doing the music. It's not, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it on Duolingo and Simply Piano, which is a Scientology app. I found out the other day. It's funding Scientology.
Yeah, McTurn teaches his kids from this weird site, Apologia. I don't think it's Scientology, but it is like a weird Christian site.
Okay.
But I guess that's some of the best homeschooling stuff.
Well, I guess if you've got a general demeanour in your community of homeschooling, then you're going to have good homeschooling resources, right? So it's just weird when you find out that some of this stuff's attached to weird
will
religions.
be religious, I guess.
Well, we all went through, you're British, so you went through a Christian upbringing in terms of your schooling, right? You were at a Church of England school, presumably.
My mum homeschooled me for the first 2 years, and then I left when I was 14, and we pretended to homeschool me, but I actually didn't do anything. But yeah, when I was at school, we used to do hymns and harvest festivals.
Yeah, exactly, Christian. But that's everybody. Like, the schools are run by the church. Well, they've got anything
They said
against
they would
that.
take it out, didn't they? Take it out of the schools, but we were singing hymns once a month or every couple of weeks.
Yeah, we used to do them in assembly, hymns, in primary school, which was Premier Church of England school. Obviously not in secondary school.
Did you just have to wear uniforms like I did?
Yeah, absolutely. The private school I had this very posh, bright red woolen blazer with a badge on it, and you had to wear grey trousers and black shoes and a tie.
So if we kick off the debate, everyone else will come, and then we can go to the other room.
I'm just killing time. Actually, I've got a video I want to cover on my live show, so I actually don't have any desire to be here to debate for the live show. Maybe you can tell by my demeanour. I'm just literally, I've got nothing to do for an hour. What I will do is nip out in a minute because I've got to pick a spot to watch the eclipse tomorrow, or the partial eclipse as we all get it.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if I'll get out for it, but. So when you're chilling, do you not like to debate?
I'm hot micing now. Hold on. Where's my mic? I'm just telling my wife what we're doing. Sorry, my bad.
Just researching. I'm researching the Anunnaki. Apparently, the word paradise from the Garden of Eden comes from the term.
You got to get together with one deck.
You're freaking conspiratard.
Stone for animals. That's what paradise means.
Sorry, I was too quick to try and take the piss out of you. You're a conspiratard, basically, aren't you, Dawn?
Mumbling in the background.
I'm saying you're a conspiratard.
If you don't want to be part of the conversation, just mute up.
Anunnaki. I am being part of the conversation. I'm saying it's dumb. I'm saying it's conspiratorial nonsense.
I'm saying you got to talk to one deck. He was a big Anunnaki.
Yeah, we've all come from.
We all have our theories, like your flat Earth, my Anunnaki.
Not mine.
You
I
say
haven't
mine's
measured
dumb. I say yours is dumb.
Well, I haven't measured it. It's not mine. I've relinquished. Maybe you're not up to date with what my rhetoric is.
On it, sir.
All right, it's not mine.
No, but it's the idea that you believe in, right?
No, there's nothing to believe in. The measurements are all flat.
Oh, don't come on that. Okay, there's nothing to believe in with Anunnaki. The measurements are all
anything
true,
but
yeah.
the measurements.
The measurements are all Anunnaki.
Yeah, all the translations are correct, Nathan. That's just how it is.
Okay, like I say, when it comes to the subject of flat Earth, I don't have anything to believe in. I haven't measured anything, and I've got no beliefs in its regard. That's just how it's measured.
It's not a globe, right?
It depends how triggered you get.
Just say yes, because it's true.
No, the globe is a derivation.
Yeah?
Well, that's what I mean by asking if you're going to get triggered, because I do understand this. I've studied it for 12 years, Dawn. Now, I don't care.
You know it's not a globe.
But you're already triggered. You're already your religion's being challenged, and you can feel it coursing through your veins immediately. In a minute, you'll say that I have to be moved because you can't cope with just a normal discussion.
No. You said you don't want to be moved until everyone comes and you start shouting at them. Then it's fine. But let's discuss it.
You asked about
if it's not a globe.
Well, let me try and confirm it for you then. If you want only me to talk about how it is a globe, I can do that. But
No, you're not hearing me. You said there's nothing to believe, and I'm checking that by asking you, do you think it's not a globe?
The belief that you're talking about is the globe. That's holding a belief.
Yeah, well, they both are, aren't they? If you say, I think this,
no,
that's the same as holding a belief.
No, one is measurements.
Do you not
just
know
measurements.
What thinking means?
You're cutting me off, Dawn. So
thinking and believing
again, you're going to tell me that you're going to remove me because you're cutting me off. I'm trying to respond to you calmly.
Because you're pretending that my words are wrong, but you know they're right.
I haven't said that. You're just hearing things, Dawn.
What do you think Earth is?
The measurements of Earth, as opposed to my thoughts on the matter, are flat.
I'm asking about your thoughts, though.
My thoughts are it's measured. That would be flat because it's measured that way.
You think
Again,
you're
cutting me off, Dawn, before my triggering words have been concluded.
Because you've got to admit.
Because you're very triggered. Just take a chill pill.
Remember, you're admitting
take a chill pill.
That you think it's flat.
Just relax. I don't want to talk about this with you anymore. It triggers you too much.
Really relax. Okay, let's stop.
Okay.
Peace, Dawn. Relax.
Chill. I've got nothing against you. I don't want to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to convince you of anything.
I think your conspiracy is stupid, as well as you thinking mine is.
The Anunnaki, you mean?
You know, paradise means.
My wife's laughing in the background too. I'm sorry, I laughed at the Anunnaki. I take the piss out of my own side, Dawn, because I see. God, I can't have a conversation with you, can I? I take the piss out of my own second attempt.
You said my conspiracy is stupid, so
I heard you the first 3 times you said it, Dawn. You're just talking through me and you're making this discussion inaudible for the people who are around us listening, because it seems you can't cope with just listening for a second. I get it. I take the piss out of my own side for having conspiratorial roots to the places you and I both find ourselves inhabiting. Now, I'm sorry. I'm trying to apologise that I've taken the piss out of your conspiracy. It's not fair. I don't know you well enough I've got no right.
Okay, thanks. Now you know what I did to yours.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just
So
when I
What conspiracy
retort,
do we have?
when I
Did
retort,
you know-
you ignore me and talk through me, which is it's not
Did
a
you
belief.
know that paradise means a fenced-off animal zone?
This is the Anunnaki stuff.
No, it's the meaning of the word paradise. Paradiso.
I didn't know that.
Zone.
What's your point?
You didn't know?
I didn't know that paradito was the etymology of the word paradise. No, I didn't know that.
Paradiso, yeah, the meaning means fenced-off animal zone. So all this talk about how great the Garden of Eden is, it's actually a little experiment. And we could be there now still.
Okay. Fascinating
What do you
stuff.
think about that?
I think it's bollocks. Just complete bollocks. But I mean, you're entitled to believe this.
I think your flat Earth is complete bollocks. You realise that, right?
No, we're going around in circles when you use this as a response.
It's not mine.
So you did hear me?
But you just wrote a book on it. So
Yeah, I did. I wrote a book on this subject,
you
yes.
fall for, believe in. No.
Yeah, if I wrote a book on Michael Jackson's life, does that make me Michael Jackson?
Did I say it makes you the flat Earth?
You keep calling it mine. Literally, in the last 30 seconds, you said it's yours and your belief.
You wrote a book on. You know what mine means, right? The theory you wrote a book on. The one that you believe.
No.
The conspiracy.
No. What's the title of the book? Does it say the theory of? Does it say my beliefs on the matter? What does it say on the cover? What's it called?
You wrote a book about the conspiracy.
What's it called? What's the book called? What's it called?
Yeah.
What's the book called?
I might write a book about Anunnaki being real.
What's my book called?
My theory on the Anunnaki, right?
No, because you keep calling it a belief. My thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, but forget the
now
semantics.
you called it theory.
I also called it knowledge. I'll give you it's your knowledge.
What's the title of my book? What's the title?
I'm not belittling you by saying belief. Belief means I think it.
Yeah, and I've addressed it. It's not a belief. It's based on what?
It's your knowledge, right?
No, that's not what my book's called. I'm hinting at it based on the title of my book.
If you don't know it, why did you write it?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I titled it based on my standard that I'm using. What was my book called again? Do you know?
My Theory of the Flat Earth.
No, that's not what it's called.
It might as
Go
well
on, you're
be.
so disingenuous. It's called Measured Flat. All roads lead to flat Earth. It's about measurements.
And that's his
It's not a
conspiracy
belief.
theory, and I disagree with it.
Which bit
It's not
did
a
you disagree
theory.
with?
A measurement is not a theory.
disagree
If
with
I
everything
measure
in
my
the
room,
book,
it's not a
every single
theory.
line.
Neil, what bit do you disagree
I
with?
disagree with every single line.
Most of it's detailing
Read me the first
heliocentrism.
line.
Okay, so you disagree
Read me
with
the
the
first line,
world
I'll
being a
tell you
ball
how I
then?
disagree.
Oh, you just triggered. So you disagree with the heliocentric rhetoric that I'm talking about in the book, because I extensively detail heliocentric, that's globe Earth, worldviews.
You say it's a lie?
No. I lean into
Do you
it
say they measured it as a globe?
in a matter of you being inside the globe, yes.
Inside? You mean on the edge of or outside?
No, those two things are different, Dawn. Like different words,
How do you
meaning
get
different
inside
things.
the globe?
Yeah, inside a globe is how it functions mathematically when you measure Earth to create the globe, Dawn. Like, I understand how the globe
what?
works extensively. It's boring and tedious.
What the fuck?
Boring.
The fuck is inside a globe?
Yeah, amazing, eh? Inside a globe,
Earth.
yes. To describe orbits and shit. You've got to be inside a globe.
Concave Earth. Hollow Earth.
Why are you muttering through me?
Are you talking about concave or hollow Earth?
No. Third time. Globe Earth, your religion, your belief.
Inside the globe.
Oh my
sorry.
God, you're yakking through me, Dawn. I can't have this conversation can't continue because my answers are being yacked through because you're so triggered. No, I do understand not concave,
give honest
not flat. That's the third
answers.
interruption to me confirming what you've asked. You've asked me something. Okay, I'm done.
Nathan, wouldn't the book be written based on your grasp of the concept?
Yes, I've got a very good grasp of heliocentric. Yes, I've got a good grasp of... Sorry, Dawn's answering for me. Yeah, just answer for me, Triggered Fundy. Go ahead.
It's your grasp on the flat Earth.
Thank you for answering for me, Dawn. Obviously, my presence is so triggering to that you feel you've got to flap your gums when someone addresses me specifically about something I've done. Thank you for addressing that for me on my behalf. Good boy.
Would it not be your beliefs?
No, measurements.
I mean, just the whole topic in general.
The basis of the book is about measurements, specifically about heliocentric. This is the bit I was trying to communicate to Dawn. The measurements to create a sphere, to have it in elliptical orbital motion. That's inside a ball on a plane moving around the sun, as per Kepler and Copernicus. That's your religion that you believe in. I detail the flat measurements of Earth that create that system mathematically. That's what I detail in the book. I'm being triggered. Spurg attack. You're going to tell me that I need to be moved on. You're projecting, by the way. Your inability to have a decent conversation with somebody, which is what you're now projecting every time you move me. Because you can't cope with the discussion. You feel you've got to cause audio chaos. This isn't a conversation that you're involved in anymore, Dawn. Somebody else is addressing me. But thank you. I enjoyed talking to you with you having a little conniption fit through the response of everything that you asked me about, that I dutifully answered and you rumpused because you couldn't cope. Little boy. Pathetic boy. Shut up, Dawn. Other adults are talking, Dawn. Other adults are talking, Dawn.
Just a demon.
Just a demon. Just a crazy demon talking through other people. Like a possessed monster.
You believe in that?
You're a possessed monster. Like the Anunnaki.
You believe in that?
You're like the possessed Anunnaki.
You were talking to me about mics. Now I'm a possessed monster.
Because you won't shut up while someone else is having a conversation with me, Dawn.
Okay, finish your bit and then I'll ask.
I don't need your permission, you dumb twat. Shut your mouth.
I'm not giving you permission.
Stuttery. Shut your dumb mouth, you stuttery twat.
No, you don't.
Someone else is talking, Dawn. You're just dominating the conversation with your conniption fit. Shut up. It's based on measurements, mate. So when we're describing elliptical orbital motion derived by Kepler and Huygens for scale, you've got us inside a ball with the degrees like latitude wrapped around you. That plane is called the equatorial plane. It's required to derive mathematics of flat plane measurements of angles to stars to describe their motion. That's what the church did when they created, that's to say, invented mathematics of a globe for this motion to better explain the light movement. That's what I detail. So on my live show, I've constantly got diagrammatical examples of the measurements of Earth's surface that create things like elliptical orbital motion. Now, my understanding of this has come from 12 years of experience digging into stuff that's freaking boring. Like, most red-blooded males would not investigate this boring shit because it's dweeby, tedious, and irritating, overly complicated. That's what it is. Now, I was led to...
Thank you for your answer. Now,
nobody was speaking to you, Dawn. I was talking to somebody else.
Yeah, but you did a monologue, and now it's my turn. So,
because everybody... Did somebody ask you a question, Dawn? Did somebody ask you something?
You don't get to funding me, bro. It's my turn.
Only you get to do that. I see.
I waited for you to finish this time,
I don't care. Nobody was talking to you. I was talking to somebody else. Somebody else was talking, Dawn. You weren't involved in this conversation. I explained that to you earlier. Now you've decided that you get turns. This isn't a democracy. It's not a democracy, Dawn.
I didn't say it's a democracy.
It's not like you get a certain allotted time. You don't get a certain allotment of time. You're just one man in a room, just being a wanker. Just one man in a room, Dawn, being a wanker while some other people talk, not you.
It's my turn to talk.
Oh, is it? It's my you're like a belligerent 4-year-old. I've got to have part of this conversation now, you belligerent little boy. Yeah, that's why I'm calling you a little boy, because you've decided the time that we have here is portioned up with you involved. No, someone else is talking, Dawn. Fifth time. Dawn, you're not the person I was addressing. Do you understand that, you stupid little boy? Dawn, I wasn't addressing you. The guy that's waiting to respond is now having to cope with you, a belligerent boy, after he's asked me something, and he hasn't got a chance to respond to what he was asking me about. You're talking. That's irritating to not just me, but him, you belligerent little boy.
Yeah, okay, I'll let Blob respond.
You don't need to give him permission. You're not his dad. Shut up. You just have to stop flapping your gums, you belligerent little child. Sorry about this, mate. The guy's got a problem. He's obviously mentally retarded and can't shut up while you ask me something. It's okay. Once he's done flapping his spurgy gums, deciding that like a 4-year-old he's got to have a percentage of the time here, you can then respond to what I've put to you about Earth's flat measurements inside a ball with Copernicus elliptical orbital motion scaled by Huygens. You can respond to me now. If Dawn can keep his... Oh, no, Dawn can't keep his flaps shut. I'm sorry, mate. We'll have to keep going somewhere else maybe, because this demon, this monster, can't fricking cope with shutting up while other people talk.
You go somewhere else, out of our room.
You can what, kick me out?
In your room.
No.
Then I just explain this to you. This is a flat Earth server.
No, it's not a flat Earth server, you idiot.
Yes,
called Worldwide Debates.
No, it isn't. This is a worldwide debate server for any
worldwide.
topic. We were already here. You came in speaking to yourselves about flat Earth.
Okay, well, if I may correct you, if you can cope for a second or two, worldwide is a horizontal description. To be wide is width. So when you're talking about the world and its width, that's worldwide. That is a flat Earth description. The title of this server is a flat Earth server. You are wrong, Dawn. You just don't comprehend the words that are used over the door. And now, like a belligerent child, you being demonstrated wrong in your mind gives you justification to spurg through the top of it. Worldwide. Width, second time with him spurging through how wrong he is. Width is horizontal, Dawn.
Do you have the... Oi, Gadget.
I don't want to be here anymore. I'm going to disappear. I don't like to be in the company of thieves. I don't like to be in the company of thieves. I'm going to remove myself from this server because we're amongst the company of thieves. That would be Elderbear, a thief. I don't want to be in Elderbear, the thieving scumbag, and his company. He's a thief, so I'm going to depart because I don't like being in the company of thieves. That would be Elderbear, a thief. Goodbye, gentlemen. Enjoy your time with this thief.
Goodbye.
That was irritating.
Yeah, I'm not going to be in any company of thieves anymore. Right. When I see someone like Elderbear, what's this? What's it doing? What's your issue? I haven't got an issue other than I'm with thieves. Robin bastards. It says, what's your problem? Submit feedback. I'm like, because Robin bastards. Yeah, I don't want to be in their company. Right, I'm not going to be around Elderbear. He's a thief. Simple. So why would I want to be around him?
But he talks nonsense as well, so...
That's how I feel, too. I don't want to be around these thieves. That's Vax Wax. That's freaking Tony Wickham. That's freaking Jason. That's One Mind, One Spirit. I don't want to be around them.
Who are these people? I don't know who you're talking about. I recognise Tony Wickham. That's about the only name I recognise in that list.
You don't want to talk to people who you want to punch in the mouth every 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. It's not worth the aggravation. Like, do I want to hear somebody lying through their back teeth after stealing from me? It's the kind of person that nicks your wallet and then helps you look for it. That's what Elderbear is.
That's funny. He picks your pocket, and then he helps you look for your wallet that he's got in his pocket.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. It's just bullshit. You know, what I've heard is his excuses. And it's like, you want to give people the benefit of the doubt. So in the moment, you second guess yourself, is this person actually being honest? And you kind of assess it because you don't necessarily want to, you know, immediately cast judgment on somebody in the negative, even if they're a complete scumbag. But then after assessment, you go, no. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind what these people are. And why would I throw pearls to swine in that regard? It's like I'm already hot around the collar because I'm dealing with somebody like Dawn, who projects out his own digressions constantly. We need to move you. You're a monster. You dominate the conversation and horse rouse and shout at people. It's like, let me get it straight. Because you can talk me down in the middle of something you've asked me about. You're going to call me a monster and suggest that I need moving into different spaces and banning and all the rest of the shite that they do constantly. And they're like, no, your inability to cope with the fact that Earth's measured flat is the reason why you've got to spurg through every second word I say and then blame it on me. Like I've done something wrong when I want to get to the end of a sentence that you won't allow me to. You're like, unreasonable pricks. And then when you add to that there's thieves in there, you're like, oh, you're just thieves. Like, I don't mind utilising your room so I can kill half an hour of conversation while people join my hangout. But in the meantime, it's like, what do you actually have to offer? Light-hearted entertainment about mics they can cope with. Talking about Earth's flat measurements, they definitely can't. And they're the same pond as us. When I talk about being in the same pond, the fact that Dawn is a conspiratard is par for the course, isn't it? They've come by the same means. The fact that when they've arrived at the destination, they've rolled down that hill and gone, I don't want it to be flat, as opposed to, oh my God, it's flat, doesn't change that they've come by the same paths that have brought them here. So the fact that Dawn's talking about the freaking Anunnaki, you're like, oh my God.
And that's not what Paradiso means.
Oh, this freaking fart-sniffing pseudo-intellectualism, you mean? I could look at the etymology of a word. Wow, how freaking interesting. You do realise that it's a different word. That's an etymological fallacy. Now, I don't want to call him out on it because immediately I'm having to condemn his idiocy in this regard. I don't want to do that. I want to have a pleasant conversation. So them, half of them don't know their own origins. Their own origins of their heliocentric worldview is scary to them, isn't it?
Yep. They add words to it. It just comes from paradisa, meaning an enclosed wall or royal park. Nothing to do with animals there. And that's its origin.
Yeah, whatever. My patience with Dawn has worn too thin.
He is annoying. You can't even communicate with the guy.
It's just too painful. And like I say, it's only in the last year or so that I've been able to step back from this. And rather than I need to get this argument point out, I couldn't give a shit. Like, I'm trying to explain to him, look, I don't care if you understand this at the end of the day. It's not relevant to me. But you do have this religion, this worldview of a heliocentric paradigm, and I've got an exemplary understanding of that. Now, the fact that its origins are flat just proved to be too scary to the people that we're encountering now. So therefore, even when I say, look, I'll lean into your globe, when someone's like, oh, well, have you not got a knowledge of your book? Yeah, I have. Well, you're saying that the world that's a sphere is a belief? No. I'm saying that the creation of that worldview comes from flat earth measurements. They just don't want to hear it. Yeah, that's why it's called the fuss that it has, the book. 10 days of its release, and it's got people spurging because that's the contents. It takes them through their own worldview back to its origin measurements. That's it. As soon as you see it, you can't unsee it, so it's scary.
Well, it gets a little annoying how they keep trying to put the belief on us. When that's projection, they have the belief. We're just talking about how it's measured. That's not a belief. That's the measurement. But they keep trying to stick it on us as a belief.
Yeah, to contrast the fact that they have a belief. And again, I don't care. Yep. You can have this belief. I can care less. Have it.
I don't measure an area and say, well, I believe it to be 12 by 15. It just is 12 by 15.
Although you take measure if it's cheap, could be lying to you.
Maybe I should use a tailor's tape.
That's not what I mean. I mean, there are cheap tape measures out there that are just not good, that haven't been calibrated well. If you buy a Temu tape measure, there's a fair chance it's wrong.
Okay, now if you go to the origin of that, that's all linear. That's not oct. Inch to the mile.
Right, let's do a quick sound check and scale up this video so it looks nice and well positioned when we do the live show. Straight away, it's wrong. Needs to be above, not below. That's no good either. There we go. Effect. Looking good. Right, let's do a quick sound check. Hey, Flat Earth Cafe, can you tell me if you can hear this or not, please?
This legal dictionary is...
You don't debate science in a court of law.
Can you hear that?
Loud and clear, sir.
Swish. That's what we'll be covering on today's live show. Good.
Nice. I've been enjoying the shorts you're putting out, too. Those are awesome.
Oh, okay. I ran out, actually. I had to hack one up in a flash today. So I'd run out. I'd prepped about 2 or 3 dozen shorts videos, thinking the book's going to come out any time. I need to keep having plenty of material to shove out on on YouTube to keep the bills paid, basically, to keep the money coming in from ad revenue. And so I produced about, like I say, 2 or 3 dozen of them, and then I was pumping them out, and then obviously the books come out, and then I had 3 or 4 or 5 left, plus a few from about a year ago. So once I'd pumped all of those out, I'm like, well, I've had a regular slot every morning about 9 a.m. for me, where I put out a shorts video, but I've run out. So I thought, wow, I've actually downloaded one of the 5 hours or 6 hour shows that was full of debates that I thought was good to just pull from. So I just went and fetched a bit of that and just nicked a section and hacked it together today. So there's been 2, one that were released to members and one that were released to the public. Do you want to hear one of them?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
what was yesterday's? That was a 12-hour show.
That was just from, I think that was from the same server. That was from Earth Awakenings.
Because I'm confused, because part where you caught Tune and a lie, that was after the book was released.
So,
but it seems like in the show, it was lumped in there, and then you were talking about how you were waiting for your book to be released.
Okay, maybe it was a couple of days before it was released. Who cares? What's your point?
I'm just trying to get the timeline together, because I thought Tune and Buck coming in and freaking contradicting him was last week.
Yeah, the book's only been out 10 days.
Yeah, exactly. So it's after. So I'm wondering if you was that one whole video yesterday, or was that a couple smashed together?
No, it's just one video. It was from one section of one stream. So it's not like multiple videos were all together. I don't really know why you'd think that. Anyway, let's
Because timeline.
Because what?
Because the time. Unless, you know what?
Time.
It could have been another lie you caught Tune in. Who knows?
I don't know. Right. Anyway, this is with the one shorts video. Force it into the pillow they gave me the Carmen line on, and then ram the flat Earth measurement from sea level up their arsehole for a live audience. It's really amusing. I don't have to claim anything.
You take the flat Earth measurement measured from sea level and shove it up their ass, right? I mean, it's not necessarily a win. It would be more just correcting. If we're talking about American football and you start talking about home runs, I correct you and say there's no home runs in American football. I'm not winning. I'm just correcting your misconception.
I see. Who can name the fallacy that this gentleman has just used? Called a false equivalence fallacy.
Is it not like suck your balls fallacy?
A false equivalence.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
False equivalent.
Like, what's the difference between 45-degree north latitude and 45-degree south latitude?
Right, north and south are flat Earth measurements. They're horizontal only.
Means the circles sizes are same?
I don't know what you're talking about when you say circles. You said north. I heard the word north and I heard the word south. Just to confirm, I didn't mishear this in case I'm going to be accused of misrepresenting you afterwards. Did I hear quote north and quote south come out of your mouth a minute ago? Am I wrong? I don't want to obviously take those flat Earth measurements, grab the back of your head and ram azimuthal horizontal directionality up your asshole. Don't take this as a claim, but I kind of perceive that when you hand me a flat Earth measurement on a little pillow and I grab the back of your head, force it into that pillow and ram flat Earth only azimuthal direction up your arse. I don't want anyone to pretend that's my claim that I've just made. It isn't. He's handed me a flat Earth direction of north and south on a pillow, just so we're all clear what's happening.
So what's these 45-degree south latitude according to you?
How do we measure the degrees? Would it be an elevation angle off a flat baseline? Is that the degree that you're describing? Or are you describing horizontal azimuth? Which degree are you talking about? And altitude from a flat plane or horizontal azimuth from a flat plane? Which one? Which degree? Is it a horizontal or vertical degree that you're measuring from a flat Earth? Which one? Do I present evidence? No. What generally happens is people will present me with a claim that they suggest is spherical in evidentiary standards, right? For example, Carmen line. Then what I do is I grab the back of that person's head, force it into the pillow they gave me the Carmen line on, and then ram the flat Earth measurement from sea level up their arsehole for a live audience. Check out Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. It's the book everybody's fighting to talk about.
So what is that according to you?
A flat Earth measurement from surface level. If it's in the vertical, if you're describing a 45-degree angle to Polaris, then that's a flat Earth measurement along a flat Earth baseline for a flat Earth degree from the horizontal in the vertical at a measured value of 45 degrees. That's a flat Earth vertical altitude angle measurement. That's what you've just described, your measurement of a flat Earth that you call latitude for your global system. So it's almost like you think this is global, kind of like I described earlier. You've came to me with a flat Earth measurement on a pillow. I don't have to claim anything. My opponents use flat Earth measurements to suggest and infer that we have some sort of sphericity. No, these are flat Earth measurements. North, south, degrees, in the vertical or horizontal, they're all with respect to a plane. That's what you're asking me about.
They're not definitions. They're not definitions that anybody else uses other than Nathan. So don't worry.
You are talking about Polaris, but you can't see Polaris from 45 degrees
Doesn't
south.
any flat earther actually write a scientific paper and submit it to the Nature Scientific Journal?
Sorry, am I hearing the adenoidal thief again? Is it just me, or do we hear this dweeb who's stolen my book talking like he has some credibility? He's got the word tea on his hand, but he thinks that we're going to listen to him babble on with his adenoidal voice. Every time you talk, my friend, Gertrude Perkins, right? You're going to get called a thief, because that's what you are.
Interacting with
Nobody wants to hear from a thief. Nobody wants to hear from a thief.
I've got my eye on you, thief.
Yeah. If you thieve from me, I'm not going to engage with you. I mean, if you think that's unreasonable, because it was suggested in the pre-show that I was unreasonable or running away from a thief. Now, that is general normal behaviour. When you encounter a thief, people don't want to interact with you. That's all that's going to happen when this person talks in his adenoidal dweeby voice, stuck in his 12-year-old state, looking at space and thinking that he's going to go on a rocket. Whilst talking about my book he's stolen, he's just going to get called a thief every single time he opens his mouth.
He can hear me talking, which is why he's waffling on his end, because he doesn't want me interacting with his audience, because there's no point. Because his definitions are all made up, his ad homs are boundless. There's no point talking to him.
My definition of azimuth's made up. Okay. No, the guy appealed to North and South. That wasn't me appealing to it.
It's been at least 3 or 4 minutes since you've re-advertised your book.
Okay, let's do that. You can check out my book that everybody's got on the tip of their tongue by checking out the info box below this video. It's called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. It's the talk of the town. It's been downloaded thousands of times. It's incredibly popular. It's generated a huge amount of controversy. Everybody's talking about it, including this guy now, and he suggested I'm giving it a plug. But I don't mind. Thank you very much. Good opportunity to plug my book. Thank you.
Give it another plug.
Give it another plug? Oh, no worries. Check out Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. It's the book everybody's fighting to talk about.
So what is that according to you?
That's it. Those were the 2 clips.
Nice.
Yeah, well, good stuff. Good stuff.
What's up, fisherman?
How are you, Neil? Nice to see you all here this morning, bright and early. How's the weather in your neck of the woods?
Everything is roses.
I think you've
Beautiful.
I think you've talked enough, Neil. I should have a certain percentage of the time to talk now.
Yeah, that Dawn is you can't even converse with him. Even when you were talking about the mics, sort of cordial, he kept freaking interjecting.
In all seriousness, though, I don't want to spend time in the company of thieves. So, Elder Bear, as much as he wants to spend time trying to justify that he's not a thief, that's what thieves do. You're like, you people are scum. And as much as it is useful for me to go in these servers while I was waiting for the book to come out, I don't need that anymore. You know what I mean? That isn't something that I desire. There's plenty to be talked about. There's plenty to be doing. There's plenty of places to be going. And that's what's going to happen moving forward. So, showing that there is scum in the world isn't necessarily my raison d'etre. I don't have that as a desire. I don't need to expose thieves. That isn't what my show's about. It's about talking about flat Earth. The fact that it's resulted in the people that are in the debate arena on the globe side becoming thieves and stealing from a family man is sad but true. And when it comes to that, like with other thieves that I've had in my company in the last couple of years, you just have to immediately cut them loose and just go, no, I can't be in your company, I'm afraid. once you're no longer trustworthy in any way, shape, or form. There are certain people that have to push those limits without necessarily being thieves when you depart from their company, but just untrustworthy. So Rumpus, as an example, he got to hang around for a very long time with everyone saying he should be banned, he should be banned, he should be banned. It was only when it got to the point, like Judas, that he was content to lie multiple times about something that was glaring and obvious and demonstrated in terms of his deceit, that he simply would not accept and doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on. At which point I'm like, we can't interact with this person because they can't be relied upon to be honest. And when you're in discussion, regardless of how heated it might get, that's the only expectation. I say this in the book, like the expectation is that when you're wrong, you just admit it. It's not a complex or unreasonable, standard to have. Just admit if you got it wrong, right, you got it wrong. If you didn't understand how the heliocentric motion worked, then just say, fine, I got it wrong. Have a bit of humility in the debate. Now, I've had to eat humble pie plenty of times through pure ignorance. People get stuff wrong. But if you can't accept that and you're more than willing to lie, double, triple, quadruple down on your lie, you're like, no, you can't be in my company now. What's the point of having a discussion with you? Right, if there's back then a perception that you win-lose based on who's got the the win at the end of the argument, and the person simply won't accept that or will lie about it, then that very slim, if you call it by definition, win is eradicated by that person. Now, if you're trying to communicate the win/loss to an audience who are watching a debate, back in the day that we'd call it a debate, then if that person takes that stance, you can't have them in the debate. They are literally disingenuous. That is what they're being. So at the point with Rumpus, it did take quite a lot to get to the point where I'm like, I just don't want to engage with you anymore. Whereas this book has become a quite handy shortcut. So you're a thief then, don't want to talk to you. In the case of Gertrude Perkins, I banned him a long time ago for being a complete scumbag. Again, trying to dox me and do various scummy things to me. And now you find out, I know why. Yeah, because you're inferior to me as a man. Simple. I should have recognised that at the time I was more wrapped up in how important the debate point on the table was. These people aren't concerned with what the debate point on the table is. They just want the individual they've decided to, blame their cognitive inability to cope with something painful. That person they feel should be persecuted. And when you actually get to see your persecutor, you're like, you're a fucking dweeb. You are the societal bottom of the barrel. Oh, my God. And
the first 3 hours of that Uncut after show yesterday was Ed Bear claiming that we need, or you need him, that they're the commodity. He's coming there and he's making money off them, so they're the important ones.
All the more reason to say get lost the minute you find out that you're a thief. In the case of Ed Bear, it's absolutely without question he's stolen material and then tried to justify how there's thousands, quote, of other people that are downloading this. Like trying to dilute your own thievery, because upon doing it, people know what they're doing when they deal with pirated material that they're stealing. If you download a game illegally, you know you've got that game illegally. People aren't dumb. So when they've done that, there's a certain guilty conscience in most people. Don't get me wrong, there's narcissists out there that simply wouldn't give a shit. Not only would they not give a shit, they probably wouldn't see the necessity to lie about it. And if they did lie about it, they'd lie about it with such confidence and gusto that anybody who was listening to them would immediately believe them because they didn't care. Someone like Ed Bear, I don't think he's psychopathic. So he's got a guilty conscience and feels that he needs to justify the fact he hasn't stolen something. Right? And you're like, that's not how innocent people behave. They might get annoyed with the person accusing them. You're like, no, I can definitely justify to you, my enemy normally, that I'm not a thief. Like with everything else, you just call me a name and have righteous indignation. That's what you behave like. But in this instance, no, you want to prove something to me, do you? You want to take me by the hand and explain that you're allowed to have this copy that you've got through a sharing system that Amazon have facilitated you with friends and family. Why the long justification? I know why. You're a thief. That's why. That's what thieves do. Not, don't call me a thief. You're an absolute freaking outrage. Here's my order number, you scumbag. How dare you? Typical flurf, throwing accusation. That's what he'd do if he was actually not a thief, wouldn't he?
Yep. Well, now they're trying to do it like if you buy a book in a freaking store, say Barnes & Noble, and you go and you give that to your daughter, that's sharing a book. There's nothing wrong with that. Does she have to buy the book? So that's how they're trying to make a false comparison. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's an ebook. You buy a one-time license. That's why the model for music moved to the download model, because the corporates loved it, because you can limit the license. Well, that's it. More profitable. Well, I did the same thing. I looked at how it was specifically one individual, although her order of distribution was different to mine because she's got live shows. Although you could say I do that. I've done the material on the live shows first where it's most profitable. But then when you move to a slightly different distribution method, you try and squeeze as much profitability out of it as possible. This is a commercial entity, and I've never denied that. So I've assessed it on that basis. And initially, it'll be distributed digitally. When people are like, but I really want a signed copy, Neil. I'm like, tough luck. There isn't going to be one. This is not how it's being distributed. But then when people go, oh, well, if I got shared a copy, that's fine. No, it's a commercial entity. It's designed to make money. It's designed to feed my freaking kids. So when you go and help yourself to a copy, maybe make a little video review about it with a little telltale sign that you've stolen it. Maybe you might find that will bite you in the arse. When someone says, you're just a thief, aren't you? And if you go, no, here's my order number, and they slap it on the desk like a big, fat, shiny cock, you're like, oh, that's a bit of a shock. Didn't expect to see that there. Yeah, that's how it works. So, no, nobody's done that. They're all thieves. So I don't want to spend any time in their company anymore anyway. Like, the minute I've actually got something of worth that you do want to critique, you do want to engage, you want to discuss what character's done what in it. In other words, you're fully engaged in my material. You just didn't pay for it because you're a thief. I knew how engaging this would be, and it is, isn't it? They're all absolutely wrapped up in it at the moment, my opponents. And you're like, yeah, but none of you have paid for it, you thieving bunch of scum. And I will just call you out on it. When I see Edebear, I'm going to be like, I don't want to talk to you, you're a thief. And I will cause rumpusing until I'm either kicked out or he is, or I'll leave. It's like, no, I'm not going to be around thieves. If you want to stay in the company of thieves, that's on you. It reflects badly on you for wanting to host thieves. And that's what he's become. A thief, because that's what he is, a common thief. Now, he may not like that because he wants to build a reputation that he can't cash, right? I've got an IMDb page. You're like, no, you can't suggest that your real character has got something of note when you're a faceless nobody. But you still want it, don't you? You want the perception of a faceless troll that still has some credibility in society. No, you're a faceless thief. That's what you are. I've got an IMDb page. Does it say about you being a thief? Does it mention how you steal things? But no, you've got a nameless troll account. Even then, you still want note. You want credit given to you. Like, how sad. That's all people are concerned with, shockingly, themselves.
Yeah, but he's totally delusional. He thinks that you fear him. You fear his destructive dichotomy argument.
Yeah, he's got the wrong end of the stick. I mean, I'm here to make money on YouTube as a YouTuber and keep the mortgage paid, keep the kids happy, keep them in simply piano lessons. You know what I mean? That's my desire in life, to make sure that they've got a decent education. If I'd have done really well on YouTube, they'd be in a private school. Because sometimes people are like, oh yes, the education system, bad. So I'm like, actually, I don't feel that way. It's just I don't want them in the state education system. But if we could afford it, this is to other people in homeschool circles, I'd put them in a private school. I'm like, why? Well, I went to a private school. It was really good. If I could afford it, I'd put them in the same. I just can't. So we have to divvy out our money, limited though it is, on various different private lessons and things like apps to learn piano instead of having a music lesson in a high school that would be crap anyway. Because I can't afford to stick them in a private school. But would if I could.
With a set of drums, you can get the electronic drums with the headphones. Put a nice little set. They don't take up too much room, and you'll see they'll pick that up. Get something with strings. They'll pick that up. I told you, it took my kids a few years, but they finally picked it up and started playing.
I hope so. I mean, my desire is to record them. You know what I mean? I'd love to record them.
Yeah, and you got that one thing in your favor. You're English. They dominate the music.
That's
Come on, you got
advantage.
everything going for you.
I'll always be persecuted as a transgender black Jewish lesbian, so being British doesn't really count.
You never know. They may start the third British invasion. Bring music back, because I don't know where it's gone. Billy Idol made the Hall of Fame.
Billy Idol?
He made the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's going to be inducted. He's got a documentary out called Billy Idol Should Be Dead.
Great title.
Well, he takes you to 1984 when he had everything going for him and he almost OD'd on heroin and died. But nobody ever heard about it.
You heard about it.
Yeah, because it's in a documentary, but I didn't know about it back then. Know about it now because he's talking about it. They kept that under the rug. Eli, how's those AirPods working out for you?
Perfect, man. I've stepped into the modern era. I've now also figured out that the new standard is at least a 60-watt cable charge, a 60-watt charger. And I'm like, wait a minute, all of these Amazon chargers and all of these portable chargers that are 25 watt, 35 watt, what's the point if you have a device that, has a certain capability, but you don't have the accessories to utilize it? It's like just a wasted device in your hands. So now I'm charging my stuff up all fast. People can hear me outside when it's windy. I feel great.
The only thing with using the faster chargers, though, Eli, is the more watts you chuck into them, the faster they wear out.
Yeah.
Why is that?
It's just better putting the trickle charge in. It's better on the battery.
Imagine an empty swimming pool, right? And you've got a huge ton of water that you dump in at a really fast rate with a fire hose, right? With a very, very, very high pressure, fire hose. There's a chance under that pressure that you might blow some of the tiles off the bottom of the pool, right?
I see. I got you.
Whereas if you just dribble in the water, very little damage. Gets hot too. It's generally bad all round to fast charge, but I fast charge everything. I've bought a powerful charger for my phone, and you stick it on, and 20 minutes later it's got 80%, and you're like, yes. I don't care that it's wearing out.
Two quick questions. Anybody got a recent link to the book? Because everything I click on takes me to the wrong place. And what's your official email address, Nathan?
What's my email address?
Is it at what.com?
I've got all sorts. I've got several. AOL.com I use sometimes.
I'll do it. Nathan Oakley 1980 at AOL.com.
That's my PayPal address. Yeah, that'll do. That'll work.
I'm just writing a comment on that video I posted.
Oh, okay.
Why am I getting credit for a freaking review that somebody else did?
I have no idea. I tried to figure out that when you said it in the Master B chat. Because I went and had a look, and there was somebody that left. There's been one review, very good review, 5-star review, full of praise. But it was by Anthony somebody. I've no idea.
Neil, I had this discussion with you yesterday, but you seem to play it off as though you did post something. So maybe my original conclusion is correct. It's a bit vague, but you should understand.
Not really.
Well, that review you're talking about, I took that review and I posted in some various Discord chats. But I said, this is not my review. This is from someone who purchased the book. I made it clear.
Oh, you took the review and you posted it elsewhere. That makes sense now.
Yeah.
Now I
Like
understand.
you think
Obviously
people
then
can read?
Yeah, people no. If you're posting it and you're the name of the post, then you absorb that as yours immediately, as far as anybody who's reading it's concerned.
Even though I gave a heads up before and a conclusion afterwards, and I guess they don't read that part.
Yeah, but you wrote it, Neil. Yeah, it was a good review. I'm not surprised you cut it and pasted it into other places. It was a really glowing review.
Yeah, it's a great review.
Neil's like that little brother. You're always just popping on the back of the head and going, "What were you thinking?"
I don't know what you're talking about with that.
Yeah, you were
I
talking
know
about
you
you were talking about people giving a jab at you for a review. So I'm like, oh, brilliant! Has Neil gone and left a review? So I went to the website, had a look, saw that review, read it. I was like, oh, great. I obviously recognised that it wasn't you. I'm like, well, where's Neil's review? Because you haven't made one, I presume, because you haven't actually read the book yet, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. How am I going to give a review on something I have not read?
I mean, you were there for the full production process, but yes, still, credit where credit's due. You do want to read the end product before leaving a review, which is fair enough.
But you and I thought it was your review, Neil. For a second. Just saying.
Got 5 minutes, I'll go and get it. So then I can actually thank the guy who wrote it. Always good to be the first, especially if it's a nice review. I'm delighted. Did you say you needed a link, Craig, to the book that's up to date? Right, I've sent you, Craig, a link to the book that's an affiliated link. And then I actually need to click on it, don't I? Take me to the site. Here we go. Reviews. 1. Measured Flat is not simply another book on the subject of flat Earth. It is a distilled result of thousands of hours of live debate, forensic argumentation, and relentless insistence on logic, measurement, and the scientific method. Nathan Oakley has spent years dismantling pseudoscience in real time, and this book captures the core of that work with clarity and force. What sets this book apart is not the conclusion that the Earth is measured flat, but the method. It's got a comma before a but. But the method. Oakley refuses to let opponents assume the conclusion of their argument as one of its premises. He refuses to accept assumptions as evidence. He refuses to allow circular reasoning to masquerade as science. His approach is surgical. He forces concession. He exposes fallacies. He demands empirical proof. He shows repeatedly that every major claim of heliocentrism relies on flat Earth measurements to function. Hit me in glowing review. The book covers the full spectrum of arguments. It addresses gas pressure without containment, elevation angles, horizon behaviour, radius value contradictions, thermodynamic violations, and the misuse of the scientific method. Oakley demonstrates that modern science often bypasses hypothesis and experiment entirely, replacing them with institutional authority and narrative. His explanation of how science has been hijacked is one of the strongest sections of the book. Equally valuable is his analysis on cognitive dissonance. Oakley explains why people cling to the inherited paradigms even when confirmed with direct contradictions. He shows how pride, identity, and institutional conditioning create psychological resistance to simple, observable reality. Anyone studying the deception of the nations in Revelation chapter 20 will immediately recognise the relevance. What's Revelation chapter 20, Neil? We'll come back to that. This book is not mystical, symbolic, or speculative. It is technical, logical, and grounded. It provides tools, not dogma. It sharpens the reader's ability to dismantle pride-based arguments, identify fallacies, and expose assumptions masquerading as evidence. For anyone already familiar with the subject, it refines strengthens existing arguments. For newcomers, it provides a clear path out of institutional illusion and back to empirical reality. Nathan Oakley has produced a work that is both accessible and devastatingly effective. It is a rare book in this field, disciplined, structured, and relentlessly honest. 5 stars. What a fantastically glowing review. Thank you very much, Brian Townsend.
Revelation 20 is when he locks up. Revelation 20 is when he locks up the devil in a bottomless pit for 1,000 years, and then he lets him out for a little season. And people receive the mark. It's the end times.
Is that what this guy was talking about, Revelation chapter 20?
I guess. I was thinking of a different review. I didn't even know that one.
He says, anyone studying the deception of the nations in Revelation chapter 20 will immediately recognise the relevance. And if not, like me, you've got no idea what he's talking about.
Well, yeah, it gets into how you have to receive a mark to buy and sell. You know, that's when nations, that's when that's when everything hits the fan.
Thank you for having me. And I get to open my mic and say hello without worrying about whether or not the fire truck is going to ruin the greeting. So I will be taking the first good morning.
Good morning. Good to hear you with an update on your noise cancellation situation.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Right, I got a big grape stuck in my teeth that I was munching before we went live. Other than that, pretty good. No issues. Very happy. I want to do a quick shout out. So I did a little call to action yesterday where I suggested that people who had purchased a copy of the book actually went and made a review, and somebody did. So Brian Townsend, thank you so much for leaving a review of the book on the website. I really appreciate it. Now, that's not to say that the people who have contacted me directly, some of which have given me money to say thank you. So they've said, I've bought the book, really enjoying it. Here's money via PayPal. So obviously I'm grateful to them too. But as I specifically did a call to action yesterday for people to actually make a review of the book and get it published, then obviously I'm going to shout out that today. So thank you very much, Brian. Really do appreciate you putting the effort in, because it was a fairly lengthy review. There was a bit about Revelation that I didn't fully understand that Neil broke down after the fact. But you can check that out for yourself if you want to go to the review section on Books Online. Ideally, just buy a copy of the book and review it yourself, but hopefully a few others will do exactly that in the coming days and weeks. So if there are any other noteworthy reviews, I'll read those out as well, as I did today in the pre-show. So once again, a massive thank you to Brian Townsend. Thank you very much for writing a review. I will do the same call to action again, as it's obviously proved successful. If you have purchased the book and you'd like to leave a review, obviously I'd be delighted if it was a 5-star review like Brian left, but leaving your comments would be greatly appreciated, as it does drive sales of the book. And it is a commercial endeavour. That is to say, I do want it to make money. So please, if you would be so kind. Obviously, I'm grateful again to those of you who have supported me financially via PayPal for congratulating me on having a book. Obviously, everyone loves money, but in this regard, to drive the sales of the book, a review would be really well received. So hopefully a few of my own panel will do that once they've actually got to the end of reading the book. And Neil, although involved in the entire production process, has said that he still wants to actually read the end product before he makes a review. So there we go. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Well, you got somebody in chat saying that they... Go ahead, Eli.
Is it required that you purchase a copy in order to be able to leave a review in the section on the website?
I don't actually know the answer to that. I think you can leave a review if you haven't purchased it, but then it just doesn't come up as a verified purchase. It has to go through the publisher. So I'm guessing that. I haven't specifically asked Chuck about that, so maybe that's something I'll ask him about.
Why would you leave a review without reading it?
Well, no, I'm just saying because all of the bad reviews that the pseudo book is getting, it's like they can do that because they can just download a copy from wherever, go on Amazon and leave a copy. And leave a bad scathing review as whoever. But I'm just thinking, well, since this was distributed differently, maybe there's a little bit of a different impact there in the comment section. Might be a little cleaner. That's all I was thinking about.
Oh, okay. There's a guy in chat that says he just purchased a book and is enjoying reading it. Joseph De Freitas, 56.
Thank you very much for purchasing it. I really appreciate it. It's sold incredibly well. As I sit here munching grapes, I should probably not do that. It's sold really well, and I am elated. I still need to sort out my own account with the publisher. So as it stands, Paula, who's helped me obviously do some of the editing work on the book and is now currently going through the process of doing the, I don't know if you call it marketing, PR, I suppose is the right terminology, public relations, has got her own affiliate link, which is what I typically use or have been for the last 10 days. But as it stands, I can see her affiliate earnings, but not my own. So for whatever reason, I've got a very limited affiliate account of my own as the author, which I sent an email to the publisher today about. I'm like, my wife's outperforming me in the money that she's earned. She's delighted. You know what I mean? So that I don't know. I don't know how much I'm actually going to earn from it until I see it in black and white, and that's not been fully resolved yet. It's early doors, so I'm sure there's nothing to be concerned about. It will just eventually resolve. Not itself, because it's going to involve work on the part of the site owner or publisher, in this case Chuck. So I'm sure it'll resolve that. But at the moment, I can't say I've sold this number total. I know that when we reached 100 copies total, Paula was on about 70, 75 through her affiliate link. And now she's at 101, 102 copies just via her own affiliate link. But there's also about a dozen affiliates that have signed up. So what I did see on my page today was like a whole list in the bottom of all the different people that had signed up as an affiliate and had sold copies off the back of their link. I'm looking at it and I couldn't quite freaking believe my eyes. I'm like, wow, people have actually, warmed to the idea of having affiliate marketing. And I thought about it and I thought, as a YouTuber over the years, as somebody that's doing this for a living, you kind of hope that somebody will get in touch with you and say, do you want to sell my product? Now, if you're familiar with Raid Shadow Legends or NordVPN or Raycon headphones, right? You know what I'm talking about. Those are the sorts of things that your average YouTuber aspires to get. Somebody's at my door. Can you guys keep the conversation for a second? I think somebody actually trying to deliver me something. One sec.
Can we keep the conversation?
Yeah, so I was really enjoying the book also, but I've screwed myself. You guys want to know why or how?
Do tell us on your new microphone.
Right? It's so windy. I'm driving past so many 18-wheelers in New York City. Trust me, it is very loud. I can hear it, but you guys can't. So what's interesting, how this is how I screwed myself. I said, "Hey, babe, so you know that book we've been talking about, fighting over and all that. It's finally done. You want to read it together?" I wasn't expecting her to say yeah. She said yeah, and it's like that thing where you promise to watch a movie together, and it's like you want to be on season 5 and your partner's just lollygagging. That's my situation. Like,
Have you got to the
I
chapter
want to
on?
read the book, but if I read it by myself, she's gonna be like, "Oh, you read the book without me." Ah.
Well, there's a particularly lewd part in one chapter about a character called Simulacra Encode. Have you got to that bit yet? When you do, it's quite salacious. There's a couple of salacious stories in the book.
Not yet, but
Just
I'm
be prepared.
sure it'll all be okay.
I would be hesitant to read it out on a live stream. I would get away with it if I did read it out, but you might get some, devout Christians clutching their pearls that there was a story of somebody being particularly filthy in the company of others. But that's people, right?
But that's what happened. Why would they get offended? If that's what happened on a live show and you're writing about it, I don't understand how any Christian would have a problem with it. It's what happened.
Yes, but sometimes things that happen are particularly salacious. So, when you write about them, I'm saying this with a wry smile because I do want to appeal to that lowbrow audience member when they're reading it. Now, there's a little bit of that in everybody. That is to say that if you're reading the book and taking in the higher level conceptual postulations or demonstrations of how Earth is measured flat, in the face of a paradigm that has led you, the reader, to believe that you were, past tense, on a sphere / in a sphere. That's at the highest level. Now, that's not to say that somebody who's enjoying the book because it concisely explains the fact that Earth's measured flat won't enjoy that during my particular interaction with the subject, there's been certain relationships that have been built up with individuals that are kooky, and therefore they've done kooky things. And some of them very amusing kooky things. And also some are useful for demonstrating a certain psychology of the people inside the arena. So in that particular example, it's just a little bit risque, let's just say, in terms of what happened. I don't want to give away that particular anecdote. I mean, it's like half a paragraph. It's not like it's massive. But, what I'm saying, it's particularly salacious when you get to the part about a character, called Simulacra Encode. Anyway. So yeah, let me know when you get to it.
One day, if AI gets so good that you can sort of use an AI model to pull out these things that you're talking in the book from the live stream, if AI could find the particular episode, wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes and no, it didn't happen on a live stream. So this anecdote is specific to a smaller group of individuals that formed. Now, obviously, these are all just characters, right? That is to say that while based on real events, in this case, it's a true story, I've changed the names of the individuals to spare them the embarrassment. That is to say there is a certain level of plausible deniability that the specific individual could offer up, let's just say. So, the name of this particular character was changed, and lots of the other characters that are involved in the stories have also had their name changed for the same reasons, which is to say, to spare them embarrassment for the most part. I think at the beginning of the book, I put something like to protect the innocent. Nobody's innocent. Far from it.
Yeah, I like to be super odd, you could have put my name as Elijah Bozeman or something.
You didn't get part, I'm afraid.
Enough to throw me off the trail.
I'm really sorry to disappoint you. You don't feature. I'm really sorry, Eli.
No, I haven't. I understand. And don't have to be sorry.
That's good. The majority of people who are probably wouldn't want to have been, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But there are certain individuals that their part in the story, while might be capable of having a certain degree of negative spin put on it. One particular individual I happened to be writing about at one of the art classes, my daughter's art classes, and just by pure chance, he contacted me while I was writing about him. I'm like, I don't know if you're aware, but I'm writing a book, and I'm actually writing about you as we speak. He was like, oh yeah. I went, do you want to read what I've written about you? And he was like, yeah, go on then. So I sent it to him. And, you know, when somebody doesn't actually respond verbally or in text in this instance, because it was via text message or whatever, he didn't. He just put a thumbs up on the text itself. So I sent him this chunk of text, fully unedited. It was just, like I say, as I was writing it. And he just put a little thumbs up symbol on it. So I'm like, well, I can only assume that means you approve. You know what I mean? But that particular individual, he recently actually subbed to me on Instagram. Anyway, so the point is that particular individual, his story, whilst potentially capable of having negative spin put on it, wasn't a particularly negative, you know, anecdotal endeavour in the book. It was just relatively neutral. But someone directly associated with him, which is why he's in there, is this individual I'm talking about that has a salacious story attached. So these two particular characters are semi-intertwined at one stage of the book. That's to say, some of the, although not a storybook, there is a certain degree of character arc for certain individuals, and this is just one of those examples. Anyway, I think it's in a chapter called Lunatics. Anyway, we've actually got something to do today. So this was provided by Sensual Goat. And as we've been covering videos, well, we covered a video yesterday. We should continue this theme. But I'll do a plug for the person that actually promoted the material, as we're going to be responding to her. I'm reliably informed. I described this particular character as a quite androgynous looking... I should have looked at the name. It's Emma. Would have given it away. To my credit, I just saw the thumbnail that was shared with me, as opposed to actually watching it, which I've not done yet, other than to do a sound check. But this particular video is called 50 Gov Docs That Prove Flat Earther is an Idiot.
It's going to be a good one. We've seen a little bit of it yesterday. This is going to be really good. I can't wait.
You get 100 characters. So 50 government documents with a capital T that, okay, fine, capitalise, prove a flat earther is an idiot. Or this flat earther is an idiot. But just 50 gov docs, then lowercase that, fully capitalised, prove... I mean, my God. Sheesh. Anyway, no point being a grammar Nazi when I've got at least 2 spelling errors in my book that's just come out. They've been corrected now. Okay, so, wow, this is a long-ass video. It's about Eric Dubay by the looks of things as it start / who is Eric Dubay. Okie dokie, should we get into this? Yes, Nathan, we're all super keen. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear it.
Hurry up.
Hurry up. How dare you. Do it at my own pace. Thank you very much indeed. Let's just get myself comfortable. Okay. Does anybody know this? Say again.
I say, how y'all doing?
Oh, hi, John. I'm doing very well.
John, how are you?
I just need to... I've now resized it when I should have scrolled. I'm semi-distracted, I've got to be honest.
We're going over a video refracted. We are no longer going into a den of thieves and robbers.
Oh, really? That was it was pretty interesting. You know what time I was there. You'd think they would have tried a little bit harder, don't you?
You can't debate a measurement. You can only say this is your belief, but you can't contest it. It's a measurement.
Going back to Joe and Jane Normie videos on the geometry of Earth now.
Well, yeah, that's the way to do it.
I'm munching grapes. I'm really sorry. I went off camera to do it at least. Right, I've put a link to Emma Thorne's video in the live stream chat. Please let Emma Thorne know. I'm going to have to get rid of the scrapes out of my teeth. Just give me a second.
I heard y'all was talking about the Coriolis effect yesterday.
Yeah, I've trimmed that out, actually. I've turned that into a video. So I'll take the girl that we were covering, Star something or other, and put the trimmed out clip of the adenoidal dude, you know, sunrise and sunset prove a globe, or whatever he said. I can't remember. I've trimmed that out, along with the Jaffa Cake advert that I was talking about. Did anybody, British people, because it was a French woman in an English class teaching, you know, I don't know, 5 and 6 and 7 year olds maybe, about the eclipse. Can anybody remember this Jaffa Cake advert?
Yeah, I remember it. She holds up a Jaffa cake in front of the kids. Full moon, takes a bite. Half moon, then eats the rest. Then total eclipse.
Yeah, she does it in a French accent though. So yeah, full moon, half moon, total eclipse. But I'm going to trim that into the clip with Star, whatever I called her, Star and Ease. Right. Anyway. Yes, so please let Emma Thorne know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots, or indeed, in this case, Emma, the videographer herself. So obviously, we just want to remind her politely that we have addressed some of the outlying themes in her video that we'll be responding to in a moment. If you do pop along to her video, the idea is to increase her engagement. That is to hopefully encourage her to increase mine if she was to do a response to us, and hopefully do the same, which is to address me and put a link to me like I'm putting a link to her to my live audience. So please engage with Emma, let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980. That is a @ symbol, then Nathan Oakley 1980, all one word, so that it comes up as a blue link that you can then link back to this channel via the comment that you leave. But if you just let her know, we have responded to her video. I don't know how harsh we will be. We'll find out shortly, I'm sure. And fortunately for me, it's response to Eric DeBay, so we can hopefully have some fun with her response to Eric. So yeah, please let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Don't be passive aggressive, don't be rude, don't swear, or your comment will just get removed by YouTube. And if you're underhanded in your address to her, I'm sure she'll delete your comment as well, so as would I. So please be respectful when letting her know that we've covered a video. Anything anybody else wants to add before we comment on Emma Thorne's video? How big is she? 296,000 subscribers. So she's got a pretty substantial channel. Kudos. Anybody know anything about it? Anybody want to make a comment before we cover it? If not, we'll get into it.
Never heard of her.
Me neither.
The aircraft trajectory model employed in this study.
If it is such that an assumption in a paper by NASA that is made for the sake of doing an equation must actually mean that that is representative of reality, then that also means that NASA are admitting that the acceleration of gravity is constant, which we know is not true. The air density is constant, which we know is not true. Use your noggin, Eric. Hello.
I mean, that
my God, she's the female version of you, Nathan. I'm not gonna lie.
What?
She even sounds sure about what she's talking about, which is gonna make this interesting. I'm saying she has a similar tone as you. Just a touch of. Anyway, does anybody else agree?
Yes, I agree completely. So similar in tone. You've been using your noggin.
And also, obviously, the same accent. So I thought that went without saying.
When the video started, Eric DeBay kind of sounded like Brenda in my
Brenda,
head.
right? See, you're listening too. Yes. All right, now that the kids have had their fun. All right.
Trying to get my dib-dab to work so I don't have to constantly use the mouse. And I need to be on camera. Oh, I've got a lot going on.
Hello lovely people, my name is Emma, welcome back to my channel and welcome if you are new. Now ever since the final experiment in 2024, the Flat Earth community...
Wait. Welcome.
Take
That was a really close intro to. All right. Am I okay? I'll let it go. That intro, though.
What's you not got any issue with her talking about there being a final experiment? I need to close this door now. She said,
should have called it the final measurement.
Well, unless you're confronted with me and then the measurement that you've made has got nothing to do with the surface of Earth, end quote, one of the participants named MC Toon. But maybe we'll get into that later.
Unity has certainly died off on the internet.
Died off? No, we've been censored. So since the final experiment, the censorship became more egregious. That is to say, I suffered immediately afterwards. The distribution of my material was limited even further than it already was. But if you want to perceive that as the case, that's fair enough, as that would be the public's outlook, given that they're not actually paying close attention to the whys and wherefores of who's in this particular arena, and why would they? So I don't begrudge you having that opinion, but there is a justifiable reason. Censorship, pretty simple. If you don't believe me, go and listen to Congress being told that they have to promote preferred content.
If you missed the final experiment, it was essentially
Not an experiment. Should I go through what an experiment is at this stage? I only did it yesterday with Coriolis deflection in mind. Is it worth explaining experiment? I'm not going to.
expedition that took years of preparation.
But not an experiment then. It's an expedition. I'm glad I spell on. So you've done it for me. So not the elucidation of cause and effect based on systematic experimentation after a hypothesis has been formed based on your supposition of causal influencer being varied and manipulated to see if it does or doesn't cause the effect. There you go, I explained the scientific method anyway. That would be an experiment. But actually an expedition. Yeah, it was an expedition followed by a load of flat Earth measurements.
A bunch of prolific flat Earth YouTubers were taken to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun.
Maybe. Allegedly.
Phenomena that cannot be explained using the flat Earth model.
So phenomena not explained with the fact they measured it flat. They measured it with azimuth and altitude. The phenomena, the sun? I don't know if you'd say you'd exactly caused the effect of the sun if you're going to suggest this is an experimental validity that's been offered. If the phenomena is the sun, then you need to vary and manipulate that which you presume causes that effect. That's what an experiment would be.
Excuse me, she ascribed the model to us.
Well, when you say flat Earth model, I mean, yes, I understand that they were there to burn a straw man of the azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric globe projection, otherwise known as the Gleason's map. That's what she's talking about. Well, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and suggest that she's not in this arena, so she's going to take certain stereotypes and predetermined outcomes as they've been presented to her. You know, I'm not going to expect that she's suddenly done a load of primary source research on what she's talking about. She's just giving out the general consensus view if you scratch the surface of what she's detailing. So from that perspective, I'm not going to necessarily critique her in that regard. I just accept that she's going to give the normie point of view on it. Why wouldn't I?
It changed hearts and minds, and ever since then there have been far fewer flat Earth videos.
Sorry, changing the hearts and minds of people? What are you, the frickin' president? No, when you're talking about experimental validity, it's empirical outcomes based on systematic experimentation. Whether or not it converts hearts and minds is irrelevant of the scientific method if this is going to be called an experiment. But winning hearts and minds, that sounds like a PR exercise, doesn't it? After an expedition, end quote you.
On the internet,
sounds like
however.
a bit of anti-fluff to me, to be honest. She's mentioned Will Duffy's expedition and whatnot. I think she knows enough of that side of it to be an anti-fluff.
Maybe. I don't know her, so like I say, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
However, some people's lives revolved around, if you'll pardon the pun, flat Earth conspiracy theorizing. And that was
funny. You know, when you revolve around something, it's always with respect to a plane of reference.
That's correct.
So, yeah, I like your pun, sweetheart, but it's mine.
Your pun is planar.
Yeah, azimuth, 360 degrees, measured horizontal angle from true north. Yeah, flat Earth.
Their whole social community and no amount of proof, however.
See, that's what people perceive flat Earth to be. Something to do with the community and their interactions and their videography output. Like Earth being measured flat has no consequence on those things. That's the psyop version of Flat Earth, where it's created to be a community of conspiratards who you've got to win over in terms of their hearts and minds. Me, I'm rejecting that as we speak. I did it today. Somebody said, you and your Flat Earth conspiracy. Like, it's not mine. I have no bearing, no pun intended, on this. Earth as measured. It is flat by way of measurement. But that's not mine. I have no responsibility. There is a community that's been brought about by having inroads to the subject from various other conspiratorial subjects, which makes people on the outside looking in perceive it to be a community-based belief. But it isn't. Earth's just measured flat.
Never definitive is ever going to be enough. That leads us to...
Definitive? What, like measuring it flat? That's pretty definitive.
...to a man called Eric DeBay. If you've seen much Flat Earth content, you've probably, almost certainly, I'd say, have come across him, especially if...
Yeah, I know Eric DeBay. I'm one of his patrons.
If you're a follower of Simon Dan. There's a video on Dan's channel featuring Eric DeBay from a few months ago. I'll leave it in the description for you. I think you should check it out.
Let me get this straight. You're saying you're going to cover Eric DeBay. No suggestion of a link to Eric DeBay. Let's see if she's actually put a link to Eric DeBay's video. I don't see a link to Eric DeBay's video. So you're going to be covering Eric DeBay's video and you don't verbally say you can check out Eric DeBay's videos by searching for Eric DeBay or going to a link that you're going to utilise, like I've done. So already queued up in my notepad, paste-worthy immediately, is a link to your video, my love. That is to say, while I'm covering you, I've said to my audience, go and let this person know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me to help you in the YouTube algorithmic love that I don't receive. And neither does Eric. He's had to work incredibly hard against the censorship of Flat Earth at the decree of Congress. Like, they've told YouTube to promote Simon Dan. Preferred content, they call it. And not promote me and Eric. But when you're covering Eric, that is to say you're lining your pockets with the ad revenue from this video, you talk about Eric exclusively, and then when it comes to an opportunity to promote the video that you're actually going to be covering, you bring in a non-related person that you're not covering, that's Simon Dan, and encourage your audience to go and subscribe to him because he's covered Eric DeBay. Wow, how scummy are you? As a fellow YouTuber, I spit in disgust at your behaviour towards a fellow YouTuber. Eric DeBay's just another YouTuber like you, of a similar size. Why wouldn't you encourage your audience to go and check out his videos, given that you have obviously deemed him worthy and you're giving him time to critique him? Regardless of it being in the negative, you're now generating material off the back of Eric's material, but you won't even tell your audience to go and check him out and leave a comment. How scummy. Now me, I will. Check it out. I'll do it right now. Go and let Emma know that she's a total scum... No, I'm only joking. Be polite, courteous, and let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me when he covered your material. Now, I'm a much smaller YouTuber than you, and I'm still going to give you the courtesy and dignity of having people send their way as a fellow YouTuber. Now, you're not even going to do that. You're going to send people to Simon because he's covered Eric, the one you're covering. Why? Outrageous. Go ahead.
I think it has to do with the filtration of information. They cannot let the general population hear the claims from the mouth of the flat earthers.
That's correct.
They need to be buffered.
Yeah, in other words, don't listen to Eric, listen to Simon Dan talking about Eric, or me talking about Eric, so I can spin what information you take in from that source.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that's why when I was suggesting that the thieves were critiquing the book and, wanted to point out the bad stuff about it, that's why that having them actually read, which the portion of the book that they have a problem with, would be devastating to them. They can't read the stuff that could get people to think, right? So it's like, I think it was John was saying that, she can't have people going to someone else's site that she's reviewing badly and actually listen for themselves. That's why none of them are going to give links to videos, or they're going to plug the book, and they're especially not going to read the book. Here, this is what Nathan says, blah, 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 blah. They'll never do that, which is why you should encourage them to do that when they get home.
Yeah, you got to have a buffer. Corleone family has a lot of buffers.
Enjoy it. And let's be honest, Dan knows a hell of a lot better than I do what he's talking about.
Does he? When it came to Coriolis deflection, I quote, "You and your reference frames have been ruined," end quote, Simon Dan. That is Simon Dan decrying the heliocentric rhetoric that we have a 15 degrees an hour drift that is suggested to be observable. Now, because we don't observe Coriolis deflection, Dan told me that my reference frames have been ruined, demonstrating admirably that he hadn't got the slightest idea how Coriolis deflection is suggested to work in a globe Earth paradigm. He hadn't got a clue, and was willing to tell me that I haven't got any reference frames, I don't use them, they're globe Earth reference frames, are ruined, end quote him. You think he's smart? Dan is mentally retarded.
It's so, you know,
sorry. Go ahead.
So there's that buffer again. You know, she says Simon Dan knows much more about as jackhammers are going on right next to me. Sorry.
I can't hear him.
But it's like she's saying Simon Dan has all the information. That's letting us know right now her information is as good as his gossip. That's what, like, if you look at YouTube culture right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan, there's a bunch of people reviewing people who are reviewing things. Like, and that's what's happening here. She's reviewing someone who's reviewing a flat earther. And that's as far as people's awareness gets to flat earth right now, or any other truth. It's like they have no idea what listening to the source sounds like, but they think they know everything because they got the gist of it from someone that they trust.
I agree.
And I feel like maybe she didn't really know about this particular subject, but to feel smart, like, oh, let me watch a couple of science videos. You run across Simon Dan and you also think flat earth is ridiculous, and boom, you're already a YouTube channel, or you're already an influencer, or whatever you are, and you run across Simon Dan and you're like, this is all I need to know what I know. But we know better than that. We know that's not true. She's just making a fool out of herself. She's going to learn today.
Well, I agree. It's just lazy videography covering people who are covering people. Absolutely, totally lazy videography. Anyway, let's get back to our coverage of Emma covering Eric Dubay.
Nevertheless, I think that my idiot brain is the perfect counter to the flat earther idiot brain.
I hate people who do that. Self-deprecation. Like, no, if you're going to have false modesty, have it after you've done something smart, right? Rather than, oh, my idiot brain. Is this a disclaimer? I don't think so, given that your clip that you used at the beginning was described as being bullshit up front. So I don't think you believe that. So this self-deprecation, it seems insincere. So I don't trust you now. I just think you're insincere.
Now, since Eric Dubay, as far as I can tell, has no relevant scientific qualification, I think that makes me, a 2-time graduate of the arts, the perfect person to debunk his latest video. Yes, he is still making videos. This is 1 week old at time of filming.
Okay.
Isn't that exciting? The only information I can find about Eric Dubay personally...
Why? Why do you need to cover anything about him personally? Why? Does his personal interactions with life in general have any bearing on the subject of Earth and its flatness? Or is it just that it sounds like you want to dig up dirt on him? That's how it sounds. That's how that came across. Anybody disagree?
I do not disagree, but getting personal. She's like in a child's bedroom here with loads of stuffed toys. You could pick it back.
That's a good observation.
Well, she's already started off with the ad homs by implying that anybody that's flat earth is stupid. So why not roll on with them?
Yep, it's the same old character assassination.
is his own profiles written online. His Amazon profile says that he was a former university professor. The most detailed information I can find on that is a spurious website that alleges he has a double bachelor's in art and philosophy. Fellow student of the arts, maybe. There's nothing more suspicious to me than somebody being like, I was a professor. I was a professor at a university.
Who cares? This is completely irrelevant. Now, this is a glorified ad hom. It's actually called a poisoning the well fallacy. That's what this is called. Where, before you actually cover any of the guy's information, you try and discredit him as an individual. Yeah, it's called poisoning the well. Fallacious.
One presumes he says that so that people will assume he has a scientific background. It's a bit like saying, I was a businessman. I worked in business. Name the company? Name the university? Whatever. He's also a self-described...
I have to step in here. Right, while this chick waffles on about Eric Dubay personally, Earth is measured flat. It's measured with horizontal distance called miles or kilometres. And any deviation of Earth's flat measurements in horizontal distance will be described perpendicular with altitude measurements from a datum we measure also flat called sea level. Mean sea level gives you the vertical deviation perpendicular to the flat linear distances every inch of Earth has been measured with. So just while this chick decides that she's going to poison the well against Eric, I'm going to drop in a flat Earth measurement right on top of her garbage, just to humiliate her and demonstrate that in this discussion, it's not a debate. We can appeal to Earth and its flat measurements in horizontal linear miles, as per the scale on maps. Don't like that one? Maybe the azimuthal directionality that you will be afforded with a compass. You can just... Go ahead.
What does that have to do with science?
It's not a scientific category. We're talking about geography.
We're talking about science.
Well, yeah, she's discrediting him based on the apprehension that this is a science of the globe versus non-science of somebody who braces against the globe. So there's a misconception that we're talking about whether or not he has any scientific credentials. That's what she's doing when she poisons the well, this fallacious line of reasoning that she has opened with, right? It's not a science category. There's no cause and effect reasoning. That's if and then statements designed to elucidate the cause of the then statement, the effect that you study when you're studying the physical and natural world. That's physics. Physics is a study of the physical natural world where you observe phenomena and then suppose a cause for that phenomena. That's a hypothesis. If my supposed cause, then the effect I observed. It's mirrored with something called a null or zero difference result. If my supposed cause, then no effect or zero difference result. A null and alternative sit alongside each other in something called a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis. The actualization of scientific predictions is called experiment, something that you talked about at the beginning of your video, my dear, where you suggested that an expedition to win the hearts and minds, end quote you, was an experiment, because you don't know what science actually is. The elucidation of natural phenomena through cause and effect suppositional validation, called experiment. When you experiment, that's to say you vary and manipulate that which you assume causes an effect you've observed, the variation and manipulation of your presumed cause will either cause the effect, that's to say validate the causal influence of the relationship, or not cause the effect, validating the zero difference result. An empirical methodology. This, that you're detailing, is whether or not a man, an individual who has no bearing on Earth's measurements, has scientific credentials. What this is a poisoning the well fallacy in a category error. Measurements of Earth, that's geography, not science.
Yogi? A picnic basket. Not that kind of yogi. Sun salutation kind of yogi, I think. And he's written 7 books about flat Earth, I guess. Another fun alleged fact, which I cannot verify because the original video has been removed. Allegedly, Eric Dubay is also a Holocaust denier. Just an all-around fun guy. So despite the...
So a full-blown assault on the man. Full on, every ounce of poisoning the well that you can throw at the guy, right? Disgraceful. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, this is going to lead up to an appeal to a false authority when she appeals to science professors, NASA, people like that.
I spilled my coffee. This is what happens when you have your coffee in a different place to usual. Don't look at this. Emma, cut this out. So only a week ago, Eric Dubay posted this video. 50 government documents proving flat Earth. One of my favorite things in a lot of conspiracy communities is the weight that is put on government documentation. It's 50% misunderstanding or deliberate misreading of released old documents, and 50% ignoring the parts where I'm mostly thinking of the psychic community and UFO stuff, where they release all these documents years later.
So this is a continuation of a poisoning the well fallacy with a false equivalence. This is disgraceful.
Statistics on those statistics. 50% of all statistics are made up. What?
That's a Vic Reeves joke. So it's actually 67.4% of all statistics are made up on the spot. Vic Reeves.
I heard that was 83.2%.
No, it's definitely 67.4% of statistics being made up on the spot. Meanwhile, this is a false equivalence. Rather than giving an example of where this particular individual that she's just poisoned the well with, Eric Dubay, has misrepresented, that's what she's accusing him of, the documents. She's generalised by stereotype and then taken the stereotype to a false equivalence. Okay, so in a different arena that's not related to this man, you can give an example. It's a false equivalence fallacy to continue your misrepresentation of a man when you poison the well against him. This is a disgrace, isn't it?
100.
And the documents all say, yeah, we didn't find anything. Yeah, we did spend like $2 million on researching psychic phenomena, which a lot of people in that community use as proof that it exists.
That's not Eric Dubay's community. Yeah, false equivalence fallacy. Yeah, to poison the well.
Looking for phenomenon? What the hell?
Yeah.
If you don't observe the phenomenon, it's not a phenomenon.
She doesn't know what science is, so when she poisons the well with a false equivalence, she doesn't realise that not only is the entirety of her position in a category error, so is her false equivalence fallacy, by comparison. So she's in a category error in this as well. That's correct, John.
But if you'll actually read the documents, you will see that our findings were nothing. The US government did the work, poured a lot of money into it, and turns out there's still no evidence. So I'm kind of assuming this is going to be the same two factors. Let's just find out.
Just for kicks and giggles, should we make a few assumptions about this?
Why not?
I assume you're a lesbian. Based on your haircut and your general demeanour and your general unpleasantness, I assume you're a lesbian.
I assume she will look past any measurements that are made and give apologetics for why it must still be a sphere.
I assume you are generally overlooked by all men. I assume that when men start talking to you, they find you repugnant quite quickly and then turn their backs on you. I'm assuming that you are generally repulsive to the members of the opposite sex, if you're not a lesbian. Are we okay to make these assumptions? Is it just like we're kind of poisoning the well unnecessarily? Is it like you feeling like, how dare you suddenly bring up my repugnant appearance? Now, I described you as androgynous prior to us covering this based on your appearance in the thumbnail. That is to say I couldn't identify you if you're male or female. That's how I felt about you. Does it seem like that's a bit unreasonable to suddenly start stereotyping you and saying maybe you're a member of the LGBT community and you're going to be some sort of liberal and generally irritating, screaming and having meltdowns in places that you demand that we give you your correct gender assignment or some of the shite? Should we make all sorts of assumptions about you based on your demeanour and your appearance? Yeah? Just by assumption, end quote you. You're assuming that, are you? All right, yeah, we can make all sorts of assumptions about you. Generally speaking, we like to focus on how flat Earth gets measured. That's what we do. But you can make all your assumptions, and then by reflection, I can hold a mirror up to it. And I hope you're horrified. Yeah, I don't actually think any of those things about you. I couldn't give the tiniest of shites about you, frankly. But when I air them, I'm doing it to hold a mirror up to your actions. I hope what you see is repugnant.
Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Ready, dial.
You know, wait, it's Raycon. I was talking about this earlier. This is the perfect opportunity. So I was talking about how I was slightly overwhelmed when I went to my affiliate program page on the website as the author. And it isn't fully sorted out yet, so I don't actually seem to be making any money from the book as yet, but I'm sure that'll change. I am. It's just it's not logged on this particular page. But what was logged on the page was all the people who've joined as the affiliates. I'm like, wow, look at all these people that have joined as affiliates and sold books that are already making money. That's to say they've already handed over their bank account details, put a link below their video and started selling the book. Now, obviously, I make 30% when it sells, but so do they. So they're already making money. I was like, wow, people are making money off the back of the affiliate program already. And why wouldn't you want that? I remember thinking, and this is where the story I forgot to round out in the pre-show comes into play, that I would love to have an affiliate program. You know, obviously, I'd like to maximize the revenue I make from being a YouTuber, like selling Raycons or World of Warcraft, or what was the Raid Shadow Legends or NordVPN, right? Just pure irony. She started selling Raycons just by pure coincidence. Very amusing. Nevertheless, now I'm in a position, because I was like, reflecting on how I would like to do the same thing to maximize my revenue. I'm now in a position where, rather than being offered an affiliate program so that I can make money off the back of my videos by having a little pause and saying this video is brought to you by Raycon, like she's about to do, I'm doing something completely different. I'm actually providing the facility for other YouTubers to have an affiliate program below their video. That is to say, you can make a percentage from selling this particular item. Now, it wouldn't matter if it's headphones, a VPN, or Raid Shadow Legends, right? It's just a thing that you can stop in the middle of your video and go, just to let you know, you can buy a copy of Measured Flat, All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth by Nathan Oakley, link below this video, and then you can make a percentage of something that just sells. It's an item for sale, but as offered out to my audience as the affiliate that essentially leads that path. It's obviously not mine, it's my publisher's facilities to do this. But the fact that I can do it at all takes it from me going, oh, I really hope I get something that I can put out there as a piece of sponsored content that pays me. And instead, I'm the one offering it to others. So if you did want to make a percentage from a book sale, then you can become an affiliate. There's a link below my video. So instead of shouting out Raid Shadow Legends, or in this case, Raycon, you could be shouting out Measured Flat and selling a product that does actually make you a wedge. I mean, it's about $5, a little bit under. It's about 30%. So, you know, the book's $14.97. So you can do the math. A bit under $5 for flogging an item. So if you did want to become an affiliate, click on that link. You just have to add an email address and your name. It's dead simple. And you can be on the process to becoming an affiliate, putting a link below the video, getting one of the QR codes and slap it on a sticker and sticking it out somewhere, as somebody has already started doing. Amazing. But nevertheless, it's nice to be in a position when somebody does their advert for Raycon, where they'll get a pittance for doing it, but at least they're getting paid, right? I can do the same, but offer it out to my audience so that they can become affiliates of something that I'm very proud of achieving in terms of an item that I can market and sell myself. So check out Measured Flat. Obviously, first and foremost, if you just wanted to read a copy, buy a copy. It's available now. Below this video, there's a link to the book itself. So if you wanted to buy a copy of Measured Flat and read about how Earth is measured flat rather than about poisoning the whale fallacies about Eric DeBay, then you can check out the material contained within. Links in the info box below this video.
So you're saying that this lady could also be an affiliate?
Anybody can be an affiliate.
Dan can be an affiliate?
The way I viewed it when I first had it pitched to me was if and when I go on people's shows. So at the moment, I'm doing a mail out, right? So I'm sending out press releases about the book's release. And the idea is that I encourage the person that's getting the mail out to have me on and talk about it. Now, my idea was that when I go on those shows, I can offer the facility to the person who's interviewing me to have the book linked below, but not just so that I benefit from the sale, they can get the same amount that I get. So in my mind, I pictured it as being a means for the person who's interviewing me to make money off the item that's going to be discussed on their show. Right, that was how I viewed it. What I didn't realise was there's loads of YouTubers out there, and most of them are. I'll need to do a shout out to Level Plain Poem. She's got a video coming out on someone else's channel when she's promoting her own material on the 13th. I'll come back to that. Shout out to Level Plain Poem. She's got a video coming up where she's interviewed. Anyway, but yeah, there's lots of YouTubers that just want a thing to sell. Now, the fact that some of them are flat earthers, some of them are not, and they just want to add an item to a list of stuff that they've got below their video so they can just make money. And you're like, more power to you. I just didn't necessarily imagine that it would be as popular as it has been immediately, because I haven't gone out and done any interviews yet. And I thought that's what it would facilitate. But on the contrary, random people who are making videos have gone, absolutely, I want a chunk of that. I'd love to have an affiliate link below my video. So loads of people have signed up, which is great. What were you going to say, John? What were you going to say, John? Disappeared. Not to worry.
By the name, these use off-ear audio, sending sound through vibrations. You've got stillclear.com/
a Lamborghini Storado, a Hennessy Velociraptor, a Ford Bronco, or 100,000.
Right, we will resume as soon as this advert's finished.
I'll take the Lambo.
Which described their attempt to find a method for calculating wind compensation for unguided missiles and rockets.
Wow, he really doesn't beat around the bush, does he? Apparently, I've said beat around the bush as a phrase 4 videos in a row. Quite possibly I need to get out more, update my lingo. Oh, I haven't turned on my flap. Or there's going to be people who are mad about that. Oh, my flap is nudging my granddad. Okay, hold on. There we go. They can live in harmony together. It's okay. Love that. Straight in.
Yeah.
Video
my
start.
flaps. My flaps.
Look, let the chick talk about her flaps, okay?
No. And she's talking about her bush, beating around it. I've had enough.
She's talking about her bush. She's talking about her flaps.
1. He's got real enthusiastic delivery. Love introducing the paper, Calculation of Wind Compensation for Launching of Unguided Rockets, which is a study where they calculated wind compensation for the launching of unguided rockets. You don't say.
Page 8 of the report reads, "This simulation assumes a vehicle with 6 degrees of freedom and
God, I wish he had highlighted the bit that he was referencing. This simulation assumes a vehicle with 6 degrees of freedom and aerodynamic symmetry in roll, and the missile position in space is computed relative to flat, non-rotating Earth." Aha! Okay, so this is going to be
the... know the pattern? I see a pattern between the Simon, Dan's, Herd, and the like. They actually don't wait for a particular point to be made to address. Like, they just randomly stop anywhere and like, he didn't even get to make his point yet. What is there to comment on?
Well, if she can take over and say it on his behalf, she's then got control of the narrative, hasn't she? And that's the whole point of this.
For flat Earth.
Aerodynamic symmetry in roll, and the missile position in space is computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth. On page 11, the equations that follow are specified as being in the plane of the Earth. Why would a 53-page document dedicated to calculating precise equations for enabling missiles and rockets to find their targets on a spinning globe Earth?
Eric, what? It's right there, and you're asking why it wouldn't be spherical. That kind of annoys me a little bit, but... Should I now critique Eric? The demonstration is a flat Earth by prerequisite because it's using distance and altitude. So that's why. Ballistic trajectory is flat Earth. That's the measurements. Now, the fact that in this particular document they've explicitly stated that doesn't alter the prerequisite by necessity. That is to say, it wouldn't have to be explicitly noted that it's with respect to a flat plane. It is, by default, a flat Earth measurement of distance and altitude if you're talking about ballistic trajectory. Now, I understand that that's why Eric's highlighted it, because for the dumbos out there, it's explicitly saying it. It's quite forthright in the facts. But it doesn't have to be. Like distance, when I interrupted her poisoning the well fallacy to describe the horizontal linear distance and the variation of altitude with respect to the perpendicularity of the horizontal measured distance that Earth has been measured with. That's how you describe ballistic trajectory. It's distance and altitude. Simple. If you want to describe it with respect to a third dimension of the direction, that would be horizontal azimuth. Like which way it's going, horizontal degrees from north. So, fundamentally, this requires flat Earth. But so does everything that's ever measured with respect to Earth. This isn't like one, wow, we've got a NASA example. Every single Earth measurement ever made was flat. Now, you might be watching this going, he seems very nonchalant about this. Yeah, I am, because it's a fact. There will never ever be any measurement ever given to you or me or anybody else that isn't with respect to a flat planar surface. That's how measurements are made. This is no exception. Like I say, the only difference with this is it's explicitly stating that it's with respect to a flat plane.
Instead, make all their calculations relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth plane.
Yeah, the calculations are irrelevant, though, as far as I am concerned, because you can then convert the measurements into spherical coordinate systems to infer and imply that that is the derived value in the first instance, but it isn't. Now, we didn't necessarily cover the floating Cartesian systems involved with GPS on yesterday's show, which I had intended to. It massively overran. But these systems fundamentally rely on Cartesian systems to exist. So it doesn't matter if it's ballistic trajectory described by NASA or an aeroplane in flight level. All of them are going to describe the same systems, the same coordinates, the same ground positions, the same elevation angles, the same sea level, the same surface level, the same altitude and azimuth. They're all using the same system. Earth's measured flat. There's no getting away from it. Doesn't need explicitly stating.
Because the effect that the rotation of the Earth has on the calculations is...
What rotation of the Earth? There is no rotation of the Earth. This is something we covered yesterday. You're automatically assuming that this is premise that's borne out by what evidentiary standard that you're now appealing to? You haven't appealed to one. AKA, this is a begging the question fallacy on her part.
Is negligible. It's as simple as that. Try and think of an analogy. It's a bit...
Are you saying that there's a negligible effect when you're suggesting that there's Earth rotation? Is she as dumb as the bimbo we covered yesterday? There's a suggestion that Earth rotation is demonstrated by a 15 degrees an hour deviation, observable from a non-inertial claimed to be turning Earth, that we do not observe. Now, I'll agree with you when you say negligible, that is what you affirming that nothing's noticed, there's nothing to see. Yeah, but the globe doesn't claim that. The globe explicitly suggests that there's a 15 degree deviation to observe. That's what the globe claims. So you don't know your own rhetoric. You're as dumb as the bimbo we covered yesterday.
Bit like if you and a friend were casually measuring how long it takes you to walk down a street.
Down a street? Down would be a vertical description with respect to a horizontal distance. This would be rise over run. To walk down a street means that you've got a slope. A slope is calculated with a horizontal distance and a deviation in the vertical. That's what down means. Down is a planar, flat Earth only description. So you're immediately using a false equivalence because it's explicit. What it said is not just subtle, it's overt. And you've taken it to a false equivalence that uses flat planar descriptions of going down something. The street was measured on the map. It's flat. Its distance is linear and horizontal. And if there's any topographical deviation in the vertical, that's going down a street, then you will describe that from the horizontal measured linear distance. So I'm going to take that flat Earth prerequisite that you're appealing to by false equivalence to overcome Eric Dubé's discovery of explicit denotation of the flat Earth prerequisites in black and white that you've ignored to go to this flat Earth measurement instead. So Eric Dubé's offered you a flat Earth measurement. You've gone, I'm going to slap that out your hand and put another flat Earth measurement of going down a street. Yeah, we've measured all the streets. Their distance is horizontal. A flat Earth only surveyed distance. So don't appeal to this, my love. You're appealing to flat Earth measurements. It's embarrassing. Use your noggin, my love. No, don't appeal to flat Earth measured distances and rise over run. Yeah, that's not using your noggin, love. Not at all.
And there was no perceptible wind that you could feel, and your friend was just measuring on their phone. You probably wouldn't take into account drag or the velocity of the wind, because that as a factor is so small that it's basically inconsequential to the way that you're measuring it. It just makes things simpler. First of all, having now seen this first one, I suspect that the points in all 50 documents might be the same thing, where they've just said, you know, the rotation...
What do you mean? You haven't addressed the point in the document. It explicitly said Earth to be treated as a plane. Did I miss something? Am I hallucinating? Did she in any way, shape or form... Did she in any way, shape or form actually address what Eric covered?
No, she ignored it. She ignored the document.
You completely ignored what Eric put on the table. Now, I was critiquing it based on its redundancy. You don't need to say Earth's measured flat in it. It does, explicitly, and you still ignored it. Me, I'd appeal to things that were far more subtle, like rise over run, like the drop over the distance of your street, just to make you seem as stupid as you are when you appeal to flat Earth measurements. That's much more fun for me.
Just like Simon Dan, look at her note all of these unimportant things throughout his, commentary, only to not address the point at all. How bad of a sharpshooter do you have to be?
Unless
with the target
Eli,
right in front of you, and you're shooting everything else.
Unless Eli, when she's saying that the movement is negligible, maybe that's what she's talking about by the non-rotating surface that Eric Dubé brought up. I don't know.
Flat non-rotating isn't subtle. It's explicit, isn't it? She's not addressed it.
Rotation of the Earth, the shape of the Earth is a negligible factor here, so we're not factoring that into our mathematics. I think that might be every point in this video. I have this strong suspicion.
Wait. I was under the impression that this video was something about 50 documents that prove the Earth's a globe. Am I under a misapprehension?
No, she's got 50 documents that prove Flat Earther is an idiot, with a terrible sentence.
Oh, okay. Because, I mean, she, like you said, she's not addressing any of the points at all. She's saying, oh, well, I mean, of course we didn't use a globe, basically.
Why a lot of Flat Earth YouTubers are always exaggerating in their terminology.
That's a stereotyping fallacy.
The Earth is spinning wildly.
Second of all, where's the exaggeration?
Hold on a
He's
second,
just
Eli.
reading the document.
She's just
What's the exaggeration?
Well, she's just used a stereotype to say that flat earthers exaggerate, and then her example is to describe a globe Earth paradigm. So you see how when I say in a scientific category area, you've got people who believe in a globe, and then people who say it's not a globe, labelled flat earthers. And when she says by stereotype they exaggerate, she then describes the exaggerated heliocentric motion speeds that a flat earther would be talking about. My name's Nathan Oakley, love. I'm a flat earther. When I talk about Earth being flat, I will explicitly detail things like a street and moving down it. To quote you specifically, and the use of Earth's measurements when surveying the topographical deviation that's going down a street with respect to the horizontal measured distance. That's rise over run. That's me not over-exaggerating heliocentric motion speeds, but detailing how Earth has been measured for your example that came out of your mouth. Notice how I'm addressing directly the words that you have used, as opposed to giving an example in a completely different category from a completely different group, and then stereotyping an entire group of people in terms of how they exaggerate. Now, I've already done it in terms of describing you as a tomboy, suggesting that you're, ignored by men, possibly having to step one rung down, only go after women, other tomboys. I've done all that already, haven't I? That is to say, not address, only to hold a mirror up to what you're doing, the facts that have come out of your mouth. But I don't need to when I'm actually addressing the words that you've used. Down the street, you say? It's a flat earth measurement by prerequisite. A drop in the vertical with respect to a horizontal measured surveyed distance for the street itself, as per the maps and scales.
Suspicion. I also think that's why a lot of Flat Earth YouTubers are always exaggerating in their terminology.
I tend to find that a lot of tomboy-looking girls end up with about half a dozen cats, ignored by all men, with cobwebs in their fanny, having never reproduced. I mean, it's just a general stereotype when you see ugly women with short haircuts that look like lesbians. Just a general stereotype.
The Earth is spinning wildly. It's a spinning ball.
Why would a flat earther be talking about how the ball functions? Is it just me, or does your stereotype involve your own bullshit exaggerations from your own projected worldview that you've now got your opponent, that's a flat earther in this instance, detailing? Now, flat earth is earth, that's terra firma, and its flatness. A ball spinning, that's nothing to do with flat earth. You're just misrepresenting an entire stereotype group. Scummy.
Well, the atmosphere is...
She's actually kind of representing it, sort of correct. Flat earthers and name only anti-ballers are saying that, yes, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Her paradigm is saying that's way over-exaggerated. It's just once per 24 hours. Don't you know that rotation speed is only once per 24 hours as they fart sniff at each other? So she's correct in the stereotype that the flat earthers exaggerate their paradigm, the globe's paradigm, because it's uncomfortable. That's why the see too far stuff, that's just exaggerating. You're just seeing, the see too far stuff is an exaggeration. We've got refraction. So, in a backwards kind of way, she's right.
I agree. And that just happened in real time. If you remember, Surf Daddy, it was Hop that was talking about the vast and crazy movements. And you had to say to him, you're talking about it.
Yep.
It's dragging along. They have to make it sound like something that you couldn't possibly ignore. Like, it can't possibly be happening, or we'd feel it. We'd notice it. We'd be sick if we were spinning around, Whereas in reality, our everyday experiences and the measurements we need to make in our everyday experiences at short ranges, they don't need to factor in the rotation of the Earth's orbit, because...
Wait, orbit, you say? Orbit is a derived flat Earth... Oh, my God. Go ahead.
I was going to say, she's going local. So
she's undermining her own rhetoric.
Measure it locally flat.
She's undermining her own rhetoric. So she's saying you wouldn't notice. Like, you wouldn't have to factor in this exaggerated speed that flat earthers say that the globe has. Number one, flat earthers talking about your own paradigm. That is to say, using your opponent as they steelman your position incorrectly according to you by stereotype. I haven't done that. Now, what I suggest is that the globe Earth that I understand in terms of the rhetoric that's used is suggested to have a 15 degrees an hour deviation, as Earth is suggested to turn underneath an inertial frame of reference as a non-inertial turning frame of reference. That's not, we wouldn't really notice, we don't have to factor it in. That's a claimed 15 degrees an hour deviation. Simple. Not, oh, well, maybe today we don't need it. No, that's what is suggested to be the case. Now, it isn't. We don't observe any effects. At some fundamental level, you obviously appreciate that because you're saying it's okay to not justify it. We don't notice, therefore, the speed we definitely experience just isn't noticeable. No, you've got a vestibulary system, like I explained yesterday to the bimbo, that also did the exact same thing. Dumb as all shit, like you. No, you think that when you're moving, you don't notice. Yeah, you've got an inner ear that tells you when you're moving. But according to you, when in orbital motion is a derived flat Earth extrapolated mathematics. In order to derive Kepler-Huygens Copernicus orbital motion in an ellipse, then you require Earth to be measured flat for the elevation angles and azimuth of these lights, for the Roman Catholic extrapolation of heliocentric orbital motion. It's reliant on flat Earth measurements by prerequisite so that you can invent this system.
It is negligible. It'd just be adding...
It's just 15 degrees an hour by the heliocentric claim. Not negligible, you dumbass. You don't know your own religion. The fact that this contravenes it, is in complete opposition to it, doesn't mean that it's suddenly negligible. Your globe claim comes with a 15 degrees an hour deviation. That's not negligible, okay? It doesn't happen. It just means it's debunked. The claim fails. It doesn't mean that you can justify it by apologetics and say it's negligible. No, it's 15 degrees an hour of a non-inertial turning globe Earth surface, demonstrating not actual deflection in an inertial frame of reference at a rate of 15 degrees an hour, you dumbo.
Tiny, tiny numbers that wouldn't affect...
Tiny, tiny numbers of 15 degrees an hour and 1,000 miles an hour rim velocity. You think they're negligible? No, I don't think so, love. I think we'd notice if it were true, and we don't. That just means it's not true. The only suggested proof of Earth's rotation, the claim of a not negligible, 15 degrees an hour deviation from a non-inertial turning reference frame. Not a negligible, I'm just going to say you wouldn't notice shite. That just makes you ignorant of your own globe Earth claim that fails.
Our calculations, so we simplify them.
But do we? Is that what we do? No, I don't think so. I think when we measure Earth flat with horizontal linear distances and drop over those horizontal distances, we've surveyed them with millimetre accuracy. No oversimplifications required when we measure Earth flat. We've surveyed every smegging inch of it, love.
It really is as easy as that.
2. A NASA technical paper published in 1963 called Trajectory Simulation Applicable to Stability and Control Studies.
I want you to...
Trajectory is distance with respect to azimuth and altitude. That's what trajectory means. It's a Cartesian description. It will appear as it is measured, with horizontal linear distances and perpendicular altitude changes and azimuthal directionality. I've already covered this. We're talking about ballistic trajectory. By prerequisite, these are and can only be described with a flat plane. There's only one reason NASA explicitly detail this as being planar, because it is.
Guess before everyone whether it's the same thing, that at like short to mid-range distances.
Sorry, short to mid-range distances that we've got measurements for, yeah, they're flat. So when I rely on talking about how flat Earth is measured as opposed to what a massive lesbian you look like and how you will undoubtedly end up childless, I talk about the horizontal distance measurements. Now saying, oh, you're just repeating yourself. Well, yeah, it's worth repeating when we've got flat Earth measurements. Yeah? When we've got the receipts for how flat it's measured, I'm going to labour that point. Are you going to suggest that because it's repeated that it's suddenly invalid? Oh, well, if you talk about how flat Earth's measured more than once, it becomes a globe. No, it doesn't. Furthermore, your calculations that you keep appealing to are extracted from these flat Earth Cartesian systems of distance, altitude, and azimuth. That's how the globe comes into existence. So you're decrying things that are foundationally reliant for your globe faith to exist. Maybe you don't realise that.
They've not factored in the rotation of the Earth because...
Sorry, the negligible rotation at 15 degrees an hour that you said is negligible. If they factored it in, then we'd have a 15 degrees an hour deviation that does not occur. That's why they're not factoring it in, because it doesn't exist. If it did, we'd notice not how negligible it was, but how 15 degrees an hour it was. Yeah? Dumbo.
It's a negligible factor.
Sorry, a negligible factor or 15 degrees an hour of deviation from a non-inertial turning reference frame. You are moronic. You have no idea how your own religion works, do you? You're just pissing in the wind.
You could do it as a drinking game, but I think that could be dangerous.
Drinking? What, whenever you demonstrate yourself idiotic, we'd be pissed immediately.
And I don't endorse that kind of shit, okay? Get yourself a nice apple juice.
Of large multi-engine vehicles, described doing computational modeling and analysis of how heavy multi-engine platforms, such as aircraft or large boosters, behave along their flight paths. The report admits on page 6 that a flat, non-rotating Earth is assumed for this study. The Encyclopedia Britannica defines assumption as something that is believed to be true or probably true.
Yeah, that's probably why it's there detailed in this way, Eric. So they can detail it as though it's an assumption that can be mitigated for. No, we've got trajectory details, distance, altitude, and azimuth. That is how it works. When you find out how far it's flown, you'll reference it to its distance. When you find out how high it's flown, you'll find out its altitude from surface or sea level. And when you find out what direction it flew in, you'll look at the azimuthal degrees from north with respect to the positional information in a Cartesian system. That is how it's done. So it goes without saying that Earth is flat and non-rotating. They're saying it because they're the arbiters of this religious viewpoint that we are spherical and are rotating, in spite of every ballistic trajectory ever documented ever being measured with respect to a plane. It can't not be. We've only got horizontal measurements of distance. We've only got altitude from sea level. That's all we ever use. We've only got flat Earth measurements to pull from. That's it. Earth's measured flat.
It's just Eric Dubay insulting his audience by assuming they need a dictionary definition of the word.
There you go, Neil.
Are those measurements you're talking about assumptions, or are they measurements?
Well, if you're going to assume that this ballistic trajectory has some sort of consequences attached, like if you get it wrong, it might smash into someone's house, then yeah, I'm going to go with that they measured it quite accurately so they can assess the actual trajectory rather than saying, oh, well, we'll just guess and it's an assumption of the... No, they measure the distance, Neil.
I would say, I would also add that the assumption means exactly, goes without saying, so much so that in these technical papers, and I've read through several of them because I was once a heliocentric ninja, and I read through them. What these technical papers are doing are what all white papers tend to do, or research papers, or even term papers and doctoral stuff, is they come up with a citation that goes without saying, because Burns and Murphy said in 1927 XYZ. That goes without saying. We're doing shorthand for Burns and Murphy said flattened non-rotational in 1927, and we're using that assumption. That goes without saying. Every one of these papers starts out, and in their summary says they're using, and I'm just Burns and Murphy, I'm just, that's just made up name, but basically they're all saying by citation, Burns and Murphy 27, flatten non-rotating. We're using this assumption because this has worked forever, and this is what we plug into everything. So that's where I finally decided, that's where the plausible deniability comes into play. They're all just citing Burns and Murphy and then doing their little numbers and doing their little tests based on those assumptions. And it's worked for decades, and it'll work for more decades. No one gives a crap about whether the Earth is a ball or flat, but this is what they got to do to make it work in reality. So she's going to go to, unless she's already gone to it and I missed it, she's just going to start going to all of the descriptions of bodies and non-weight, all the descriptions of the types of basic flight model that they're using. And she's going to hand wave that just as a way to get around the fact that every one of these documents, there is 40 or 50 of them that cite Burns and Murphy 1927 flattened on rotation. That's how it works.
Word assumption? Is this him wangling away to say that assumption means the thing is true? Just because you're assuming for the purpose.
No, the measurement shows that it's true. So in terms of trajectory, it's horizontal distance and perpendicular altitude, together with azimuth for directionality. Those are flat Earth only measurements. So it's not that, well, because NASA said it. No, those are the standards that your side use. NASA say we've got a sky vacuum in violation of natural law, therefore there's men flying around in a sky vacuum, in a mathematical orbital motion that's derived from flat Earth prerequisites and elevation angles, measuring lights of the sky. That's your standard that your side employ. Now, that's not me stereotyping. That's with 12 years of experience of watching your side say NASA said it, therefore it's true. We've got pictures from space. That's your standard. Like I say, there's no way anybody's going to hold me to stereotyping as a fallacy when I can demonstrably show thousands of examples of your side going, well, we've got pictures of space. Okay, so therefore, because NASA said it, you're going to take it as read. Yes, is the answer. In this instance, well, NASA say it, but we're not going to take it as read. Why not? There isn't any necessity to anyway.
Purposes of some equation that in this situation it's a static non-rotating Earth doesn't mean that extrapolates out to reality.
Can you take over? Someone's at my door.
So it's not reality. How convenient. But the pictures from space, as Jen Panther would say, we've got thousands of them. Thousands of them. That's reality.
Yeah, no, it's their idea of what is real and what isn't real is only shaped by what they believe. And what they believe can't be challenged in reality.
Right, but our reality relies on measurements. Right?
All realities rely on measurements. You must.
So if you can measure it, you have a knowledge of it. So therefore, Earth is measured flat.
Yep, it's real.
Definition of
assumption. Companies don't want to hear it anymore. They don't want to hear measurements.
No, because it's been going on as read or without being said for so long Just like I was saying with the guys who are citing the flat and non-rotating, they don't have a problem citing that because they know that they have to cite whatever their sources are for the shorthand, for all the calculations, for everything having to do with flight. And that's been decided since the 20s, 30s, 40s. And all you got to do
easier that way.
Yeah, well, it's easy. Yeah, yes. And that's why they can say with a straight face that it's just easier because Barnes and Noble, 1927, figured that out. They're just going back to Eratosthenes only less time ago. Barnes and Noble figured that out. We've got the citation. We just plug that citation in there and we get our grants. And we can do our tests.
If I had a conspiracy
That's all
theorist
they're
bingo
doing.
card, the use of legal definitions in arguments would definitely be on there. I don't know why they do it. It's totally bizarre. You don't debate science in a court of law.
What the bloody hell are you babbling about? Science, this is not. We are not establishing the cause of natural phenomena. Yeah? The physical and natural world, that's physics, right? It is the elucidation of cause and effect. That's science. That's experimentation based on hypothesis after observing phenomena in nature. This is not that. When you describe measuring Earth as a non-rotating plane, that's how you just measure it. Whereas you're saying you can't bring a legal standard. What are you talking about? Nobody's in a court. Nobody's suing anybody. What are you babbling about?
An assertion of statement that is taken as true or supposed as fact. If Earth is actually a spinning ball, why would NASA assume a flat, non-rotating Earth?
NASA isn't
I already covered this. Because that's how it's being measured. That's why. Simple.
assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth.
No, they're not assuming it. You're right. They're measuring it that way with distances that are horizontal and perpendicular altitudes from sea level. They're measuring it that way. No assumption.
Based on the definition, the legal definition that he is.
No, well, you might assume that Eric's suggesting a legal definition. No, he's just reading out words from NASA when describing ballistic trajectory. That's measurements. You're in a complete category error.
Just provided. NASA doesn't say, okay,
why are you telling us what NASA doesn't say? We've got documents that show what they do say, and you're telling us what they don't. My God.
Get everything we know, that we know irrefutably based on so much evidence.
NASA don't say anything about how many cats women like this end up with, do they? They haven't said anything about the number of cats they end up with. And why don't NASA talk about how many cats women who talk shite get into? I don't get it. Well, meanwhile, they do talk about Earth being non-rotating in a plane, because that's what the measurements will be.
Across different fields and physical evidence in front of your own very eyes.
What, like measurements of miles? Those sorts of physical evidence in front of your very eyes? Yeah, we've got those. They're called maps. They've got scales on them. We've got rise over run. We've got surveying. Earth's been measured.
Despite all of that evidence...
Sorry, what evidence? That you've just said this is what NASA don't say. You think that's evidence? You're delusional.
To make our equations
didn't give us
easy...
any evidence.
She didn't give us
just
scrap,
saying
no.
evidence.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't given us anything at all. She said that there's a negligible rotation that we wouldn't need to account for. Literally the standard of yesterday's bimbo.
Yeah, we're going to agree that the Earth is flat. That's not what...
No, we're going to measure it that way. Yeah, when you're dealing with ballistic trajectory, do you think there's a men in a room huddled around a table agreeing and disagreeing about Earth's shape? No. Number one, the shape is irrelevant. It's a planar measurement. That's an aspect of Earth that's used for the measurements of ballistic trajectory.
What this means. It just means...
Also, Nathan.
Say again?
The people in the room, you've just assumed their gender.
the guys around the desk.
That, again, there is so little effect of the rotation of the Earth.
Sorry, the 15 degrees an hour deviation that would definitely be suggested by heliocentrists to be observable. This negligible 15 degrees an hour deviation from a non-inertial turning reference frame observed from the point of view of you rotating beneath in a frame of reference that's inertial. That negligible bullshit that we don't see. No, it's negligible because there aren't any effects, but there is definitely a suggestion of a 15 degrees an hour deviation that we're supposed to see. It's not supposed to be negligible. It's got a number ascribed to it by heliocentrists. Oh my God. How dumb is this chick?
Seen in the scale that we're doing this, whatever, experiment.
I see. So at the scale of anything 15 degrees... No, that doesn't change at any scale. Yeah?
Study.
Oh, why have we got a lost connection? Live stream suddenly got glitchy. No data. What's going on?
You have to feed your hamster.
I've got gigabit internet. Right, it's back on.
Try plugging another lemon in?
No, it's all good.
That we don't need to factor it in. So this maths assumes a flat stationary Earth. Because it can, and that won't affect our studies. That does.
Why wouldn't that affect your studies? It's just a statement of absolute fact, my love. When you say, yeah, this study assumes Earth is flat, yeah, for it to work with the measurements of the flat plane that are being measured for ballistic trajectory. Yeah? So when you say it wouldn't affect anything, no, you've got it arse about face. If it wasn't flat, there'd be deviations in the vertical measured with respect to the horizontal linear distances that they'd definitely have to account for. As an example, if you've got a planar description of a distance and you've got a valley, that is to say, in front of the measured distance, there's a cavity opening up ahead of the ballistic trajectory of the missile, then there's an area below the horizontal flight path that the missile could potentially enter. That is to say, it's critically important for ballistic trajectory to know whether or not the ground beneath your feet in the vertical is falling away from you or not. Because that's areas of space that the missile could enter if they existed. That is to say, if there was a 8 inches per mile drop of Earth curve, that would be an area that the missile could occupy. But obviously, in order to infer this spherical suggestion of a deviating vertical at 8 inches per flat Earth measured mile to be true, then the missile's got areas that it can occupy that they're being explicitly told to not assume is the case. So saying, take the world to be straight, no deviation in the vertical, giving you areas that you can occupy as a ballistic trajectory. Very important if you're figuring out where the hell the missile's going. But according to you, it's just negligible rotation and negligible when it comes to the Earth curve that they're not accounting for. No, there's a specific and explicit reason why they're not accounting for your religious belief. It's because they're measuring Earth and it's flat.
Does not mean that we temporarily assume that the Earth is flat.
That's exactly what it said! Are you this retarded? It explicitly says that. So what you're saying is, even though they explicitly detail how flat Earth is to be considered, that doesn't mean we should consider it to be exactly as explicitly stated. Based on what fucktard logic?
It doesn't change the reality outside of the equation.
The equation is based on flat Earth measurements. So what, it doesn't change the reality outside of the flat measurements? No, the equations would be based on the measurements. And if they're not, then they've got nothing to do with reality.
All right, that's 2 for 2 so far.
So, sorry, you're taking some sort of perceived victory. What, 2 for 2 cats that you'll end up with?
48 to go.
3.
48 cats that you'll end up with. Good. Good, whoever that was.
You clicked play, and that was Eric's one word that sounded
was it?
like someone from... Yeah.
Okay.
The Georgia Institute of Technology prepared a document for NASA in 1965 titled Atmospheric Oscillations, providing theories and equations of...
Well, that's a problem straight off the bat. Atmosphere is an oxymoron. Atmo means air. Sphere is a shape. Gases, that's air, atmo, take the shape of their containment. You don't have sphere-shaped air. Nobody's farting and watching their gases turn into a sphere shape. Gases distribute through whatever availability of volume they have available to them. They don't form sphere shapes arbitrarily. So this is using an oxymoronic description from the outset.
Of why barometric pressure fluctuations...
Barometric pressure? Anybody, 10 points, who can say where barometric pressure is measured with respect to?
That is measured from a flat plane of reference.
Mean sea level, it's from mean sea level.
Yeah, barometric pressure is a flat Earth measurement from sea level, because all altitudes are always measured from a flat Earth. Again, it doesn't need NASA to say barometric pressure from sea level will assume Earth is flat. That's redundant. It's not necessary. It's a measurement perpendicular to a plane. So the measurement requires flat Earth by prerequisite. It's a perpendicular altitude from sea level. Does it need NASA to say, well, that means it's flat? No, it doesn't need that. It just is flat.
Happen throughout the day at various latitudes.
Latitudes, you say? What, elevation angle measurements from surface level? Yeah, these are flat Earth by prerequisite. It's those altitude angles, like azimuth and altitude that I detailed earlier, that are required by prerequisite for ballistic trajectory. Now we're describing it with respect to the systems that we use for navigation. Latitude, measured off a flat Earth with degrees.
On page 10, the document states, a model frequently used is that of a flat, non-rotating Earth. And
in Albion, no matter where...
The most one can profitably...
Say again.
You enjoying Bimbo Week?
Bimbo Week?
Simplify the problem is to consider an isothermal atmosphere, plane level surfaces, and a non-rotating Earth.
I mean, they've answered the question for you there. That they've said this is the way to simplify the problem. That's
sorry. Problem? Did it say problem? Where does it say problem?
You put that in there.
Ding, 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 ding. Simplify. Bingo, bingo.
So I don't see where it says that. It doesn't say that. She's just misrepresenting the document. It does not. It did not say that. So she's just making shit up.
On the second line from the bottom, mate.
What does it say?
Second line from the bottom.
Okay, simplify the problem.
Oh yeah, it does say that. You're right. I'll take it back.
Simplify the problem is to consider an isothermal atmosphere, plane level surfaces, and a non-rotating Earth.
What problem? So the problem of having flat Earth measurements? That sort of problem.
I mean, they've answered the question for you there. That they've said this is the way to simplify the problem. That's exactly what. That's 3 for 3 now. It's exactly what we said earlier. The fact that the Earth moves.
So what did you say earlier? How does this in any way debunk the notion of the measurements that are being utilised in this example? You said, oh, well, we've said it earlier. What did you say? What explicitly undermines this, according to you?
And rotates, affects our study here minimally.
Back to this. So it's a minimal 15 degrees an hour deviation as Earth is suggested to rotate underneath an inertial frame of reference. Minimally. No, you're just making shit up.
So the simplest way to discuss it is to not factor those things in.
Sorry, the simplest way is to not factor in the 15 degrees an hour that you've not mentioned and are saying is negligible. No, if it was a factor, you'd absolutely unequivocally require it. If the suggestion that Earth is turning underneath footballs that are suggested by Tyson curve through goalposts because according to him, Earth rotates underneath the football, then Earth is rotating underneath the missile. Now, the missile, unlike a football, stays in the air for a considerable period of time. And if Earth's rotating underneath it at 15 degrees an hour, then you'd notice. But to simplify the problem of not noticing it happen, because it doesn't, they don't account for it. Therefore, what? That's an explanation and an apologetic for it not fricking happening? It just doesn't happen. So there's no simplification. If nothing's happening, you don't have to worry about it or account for it. If it did happen, then you'd be accounting for the globe Earth's claim of a 15 degrees an hour deviation. And they're not. That doesn't mean it's negligible. It means it's debunked, because it doesn't happen. For you to have your paradigm, Earth is rotating underneath an inertial frame of reference at 15 degrees an hour. That's not negligible, and you would have to account for it if it was real. The reality, they don't, because it isn't.
That doesn't in any way mean that the Earth doesn't actually rotate.
Oh, doesn't it? When they don't account for rotation, don't factor it into the mathematics, haven't got Earth turning underneath a ballistic missile, it doesn't mean it's not rotating. So just because we're not probing the temperature of Earth as a giant roast chicken, just because it's not necessarily accounted for being in the oven at 200 degrees C, doesn't mean Earth's not a roast chicken.
Just means that it doesn't matter for the sake of this problem. If you
The problem of what? Not accounting for it. How is not accounting for something a problem? Either it happens and you account for it, and then you account for it. It's not problematic. Yeah? It's not you and your number of cats. It's not me misgendering somebody. It's not problematic. It's either accounted for or not. In this case, it's not accounted for. A 15 degrees an hour alleged rotation of Earth underneath an inertial frame of reference, causing gyroscopes to deviate at 15 degrees an hour, or pendulums to deviate at 15 degrees an hour, or footballs to deviate at 15 degrees an hour as they curve through goalposts. Those are suggestions, lies, that we've got a 15 degrees an hour deviation that we have to account for, that you can mathematise into existence if you're Neil deGrasse Tyson. Or you can suggest it's demonstrated with a pendulum if you're Foucault. Or you can say it's negligible if you're dealing with things that might actually kill people. Then you don't account for them. But what's that, my love? That doesn't mean we're not rotating. Oh, we can ignore the effects we're supposed to have because we don't have them. Doesn't mean we're not rotating. Just because we're not probing Earth and measuring its temperature with respect to the oven that we're in, doesn't mean we're not a roast chicken.
simplify it as much as possible.
The document.
It's not being simplified, it's being measured. We're not simplifying ballistic trajectory, my dear. We're measuring it with respect to a plane with horizontal distances and perpendicular altitudes with respect to azimuthal horizontal directionality, all of which are flat Earth by prerequisite.
The document later considers implications and equations for a spherical Earth, but concludes that, quote, general large effects were better described using the flat stationary Earth model. If Earth was actually a spinning sphere, all effects, large and small, general and specific, should be better described as such.
Well, yeah, or to put it another way, if Earth is claimed to be turning at 15 degrees an hour with observable Coriolis deflection at that rate, then Earth is turning underneath items in the inertial frame of reference which a missile would be. Ergo, you'd have to frickin' account for it.
Well, yeah, it depends what you mean by better.
Well, not better, just measured. If it's there, you measure it. If it's not there, you don't need to worry about it. What are we doing? Are we worrying about 15 degrees an hour deviation of Earth turning underneath stuff like missiles? No, we're not! That's the reality here. It's in black and white.
If you mean more accurately?
Sorry, more accurately, how much measurement accuracy do you need? You either measure it to be there or you don't. Can you get more accurate not measuring it? No, I don't think so. They just don't account for it because it doesn't happen. There's nothing to measure. Now, it's suggested there's 15 degrees an hour to measure, but they're not. It is just that simple.
Then yes, that's 100% correct. But the paper was very specific. The simplest way to describe this.
Describe what? They're not measuring anything. They're with respect to the measurements of the trajectory. If Earth's turning underneath that trajectory, they absolutely would measure it. At a rate they suggest they'll see. That's 15 degrees an hour that they're just not seeing, therefore not measuring. They don't have to simplify anything. There's nothing to simplify. There's no rotation to measure. So what they're going to how are they going to simplify it? What measurement have they simplified? Oh, there isn't one. There's no simplification here, love. There just isn't any deflection.
Is using a stationary model. Whether you're describing the most accurate or the simplest will change whether you factor in the shape of the Earth.
No. Rotational velocity isn't the shape. Right. No, furthermore, angles with respect to a plane for altitude, distance in horizontal orientation for azimuth and distance aren't something that you can just ignore. Those are the measurements.
And its rotation.
4. A NASA document from 1971 titled A Method for Reducing the Sensitivity of Optimal Nonlinear Systems to Parameter Uncertainty details a number of equations and algorithms meant to find the optimal trajectory for a single-stage rocket vehicle starting from rest and going to specified terminal conditions of altitude and vertical velocity.
There it is. Altitude, perpendicular to sea level measurement. Verticality with respect to horizontality. Perpendicular measured from an average mean called sea level. That's what altitude means. So again, did NASA need to explicitly say that altitude's a flat Earth prerequisite measurement perpendicular to sea level? No, that's just what it is. So it goes without saying that this is a flat Earth measurement, hence they haven't said it.
Which will maximize the final horizontal velocity. On page 14...
Horizontal velocity, you say? As in the distance with respect to the time for acceleration and velocity? Yeah, you'd need a horizontal distance, though, wouldn't you? Yes, again, it goes without saying that Earth will be measured flat for this, because it can't be measured any other way.
Of the document, it is admitted that the idealizing assumptions made include a flat, non-rotating Earth.
It can't work any other way. Horizontal distance, perpendicular altitude, azimuth, from north. That's how it works. In all circumstances, and without exception, Earth will always and can only be measured flat.
If Earth was actually a spinning globe, and not a flat stationary plane, surely these complex equations and algorithms for optimal rocket trajectories would have to take this into account.
Well, no. Taking into account something that defies the axiomatic principle of horizontal directionality for linear directions, speeds, velocities, and altitudes perpendicular to that horizontal ascribed distance are, by prerequisite, only capable of descriptions in the planar. That's how they are being described and measured. So when you say, if it was a ball, we'd have to... No, then it would violate the axiom of the distance and the altitude. So it can't be.
Well, why are you picking on the shape of the Earth? Let's look at the other factors here. The idealizing assumptions also include a point mass vehicle, a flat, non-rotating Earth, a constant gravity field, which the Earth does not have, constant thrust and mass loss rate, which the vehicle is not going to have perfectly constant thrust. So all of that is to say that, yes, these might be complex equations. I think Eric Dubay and I know probably about the same amount about whether these are particularly complex or not, which is...
The complexity of the equations are based on flat Earth measurements, though. So you can say we can convert these measurements every which way that you can possibly dissect a flat Earth measurement into a spherical coordinate system as a sake of example. But it doesn't change that the basis of the measurements in the first instance are flat. Talking about horizontal linear distance and perpendicular altitude from sea level. That's it. That's all you've got.
There, Nathan.
Say again?
Sorry. You've got your thumbnail right there.
Very good.
The same reason that this problem is considered with the assumptions of a flat non-rotating Earth is the reasons that it's considered with a vehicle that has constant thrust and mass loss rate and a constant drag parameter. It's to simplify it. It's kind of absurd to look at this series of simplifications and say, well, how can they possibly use that one simplification? How can they justify that one simplification if the world is actually more complex than that? Well, vehicles are more complex than that, but they've simplified the thrust to make it easier, to simplify, because it's negligible in this context. It's that easy.
5. A NASA report from 1972 entitled Determination of Angles of Attack and Side Slip from Radar Data and a Roll Stable...
Radar data is horizontal. Angle is with respect to a plane. These are flat Earth prerequisites. Again, does NASA need to say explicitly that angle of attack is with respect to a plane? No, it's a prerequisite requirement for it to be described.
Stabilized platform, stated on page 2 that equations for angles of attack and side slip relative to both a rolling and non-rolling body axis system are derived for a flight vehicle.
Everything being detailed is planar. Roll, yaw, axes, all of these are described with respect to a plane. Every single measurement is planar.
vehicle for which radar and gyroscopic attitude data are available.
Attitude data? Planar.
The method is limited, however, to application where a flat, non-rotating Earth may be assumed.
Meaning, exactly what it says.
Yeah.
This method...
No, meaning that it's measured flat. Yeah? When you're describing roll, yaw, distance, altitude, everything is measured planar. So it's not like it needs to be stated overtly as it is being, although that does make it that much clearer for the dumbos in the audience, but it is redundant. It doesn't have to be stated. Distances are going to be horizontal still. Altitudes are going to be measured from sea level still. They are going to be perpendicular by axiom, regardless. Who's off mute? Go ahead. Whoever it wants to add something in Discord. Daniel, go ahead.
Mic
Go ahead.
discipline.
Daniel, go ahead. Daniel, you're in a live show. Daniel, hello, Daniel.
Daniel-san.
Hello, Daniel. My God.
is limited to these assumptions in order to simplify it. I think that wording, because for some reason, needling precise terminology is a very important part of pretending the Earth is flat.
Sorry, we're measuring it. Horizontal distances, altitudes from sea level, azimuth. That's how it's being measured for ballistic trajectory.
I think that terminology is more suggestive of the fact that the Earth is not flat and non-rotating.
Really, what measurements would you be utilising to describe how much deviation you've got, that's curvature, from the horizontal distance? Do you want to lay out some actual measurements so we can actually verify your assumptions? Or are you just going to suggest that because they're measuring it flat, that means that we can assume it's ball-shaped, of course?
I don't know, tell me what you think, but to me this reads pretty clearly as obviously the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
So when it says we're going to be measuring it flat, we'll deal with it as flat and non-rotating, you read between the lines, obviously spheroid. I see. Well, that's very interesting.
We know what software update she's on because she went to say sphere, but then she remembered there's been an update to the software, so she now has to say oblate spheroid.
Rotates, but for the purposes...
Sorry, no. They made it explicitly clear that it is, quote, non-rotating. That's what it says. Not, the negligible 15 degrees an hour deviation that we are suggesting you'll see in a football, gyroscope and pendulum is for the sake of this particular endeavour when it comes to ballistic trajectory, just not accounted for because that's a problem. And therefore, to simplify this problem of not measuring any drift, we'll just not measure any and not worry about it. But that obviously means in a dingbat's brain, that means we're definitely turning then. Or when it says flat, end quote, that means spherical, oblate, right? No. The words have meaning for a reason. In this case, they have to tally with the measurements, horizontal distance and altitude from sea level in this instance.
Of simplifying this method, our study assumes these factors. 5 for 5, same thing.
6. A NASA contractor report from 1978 titled Investigation of Aircraft Landing in Variable Wind Fields, covering equations of motion for the effects of wind on aircraft landings, stated on page 6, the aircraft trajectory model employed in this study.
Same thing, and once again it's given us joyfully a big list of things that we know to be untrue based in reality, but can be assumed for simplicity.
Let me get it straight. So they're stating things that aren't true in reality. Why would they do that? That seems stupid. No, they're doing it because they have to do it. This disclaimer is based on the measurements that are being utilised. Horizontal distance, altitude from sea level.
When performing this study. If it is such that an assumption in a paper by NASA that is made for the sake of doing an equation must actually mean that is representative of reality.
No, the measurements representative of reality. The calculations after the fact are just that, after-the-fact calculations.
Then that also means that NASA are admitting that the acceleration of gravity is constant, which we know is not true.
No, this is just a straw man. I wondered what the context was in her opening clip.
The air density is constant, which we know is not true. That the airframe is a rigid body, that the aircraft is constrained to motion in the vertical plane. Even Eric's got to know that that's not true. So why is it that...
Sorry, constrained to motion in the vertical plane, as in the vertical altitude, flight level, with respect to the measured mean sea level. Parallel. Yeah, these are flat Earth measurements. No assumptions, no simplification, measurements of Earth's planar surface for flight level and surface level. Simple.
That it's fine to simplify things about the aircraft to make the equation simpler, but we can't simplify things about the shape and motion of the globe to make things simpler.
Right, shape and motion of a globe, you're assuming. What globe would that be? We don't have any global measurements. We've only got flat Earth linear distances and altitudes from sea level. Those are the measurements. So you're begging the question on their behalf, in the face of them explicitly detailing how flat it is. Zealotry. That's what this is.
Maybe she got the global measurements from Toon.
There are no global measurements. There's only horizontal distance, azimuth, and altitude. That's it.
Because that actually means that the Earth is flat. Otherwise, they would do that in the most complex way every single time.
So you're saying because they do it in what they call a simplistic way and it's flat, that means that because they've simplified it to make it flat for the ease of equations, it's actually ball-shaped. This is the most fucked up logic I've ever heard.
Yeah, and earlier she joked that because she's an art student, she isn't qualified to do this, but yet now she can read the minds of the people who wrote the paper.
Use your noggin, Eric. 6 for 6, move on. I've not got all day, Eric, and there are 42 more minutes in his video.
Development.
So don't watch it. Go and buy a few cats. Go and drink from the fairy cup in some lesbian bar. Nobody's forcing you to do this. Nobody's twisting your frickin' arm. What are you babbling about? You're talking to a videographer that isn't there about how limited your time is, while you've chosen to respond to his video and double-speak your way around what is written down in black and white. Like, well, because it's simply described as a flat Earth measurement, that means it's globe-shaped. I haven't got much time here, lad. Are you delusional? Do you need committing?
And validation of a piloted simulation of a helicopter and external sling load. All about piloting single-rotor helicopters carrying suspension systems.
I was right, I think. We're, 7 in now? And so far, every single one has been, this is an experiment on short to mid...
But no. No, they're not experiments. Again, category error. An experiment is the elucidation of a cause and effect relationship based on observed phenomena in nature. Step 1, observe phenomena in nature. Step 2, suppose a cause of the effect you observed in nature, alongside a zero difference result called a null. Step 3, vary and manipulate that which you assume causes the effect to see if it causes the effect or not. If it doesn't, you validate your null hypothesis if A, not B. If it does, you validate your alternative hypothesis. That's if A, then B. That's an experiment. These are not experiments! They're describing measurements in ballistic trajectory. In this case, a frickin' helicopter.
Range vehicles or missiles or whatever.
Yeah, physics, that's science and experimentation, is a study of the physical and natural world. The reason man-made items don't go into the physics and experimentation category is because we know what caused them. A man made them. So you don't have to put this through the scientific method. You're in a complete category error, you complete dingbat. This is not experiments. At best, it's technology. But the measurements applied to the technology in terms of its trajectory are measurements of Earth's surface. This isn't science, you dingbat.
Therefore, for the purposes of simplification, we're assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth, among other assumptions that do not reflect the greater reality.
Where does it say that it doesn't affect the greater reality? No, the greater reality is based on the measurements of Earth's surface in linear distances. That's how we've surveyed the Earth. Any topographical deviations from those horizontal linear miles and kilometres are described with respect to the horizontal distance, perpendicular to it in the vertical. Those measurements are described perpendicular to sea level at a zero datum. The entire Earth's surface has been measured, surveyed and topographically detailed from sea level with horizontal distances. That doesn't mean that when I suggest that the facts of measurement are flat, that means ultimately it must be bloody globe-shaped then. That is the stupidest thing you can possibly infer when the black and white labelled details from this accredited source say the antithesis of your conclusion. My God.
But are negligible within the test that we're doing. So far, that has been...
They're not testing anything. You think logging the movements of a helicopter is a test? No, it's a measurement.
The explanation, the very simple, logical, and true-to-life, no conspiracy needed explanation for every single point. So I'm going to skim through, and I'll just let you know. I'll just stop if there are any that make a different point that we haven't yet explained. There's 50 papers in here, and you and I both have lives. We got shit to do. So let me take this on for you.
And equations of motion.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Same.
For both helicopter 53 helicopters.
Oh, we interrupt this programming to bring you Eric DeBay's shitty Patreon page. As mentioned earlier, this is the reason that many conspiracy theorists...
How dare you? You fucking e-begging, grifter, flogging rake-on. What an absolute double-standard outrage.
But especially flat earth conspiracy theorists will cling on for dear life. We're still...
Sorry, is it only fair to sell shitty Chinese headphones? Is that the only reasonable standard when you e-beg and grift some shit product? Is that the only reasonable standard, right? Eric DeBay's Patreon page. But meanwhile, buy these piece of shit Chinese headphones, right? You disgust me.
Hanging on for life. Oh my God, that song is so appropriate for flat earth conspiracy theorists.
Would it have sounded better on some shitty Chinese headphones that you're promoting?
Still holding on. Made enough mistakes between two of us to sink this.
You got a shit voice, yeah?
This thing, we're still clinging on
shut
for
up.
life. I must have got it.
Nobody wants to hear you singing.
Trip to Life, fantastic album. What are we talking about? Eric DeBay's Patreon page. Yes. This is why they keep up the conspiracy, because
this is why scumbags have a YouTube channel, so they can sell you shitty plastic Chinese headphones at a massively over-extorted rate. That's why she's got this channel, so she can e-beg and grift her way into shitty headphone sales.
It is their livelihood. They don't know what else to do.
She doesn't know what else to do. She's just got a shitty headphones to promote for somebody else that she hasn't manufactured. She's probably never even used. But she's going to stick her cap out in front of you and ask you to go and buy her shitty headphones made in China.
Poured however many years of their life into this. I guess being a yogi is not making him enough money.
I guess flogging shitty Chinese headphones isn't making her enough money. That's why she's got to recommend Simon Dan, who she's literally not even covered in the slightest when covering this man who's just trying to make a frickin' living. Now, I would encourage you to go to Eric's Patreon page, and I've stuck my money where my mouth is and done exactly that. Last time he made his appeals to his audience, that's me, and said, yeah, come and become a patron. It's really hard to make a living on YouTube as a flat earther, and he's absolutely correct. So I did exactly that, and I encourage you to do it. Not often I'll encourage someone else to go to their Patreon page when I've got one of my own, but in this case, I'm so outraged by this grifter flogging shitty Chinese headphones. It's all well and good and fun when she's got something to promote, but when the person that she's critiqued with complete baseless assertions, with logic that's completely flawed, she's now moaning that he wants to make a frickin' living. How dare you?
He needs Patreon supporters for his Flat Earth podcast.
Do you need your shitty Chinese headphones for your shitty YouTube page? Is that what you need, love? Your shitty Chinese headphones made of plastic?
But how about instead you check out today's sponsor using the link down below, or go to my Patreon. Patreon.com.
Oh my God!
Versions of videos like this. So a lot of users
of applications. Why in the world would their models and equations not assume a rotating round Earth?
They can't. Like you showed on screen, you've got a Cartesian system being demonstrated. That's why. Here it is on screen. This is length, breadth and depth. That's distance in horizontal altitude. orientation with respect to azimuth, and altitude from sea level. Those are the measurements. There aren't any others. There's not some global measurements being made. There aren't any.
Accommodate a wide variety of applications. Why in the world would their models and equations not assume a rotating round Earth?
He just said it to make it simpliful. I'm starting to lose my mind. To make it simple and broad and far-reaching.
Detailing experiments done for stability and control derivatives on SR-71s, carrying equipment externally mounted to the top of the fuselage. On page 11, we see once again, these equations assume a rigid vehicle and a flat, non-rotating Earth. The experiments included traveling up to Mach 3, or over 2,300 miles per hour. At that speed, over a spherical Earth of given proportions, a straight and level flight without adjustment in just 1 minute would find itself at nearly 1,000 feet higher altitude due to curvature drop.
Okay.
You're whistling past the prerequisites, Eric. Yeah, you've got distance and you've got altitude. Well, the drop would be measured with respect to sea level if there was one. There isn't. The altitude and distance and speed are with respect to planar measurements of distance in the horizontal, and the altitude is perpendicular to sea level. Those are the only bases. You can't say, well, if it was spherical, no, then you wouldn't have a horizontal distance. You'd have a drop over the distance, and it would be surveyed with rise over run, and documented, with the void opening up ahead of the ballistic trajectory. It doesn't account for it, because there isn't one. And if you suggest that there is a void opening up at a rate of 8 inches per flat Earth mile squared, then there is a void that the ballistic trajectory could use as a space for it to fly in. There isn't, and it's not an oversimplification. It's just based on measurements.
I've read a little bit of the paper, and while I find it deeply fascinating, here's what you got to remember. I'm not a scientist or a mathematician, so I could be misunderstanding this just as badly as Eric.
What's to misunderstand? What's to misunderstand? You've got distances. They're horizontal. They're measured. It's not complicated, like on a map scale. Like as the crow flies distances. Yeah? Then you've got altitudes, perpendicular to sea level, in the vertical. Then you've got the direction that it travels. That's called azimuth. This is not complicated. You don't need to be a mathematician to understand how frickin' mile works. Or how directions work. I'm going to go that way. Now, because you can ascribe that a degree from north, do you think that's making it complicated? No, I think most people, if you put a protractor in front of them, can understand the degree from north. That's not complicated. You think most people can't wrap their head around height from sea level? No, I think most people are intelligent enough to understand what height is. This is not complicated in any stretch of anybody's imagination. Even people with a sub-80 IQ can understand horizontal distances in miles or altitude measured from sea level. This is not complicated at all. Eric's not overcomplicating anything.
Luckily, I got a lot of smart people in the audience, so you can correct me down below. But here's what I think Eric is saying and what I think reality is saying.
What about what the documents say when they describe respect to a plane? Do you think that's not what should be addressed? You should rather go to what you think Eric is saying and what you think the response should be. No, you're dealing with specific documents. It's written in black and white. You don't need to think about what Eric's interpretation means. It's written down.
I think Eric is saying that if...
Sorry, who gives a shit? NASA are saying it's flat because it has to be. That's how all the measurements work. So I couldn't give a crap what Eric's saying, all due respect to Eric.
An aircraft was travelling at
She's
Mach 3...
also anthropomorphizing reality. Has reality ever spoken to you, Nathan?
No.
Does reality have lips?
No. What reality thinks isn't going to be an anthropomorphization capable of being described in this particular instance. You're correct. Well caught.
For a certain amount of distance.
Distance, you say? What, like horizontal mile measurements as per the map scales when we surveyed Earth in horizontal distances? Again, you stupid little girl, appealing to flat Earth measurements like you're somehow going to infer sphericity from these horizontal distances, end quote you. Yeah, they're horizontal measurements of Earth's surface that you'll now appeal to. Are you going to simplify these miles that we've surveyed Earth with? No simplification is required. We just measure Earth with them. They're flat.
You would have to account for the curvature of the Earth.
So curvature would be a drop in the vertical with respect to that horizontal distance. Now, as per the documents that you've ignored when you interpret Eric. They haven't got any. There isn't any deviation in the vertical. That's hills and valleys. Earth's being dealt with as a plane. Why? Well, because we've got an overall master reference for the entirety of Earth. It's called sea level. Any vertical deviation will be described with respect to the measurements that we've got millimetre accuracy for.
And they haven't in this model.
No, they just haven't, because there isn't any. There isn't any Earth curve. If there was, it would be measured to the millimetre accuracy in the surveys.
I think they were doing in the experiment.
No, this isn't an experiment. Nobody's ascertaining the elucidation of the causal influence of an effect observed in nature. We're talking about fucking helicopters.
Was measuring short distances at...
Distances, you say? Yeah, those will be horizontal measurements of a flat Earth you're appealing to, my love.
Different Mach points? So pilots were performing pitch and yaw roll movement.
A pitch and yaw with respect to a plane also. These are flat Earth measurements.
And those were used to measure the stability of the aircraft.
Oh, so what you're saying is when we measure yaw, rotation, degrees of altitude, pitch, the surface altitude, the planar measurement of sea level itself, these are all flat Earth measurements. Where's the simplification? Did anybody catch where she's describing how these flat Earth by prerequisite measurements of Earth's surface have in some way been simplified? Did anybody catch the simplification? What simplification exactly of these flat Earth measurements? Did anybody catch that? No, there's no simplification. We've just got flat Earth measurements, love. It's pretty basic.
Which I believe means...
I know what she means.
Well, she's moving now in a Cartesian... She's rocking backwards and forwards and left and right. Like she's mental.
She's going to...
Dead.
They're going to overcomplicate it by trying to make it fit on a sphere. So it's just simple to make it work on a flat plane, because that's how it's measured.
I don't think it's that they were going really fast in a straight line and measuring what happens here. I think it's that they were measuring what happens...
Oh, sorry. So when you think they measure ballistic trajectory, you don't think they measure the distance? Yeah, they just eyeball it, generally speaking. Yeah, that's generally how they do it, you stupid, dim-witted woman.
In the time where they go like this, at different...
What, as in describing their pitch with respect to a plane? Like that? Yeah, that's pitch with respect to a plane.
Speeds. And the pilots did that hundreds of times. A couple of hundred times. With lots of the measurements done at Mach 1. But ranging from Mach 0.4 to Mach 3. So I don't think...
Right, are you talking about a speed? Like a distance measurement that's flat as the base for that speed? Yeah, you're going to need a horizontal distance to describe Mach 1.
I don't think it's a scenario in this experiment that they were...
What experiment? You're talking about the testing of aircraft at Mach 1. This is not an experiment. This is not the elucidation of cause and effect based on natural phenomena. You have no idea the words that you're using.
Travelling at Mach 3 for a long time and...
So is that some natural phenomena? Travelling at Mach 3? Or is that man-made? Yeah, we don't deal with synthetic when we're dealing with science. You're in a complete category.
Should have therefore noticed the curvature of the Earth. I don't think...
So curvature would be a measurement of drop with respect to the horizontal distance. Yeah, like 8 inches per mile. The mile is a flat Earth linear distance that is reliant for you to infer that there is some sort of Earth curvature. You're going to need flat Earth measurements to make that inference. When you don't make a calculated inference of a drop with respect to horizontal measured distance, you can suggest that that's a simplification. It isn't. It's just measuring Earth flat for ballistic trajectory.
I think that is the kind of experiment that they were doing.
It's not an experiment.
You can read the paper online, so if you're smarter than me and you can figure out a better way of saying that or correcting me if I'm totally wrong.
We are correcting you, dimbat. That's what we're doing, correcting you. That's all we've been doing.
Please do.
We are.
That was good, though. Everything else has been the same point about just simplifying equations, but...
Sorry, simplifying equations? No, equations come after measurements. If this has any validity with respect to Earth's surface, then it's reliant on having measurements to utilise for these calculations. Now, when they're describing the calculations in a simplistic way, they're still reliant on the flat Earth prerequisite of measurements of distance and altitude.
At least this one,
That's
he was
correct.
trying to say something kind of different, even if it was wrong.
2012 called Robert Simon, aka Mr. Blue Marble, was an interview with their lead data visualizer, who admitted in another interview that his blue marble globe image was, quote, photoshopped because it had to be. In this interview, he admits that the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. But if Earth is already a ball, why doesn't the satellite data already come in that way?
Well, because it's not a ball. It's like a lumpy squashed ball, if we're being honest. It's an oblate spheroid, not a sphere. If we continue reading instead of cutting the quote off.
Sorry, but that would be a baseless assertion that you've just made. Yeah, that's an extraordinary claim that's in defiance of the measurements of the horizontal distance. If we're an oblate spheroid, then we'd have measurements of that. We don't. We only have horizontal distances and altitude from sea level. So your baseless assertion fails.
Off there. He says that his part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. So Eric is saying, if Earth's already ball, satellite images just wrap around ball, and then boom. The blue marble, by the way, if you didn't know what that was, original name comes from a photograph taken...
Sorry, who gives a shit? This is a complete non sequitur. This is now a non sequitur fallacy, in case anybody doesn't know what that is. Use your noggin, love. Use your noggin. This is a non sequitur fallacy.
From the Apollo 17, 1972, by an Apollo astronaut.
But that's not what he's talking about. This is non sequitur.
Of the Earth. But then in 2012, there was a series of blue marble photos using satellite images with little cloud cover to create an image.
Sorry, that doesn't look much like a ball to me. What's she babbling about? That's a transverse Mercator projection, you stupid woman. Do you not know what you're identifying? This is definitely not an image from a satellite. This is a transverse Mercator projection.
Of the globe that covers the Earth at high resolution. The satellite images were taken from low orbit. They had to be composite.
Orbit, you say? Low orbit? Low? What, as in a height from sea level? That sort of low orbit. Orbit, as in the Roman Catholic derivation of elevation angle measurements from Earth's surface, derived into an equatorial plane with you inside a globe. That sort of orbital motion. All right. Now, low is a planar description. When you say something's in low Earth orbit, then that's a measurement from an altitude with respect to sea level. That's how low you are. So you're using flat Earth measurements again? Is this you simplifying something when you describe how low something is? No, that's its measurement with respect to surface level at sea level, with an average, if you're going to describe it as a measurement. Notice how the measurements don't need simplifying. They're just a low Earth orbit with respect to a planar measurement perpendicular to sea level. Yeah, that's the measurements of Earth being flat. For your inference that something's in an orbit. No, orbits is a Roman Catholic derived mathematics based on flat Earth measurements also. Go ahead, whoever had their mic open for that entire diatribe.
Sorry.
Not the entire time. I kept going on. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say low Earth orbit is a hat tip to the fact that it's not from space.
Oh, I was going to
Outer
say
space.
Yeah, John.
To appeal to orbit is to, as Nathan said, bring up orbital mechanics. And if you look at every single element of orbital mechanics, whether it's apogee, perigee, eccentricity, time, everything is with respect to a flat plane. So this isn't really helping her at all.
Posited together because you can't see the Earth from that angle at that orbit, and it is a wide series of
From that angle? Oh my God. She literally doesn't know the prerequisites that she's got falling out of her own mouth. An angle?
Use your noggin.
Use your noggin. Don't use flat Earth measurements, love. Angle? What, with respect to a plane? Use your noggin, you dumbass.
We've got no reason to hit up her shitty Patreon, have we?
Definitely don't use her noggin.
satellite photographs from different times and locations. So in that sense...
Like times derived from flat Earth measurements of the sun, averaged. It's a convention that required flat Earth measurements in order to derive that convention. That's what time is. Location That's data that uses coordinates. That's also by flat Earth prerequisite measurement. So you're again appealing to flat Earth measurements. Again, have I got to simplify these? No, they're just measurements. Locations, time, derived from a flat plane in both instances.
It's not a series of photographs of the Earth taken from space like the original Blue Marble is. It's a composition created from satellite photographs. Because the satellite photos were taken in low orbit with a narrow...
Sorry, low? Again, you're going to describe and appeal to flat Earth measurements from sea level. How embarrassing.
...field of view. They cannot fit together.
Right, a field of view is something that you describe with perspective. That's planar also. Fields of view are a description of a plane. The angles, the angular resolution, the Rayleigh criterion, fields of view, apertures, those are all describing angles, resolution, limits of the plane with respect to your line of sight being planar. Everything you're appealing to requires flat measurements. There is no exception. If you've got a measurement and it's with respect to Earth, it is flat. There are never any exceptions to that fact. Ever.
Together. You cannot physically slap them around a globe and have it work just because of the nature of the camera at that angle, at that orbit. This one, I think, is...
Angle, you say. Orbit, you say. Orbit's the Roman Catholic derived value that's come from a flat plane. Angle is with respect to a plane. You keep appealing to these flat Earth prerequisites. Why? Well, because you're unaware that it goes without saying that they're flat Earth by prerequisite. You just didn't know that.
Is more a misunderstanding of photography and lenses and distance.
Really? What, like the Rayleigh criteria? Like the angular resolution? Yeah, these are all planar things that you're now appealing to, love. Don't embarrass yourself.
Than it is the science of the shape of the Earth or anything.
So the science of shape? You think science and science of the investigation of the elucidation of the cause and effect based on physical natural phenomena that's not man-made and shapes? You're in a complete category area. You're a dumbass.
Yes, those images were composited in order to make them fit on a globe.
Oh, right. So basically now, right at the end of your diatribe of shite that used quite a few flat Earth measurements, you're agreeing with Eric. They're composited onto a globe. Eric's point being, if it was already global, why would you need to composite onto a globe? That was his point. Now you've affirmed it. Well done, you double-speaking clown shoes.
They had to be.
Fair, Nathan, you are doing
They had to be.
I don't know if you're. I don't know if you'll last the next 10 minutes, though.
Why?
Oh.
Well, you seem to get a bit frustrated with it to the point where you might just call it quits.
We'll see. I don't mind covering the full video. We've done several hours on this particular video. I don't mind getting to the end.
Original satellite images are still all real. The original Blue Marble photo from 1972 is still real. The Earth is still an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, this is all wishful thinking. That's all that was. A string of wishful thinking.
Moreover,
at what elevation were they when they took that photo?
Elevation from sea level. Well, it would be a flat Earth measurement, wouldn't it?
Don't the satellites just take an actual photograph for us?
Well, they do. That's what they do.
No, you just explained 30 seconds ago that they didn't. It's composited. That's what you just explained. You just disclaimed that, literally. It was less than 30 seconds ago. Shout out to Unitox Femu. What do you know about shapeology? Thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Unitox Femu. We really appreciate the support.
That's just all caught up.
It's all made from real satellite photos. It's just that they're satellites.
I see. So real satellite photos of a real globe, even though they've had to composite onto the globe after the fact. So composites being not real, placing it on a globe after the fact being not globe-shaped already. Now you're just going to completely contradict that which you've conceded to after a load of waffle and flat Earth measurements. Oh, gotcha. You're disingenuous as well. We'll add that to the list.
It's a too low orbit.
Low's a measurement from sea level.
A photo that you couldn't take a photo.
Stuttery, you can't even get this full sentence out. This is an edited video.
That encapsulated the whole globe because it's a globe.
They didn't, you double-speaking clown. Literally, within 30 seconds, you conceded Eric's point that they didn't do that. Ugh, this frustrates the hell out of me, you're right.
There would be no need for NASA's plethora of CGI composite globe images.
Yeah, exactly. If it was already globe-shaped, they'd just take pictures of it globe-shaped from an altitude from sea level.
I guess the CGI in a sense. But CGI is a very misleading term to describe a composition of satellite photographs that were edited to fit on a globe. It feels like deliberately misleading calling it CGI.
So when it's computer generated, because they generated it with a computer, you feel that Eric appealing to the fact that it's admitted to be generated by computer and imagery, that would be computer generated imagery. Is Eric being misleading? No, it's him using what's called an abbreviation as opposed to being misleading. No, it is absolutely unequivocally generated by a computer. Therefore, CGI. There's nothing misleading other than the fact that it isn't already ball-shaped and they've had to convert it.
21. A U.S. Army research...
I'm sorry. Did you just say that you would have a picture of it globe-shaped from an altitude above sea level?
Yes.
That sentence is extremely malformed.
Absolutely, yes. Measuring an altitude from sea level would be a measurement from a plane. So to say you're measuring a ball with photography from a plane is malformed, yes, intentionally so.
Laboratory publication from 2000 called Modeling of Atmospheric Effects.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron. Atmo means air, sphere is a shape, air, that's atmo, takes the shape of its containment. It doesn't arbitrarily form sphere shapes.
Attempted to realistically model atmospheric effects and their impacts on the battlefield, from smoke, dust, and fog to thunder showers and weather fronts.
Cool.
This model works well over a flat Earth and a non-turbulent atmosphere. In the near future, this model will be added to the Electro-Optical Systems Atmospheric Effects Library. If the point is to realistically model atmospheric effects, why would the government waste time and money modeling a supposedly unrealistic model?
Brother, have I got some bad news for you about what the government has and will continue to waste money on? It's the same thing, because it's the simplest way of doing it. He's again ignoring the fact that it says this model works well over a flat Earth and non-turbulent atmosphere. It's just both of those factors are being ignored in order to do the simplest version of this test. Same thing, move on.
Page 7 says, it is assumed that the transmitting antenna and the target are located above, but near the surface of a flat, idealized Earth ground.
You see, when you say above, automatically you've ipso facto described a measurement from respect to a plane. Above means a description from the horizontal in the vertical. You need a horizontal plane of reference to describe how above you are with respect to that plane. Automatically, meaning you can only make this description work on a flat Earth. That's how all measurements of Earth's surface function. There aren't any exceptions. There's only planar descriptions.
And you know what? The real Earth isn't flat.
Sorry, it's being measured flat. The description is being described with a word that can only work planar. Above. That's a planar word. The minute you say it's not flat, then you can't be above it.
The ground isn't an idealized flat surface.
Really? Well, why have we got mean sea level measured with respect to a plane? Why have we got horizontal distances? Yeah, that's because that's how Earth's measured. Flat and planar.
Even if you believe in flat
so-
Earth, you know that that's not true.
Good.
Yeah, it's not idealized, it's measured. She's correct.
But no, the only bit that's the lie is the conspiracy bit that you make money off of. Same thing, move on.
This model works over a flat Earth and non-turbulent atmosphere. Even with these restrictions, the model performs very well for many scenarios.
Hi there.
Hello.
Would you like to receive a gift?
Oh,
I'm
definitely.
a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ
Ooh,
of
that sounds
Latter-day
exciting.
Saints, and this is the Book of Mormon.
To talk about Jesus.
Specifically talks about Jesus Christ.
No,
Excellent.
it's the Book of Mormon.
But not all scenarios,
It's a
because
different
it's a
Jesus.
simplification
Let's not worry about that.
of the real effects of the Earth. It's funny, it's telling that in all of these documents, despite his assurances, Eric's assurances that he has done so much research and that's why you should give him money on Patreon, he's looking pretty much exclusively at the introductions and the abstracts of these papers. What he's done is he's done a search on like the government.
How the hell do you know what he's done?
Yeah,
you know,
I
based
was
on
gonna
what his
say
edited
that.
video that is presented to you in a digestible format, you're going to divine what he's done to come to that edited video, are you? What an outrage. I can only assume by looking at this woman that she's never been in the company of a man. No man would ever tolerate this blouse It's repugnant. It looks like somebody vomited on her. So one would assume that she doesn't spend any time in the company of men. And the women that are around her don't respect her because they aren't telling her how gross she looks. Nobody's told her that. One can only assume that she's very lonely and has cats as a result. You think that's reasonable? Shall I make these assumptions based on your appearance? Based on this video, I can assume that this is getting very little male attention. Yeah? Reasonable? No, it's scummy. Again, mirror held up to you. Is it not fun? You don't know anything about Eric or how he's done this, or how he's researched this information, or how he acquired it, or what he's read of it. You haven't got the vaguest idea. Just because he presents stuff that's come from the abstract doesn't mean he didn't read the paper. But you're going to make that assumption. Oh, right, I see. You're a scumbag.
Website for the words flat earth, and every paper that references...
I see. Now you've just decided that he did a quick search of the word flat earth. Based on what? You're going to substantiate that bullshit somehow? Of course not. Making stuff up. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say also a lot of times they like to put the flat earth in the heading. They like to get that out front so that, they can talk about their sphere. They appeal to the flat earth right away. That's why it's in the abstract or in the heading or it's put somewhere at the beginning, the very beginning of what they're about to talk about.
Absolutely. I remember this being detailed in a show that I love called Yes Minister / Yes Prime Minister. And they've got an awkward detail. So it's the minister talking to his permanent secretary about some very awkward information that they don't want to disclose in the papers that are going to be released to the press. And he says, should I bury the information on page 237? And the permanent secretary says, no, you make it the title. That's what you do with the devastating information. You put it on the cover.
Is the flat earth because they have used a model which simplifies the earth because the Earth's rotation is negligible.
Sorry, 15 degrees an hour is claimed to be. It's just not being measured in this example, not because you're simplifying something that does occur, because if it occurred, you'd have to account for it. You keep saying this word negligible. Sorry, does negligible sound like 15 degrees an hour to you? No, it's just that, quote, Simon Dan, you and your reference frames have been ruined, end quote, Simon Dan. Yeah, that's to say that when you suggest they can be simplified, that's to say we'll ignore the fact that we claim we're rotating at 15 degrees an hour and observe deflection thereof, called Coriolis effect. We'll simplify it by just not accounting for that which we don't see happen. Yeah, because it's, quote, negligible. No, it just doesn't happen. It's just that simple. As for the rest of the measurements, not the ones they're simplifying, the ones they're measuring, they're all flat. They're horizontal distances, altitudes from sea level, and azimuthal horizontal directionality. That's what they are.
He's put together into a video, but he's not well.
Yes.
It won't be long before you and your reference frames have been ruined. Has its 10th anniversary?
Is that right? Is it almost 10 years? I can believe it.
Yeah, it's not far off.
Yeah, I've been doing this a long time, eh?
Willing to read further than the...
down one quote that's being used against him 10 years later.
That's what you get. If you're going to proactively contact me, like, I have no interest in any of these wankers. Simon Dan's just another wanker to me. But Simon Dan proactively contacted me. He also lies about it continuously. Oh, I don't enter into debates with flat earthers. Yeah, you do. You entered proactively into debate with me about Coriolis effect. What did you say, Dan? Quote, you and your reference frames have been ruined. I don't have any reference frames, Dan. What are you babbling about? You and your globe has 2 reference frames, inertial and non-inertial, and there's a claim to be observable deviation of 15 degrees an hour, as it's suggested we rotate on a non-inertial turning flat reference frame. That's your claim that doesn't happen. What's that you say, Dan? Oh, it's been ruined. What, your globe claim's been ruined? Yeah, it has, yeah. Negligible, apparently. Yeah, that means we don't see it. That's it. We don't have any effects to suggest we spin. And whenever it comes to doing anything of any significance, it's not accounted for because it does not happen.
Introduction of any of them. The abstract is the furthest we're going to get, and every document can be explained the same way.
Sorry, because you went through the entirety of the document as opposed to Eric's coverage of it. You haven't brought this up as your reference once, you realise that. All you've done is cover Eric's coverage of it. And you're going to lay this at his door like he hasn't done a good enough job. I bet you haven't even got a copy of any of these documents. I bet literally your only interaction with any of them is what you've seen on screen that Eric provided you with. And you're going to accuse him of only going through the abstract. Where did you go through anything beyond what Eric covered in this video? Did you present any of these documents to say, actually on page 53, blah, blah, blah? You haven't done any of that. You're a complete hypocrite.
Way. And his argument in every single one is...
He didn't make any arguments. He said, here's where they say it's flat. That's not an argument. That is him explicitly detailing where they write it down in black and white. You think that's an argument? No, that's not an argument. That's a statement. That's him reading.
If Earth not flat, why would they assume flat for the purposes of this equation?
So, sorry, for the measurements that will form the equation, we have to measure Earth flat because that's how it is. Measured.
Which we have answered. So...
Oh, so you've already covered this? Oh, it's almost like you've gone through the entirety of the document. Let's just say what she said about Eric. This lazy, lesbo-looking bitch, I bet hasn't even gone and got any of these documents. All she can do is rely on another YouTuber having got them and then claim that he's somehow fallen short by her assumption that he only went through the abstract. Oh, right. And you've gone through all of them, right? You've gone through all 50 documents because you're such a wonderful researcher. Oh, no, you've only put Eric's video on screen. So you're guilty of the very thing you're projecting onto Eric. What scum!
For the surveillance, detection,
Is this her covering this, or is this still Eric's video? Oh, it's just Eric's video, so she's not bringing up this document then, that apparently he's only gone through the abstract when she divines his work ethic.
Identification and tracking of sound-emitting targets in combat. To examine acoustic attenuation at night,
all acoustics are done with respect to a flat plane. It's one of the diagrams I have going around on the revolving screen grabs that I use on the show on a daily basis. Anything to do with acoustics is all done planar.
Used low atmosphere profiles of wind speed, temperature, and relative humidity as input to a flat Earth.
And you know why?
Because it's measured flat. These are measurements, that's why.
Because it's an approximation of short range acoustic...
But range is distance. That's horizontal measurements. When you describe range... You're describing how far things can travel in the horizontal measured distance. That's what range means.
Attenuation. Therefore, the
It
effects
also
of the Earth
mentioned air temperature, which you need a container for.
rotation are negligible. What a surprise!
By using a flat Earth assumption, the author finds that triangulation equations are able to account for signal fading in most cases.
No, in order to perform triangulation equations, you need to measure triangles with flat baselines and horizontal distances. In fact, what are we looking at? We're looking at a diagrammatical example of exactly that. The D, you see this D? That's distance. Yeah? That is the measurement of horizontality for linear values of Earth's surface. So the measurements offer a necessity for Earth to be flat, or the distance won't work.
And why is that? Because we're studying effects near the surface of the Earth, where the shape and the rotation of the Earth are negligible factors.
So I see. So when we're measuring Earth for horizontal distances, you're suggesting that if your religious belief of having an 8-inch per mile, that's a flat Earth linear distance derivation, isn't accounted for because it's negligible. No, your religion has an 8 inches per flat Earth measured mile deviation in the vertical. That's a void that any ballistic trajectory would have to account for, but isn't because there isn't one. If there was, it would be a derivation of horizontal linear mile measurements. As per the D in the diagrammatical example you just whistled straight past.
And found in many cases,
that
quote,
spastic movement she just made was her cognitive dissonance playing out.
Yeah.
The effect of Earth curvature may be neglected and the flat Earth approximation is appropriate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why doesn't Eric understand that?
Why doesn't Eric understand that when we measure Earth flat and ignore any signs of any curvature, that doesn't mean it's flat? That obviously means it's ball-shaped. The negligible lack of curve and the negligible lack of spin means we've got spin and Earth curve. Obviously, this lesbo-looking cow knows exactly what she's babbling on about. It's perfect logic.
Read it out. What doesn't he get? How does...
What doesn't he get about what? The horizontal distance measurements or the perpendicular altitudes from sea level or the azimuthal horizontal directionality? Which bit are we failing to understand? Has been simplified? No, it's been measured.
Does that then lead him to think that this is somehow proof of flat Earth?
Yeah, that's how it's being measured, detailed and explicitly.
And do a therefore or anything for that one. He's just...
That's how it's explicitly being detailed, my love. Yeah, there's no accounting for any curve because there isn't any. There's no accounting for any rotation because there isn't any. What there is horizontal distances. That's what we've got.
He doesn't get how negligible it is.
It doesn't get how we should ignore it completely. Yes, silly Eric.
Debunked himself and then yep, and next.
No. He hasn't debunked anything. He's just stating facts. He's not offering it as a logical consistency. He's not offering it as an argument. He's just reading stuff out. And what he's reading out is how flat it is based on NASA's admissions. Why? That's not being covered by Eric. It certainly isn't being covered by you. It's being covered by me. The why of why it has to be flat is because that's how the measurements work.
Whole video, right? 50 documents. In this video, 46 minutes of my life. He's done a search on some government website, on the NASA website.
You've already made this baseless assertion. You've already divined his work ethic once. You're going to do it again. You're going to really piss me off, love. Did you watch him? What evidentiary standards have you got to show that this is how Eric came to these conclusions and how he went through the information? Yeah, you've already made this assertion once. A baseless assertion at best.
Or whatever. For every paper...
Oh, whatever. I just make up this shit about what Eric's done based on his work ethic of not going through the documents. I mean, I'm up on my pedestal here, having only looked at his video and not studied a single document, never downloaded them, never clapped eyes on them beyond Eric's video, but Eric didn't do a good job of investigating them. You fucking hypocrite.
Includes the words flat Earth. And he said, well, for the equations in these papers, they have assumed a flat Earth model. And then...
Yeah, based on the measurements of Earth being flat, like distance.
He's applied the phrase proving flat Earth because of the assumption made for specific equations in specific models.
Well, that's Eric. I'm saying it's based on the measurements. And they're all flat. They can't be anything other than flat, and if they were suggesting sphericity, it would be a derivation from the flat linear distances in the vertical, as per 8 inches per mile squared calculations. That's a suggested sphericity to Earth's surface by deriving and calculating a curve from flat linear measurements of miles.
Finds the shape and the rotation of the Earth is negligible.
So the shape is negligible. Okay, so this is somehow affirming your religious belief in a ball because it's negligible. So your standard is, I believe Earth's roast chicken because the amount of roast chicken that Earth is negligible. I believe Earth is rotating around a spit in an oven as a rotisserie chicken because of the negligible rotation that we observe. Therefore, Earth's a rotating chicken. That's your standard, love. Notice how absurd it sounds when I transpose your belief in a ball that hasn't got any curve measured and isn't demonstrated to be rotating because it's quote-unquote negligible. Therefore, it is the thing that we're not measuring and suggesting. You're offering crap apologetics. These are crap.
Or can be negligible in order to simplify them.
Can be negligible to simplify them. No, either you're calculating for them because they exist, or they don't exist. What is it explicitly saying in the documents? We don't account for them, so they don't exist. There's nothing to simplify if you're not accounting for them. Yeah? It's not like we've taken into the account that we need 15 degrees an hour rotation that we are experiencing. But for the sake of this example, we take the 15 degrees an hour and do this to it to simplify it. There isn't anything being simplified. It just isn't there.
Isn't something that's negligible technically already as simple as it can get?
Well, it doesn't exist at all. Like, well, we don't have any account for the Earth's rotation. Oh, well, that's simplifying it. Yeah, we don't account for Earth being a giant roast chicken. Therefore, we've simplified the roast chicken aspect of Earth. Because we don't account for it being a roast chicken. I mean, in my mind, when somebody says, today we're not going to account for the roast chicken nature of Earth when it's rotating in an oven that we're definitely in, and because we're not accounting for Earth being a roast chicken and rotating, and we're not accounting for it spinning around on a rotisserie, and we're not accounting for it being in an oven, this is you being stupid. Do you not understand that that's just to simplify things? I mean, we're just simplifying it when we say that we're not going to account for the chicken nature of Earth.
Is he deranged? What am I missing? Like, what am I...
You're missing some Earth spherical measurements, love. That's what you're missing. All you're missing is demonstrable evidence of your belief. You haven't got any. That's what you're missing. Yes, you are deranged.
Not getting. What is the thing that happens in the conspiracy theorist's brain that I don't comprehend here?
Well, when we get a declaration that there's no curve and no spin, what you're not getting is these idiots who should realise that when they say there's no spin and no curve, that means there is. You're the deranged one. This is pure projection.
This is coming from somebody who was, as a
Here we go. Now we're going to poison the well again. Here we go. Ad hom fallacy time.
kid, a conspiracy theorist. I made a whole website about how the moon landing was fake. I cannot comprehend what he's talking about here, how he's gone from...
Well, there's an admission. You can't comprehend what he's talking about. Well, we've spent 30 minutes talking about it.
Okay, well, look at these mathematical assumptions. Look at the assumptions in these mathematical models.
Look at these flat measurements and assumptions. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good standard to me, actually, love. Like, here's how flat it is, and here's NASA, who say it's a ball, saying how flat it is. That's a pretty good standard. Touche.
Therefore, that is proof that the Earth is flat.
No, the measurements are flat. It's not something that's in a debatable category. We measure it flat.
Genuinely can't see the connection.
Oh, you can't see the connection between them specifically saying that Earth is flat and it being flat? Yeah, that's zealotry. That's what that's called, zealotry. Look it up.
Document then proceeds to show how convoluted such a process is, due to Earth allegedly being not just a sphere, but, quote, oblate spheroidal, only approximately ellipsoidal, and then claims that the actual, quote, shape of the Earth as defined by the geoid is a hypothetical surface of equal gravitational potential defining mean sea level.
Why is it harder to believe?
Sorry, it specifically said defining mean sea level. That's a measurement of Earth being level by way of measurement. It's required because you're going to describe altitudes perpendicular to it. That's a measurement, love. Let's see if she addresses it.
Believe
Where's this
that the Earth is an oblate sphere.
field?
So there is no gravitational field.
Oh.
Well, and isn't he's also reading that, right? That's not his opinion. He's literally verbatim reading what the paper says, correct?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. He's not making an argument. He's just reading.
Then it's a perfect sphere. The way that the Earth was formed, right, by bits of space dust gathering together around our sun.
No, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, entropic dispersion. Yeah, when you say bits of debris correlating or accumulating, no, that defies the second law of thermodynamics, the law of nature. No, entropic decay flies in the face of your assertion based on your heliocentric worldview from Lemaitre. That's where this shit comes from, Lemaitre.
Surely, if you're...
The idea that she was there to witness this happen so that she can describe it to us is absurd.
Yeah, she's just, repeating rhetoric. This is zealotry again.
You're doing common sense arguments.
So is it common sense that we have a defiance of the second law of thermodynamics, entropic dispersion in this instance? Stuff disperses and decays. It doesn't form with a force that's not a force that you can think of as a force, pulling things together. No, that is in direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Which is like 99% of flat Earth conspiracy stuff is common sense fallacies. If you're doing...
Sorry, is it common sense that when you expel gases from your person, that they come together? Is that what your gases do? Yeah, is that how you think the world works? No, you obviously have no idea what the second law of thermodynamics is, because what you've just said is in diametric opposition to a law of nature. You stupid girl.
Doing common sense fallacies, surely it makes much more sense that we'd be like a weird spheroid.
Why? If we were a weird spheroid, we'd have some frickin' measurements of that. We don't. They're all flat.
Then for us to be a perfect ball, surely...
Good.
I said, speak for yourself.
To be a perfect ball is more of the, like, young Earth creationist, we're a perfect disc made by God. Surely that's, like, it makes way more sense for us to be an oblate spheroid. No?
So you've said the same thing 3 times with an edit in between. This is an edited video. You don't need to say the same baseless assertion 3 times. Just offer us a measurement. Okay, according to you, it's common sense that would be an oblate spheroid. As demonstrated by this evidence is the next words that we need to hear coming out of your mouth, love. Let's see if they are.
Am I crazy?
Sorry, whether or not you're bonkers isn't a demonstrated measurement of Earth's oblate spherical nature, as you're asserting, by a baseless assertion fallacy. Yeah, what you've done so far to offer this as an inference, or common sense according to you, is to violate the second law of thermodynamics and entropic dispersion by saying things correlate together. They don't.
What am I missing?
You're missing measurements of Earth's flat surface. Here's an example.
To map their equations onto a smushed globe model while admitting on page 14 that the flat Earth equations are good approximations to the curved Earth result. So their results are barely changed from the flat Earth assumptions anyway.
No, this is describing Earth as an oblate spheroid with you inside it at the equatorial plane. See this? Does it say equatorial radius? These are angle derivations from a plane described from within a ball. Yeah? North is not up. That is the wrong direction fallacy. Yeah? North is a horizontal degree. It's not up. So this is a bastardization of the flat Earth prerequisite altitude angle measurements with a derived equatorial radius. Marked A. This equatorial radius is a measurement that you'd take from the surface in order to derive a minimum. So Earth is measured flat for these conventions and for the angles. Planar. Nobody's in a ball on an equatorial plane. But we are measuring Earth as a plane for these angles to be measured.
Because in this context, say it with me everyone, the shape and the rotation of the Earth is negligible.
Really? Why is it in the diagrammatical example labelled equatorial radius then? Sorry, negligible? You fucking shit for brains retard. It's diagrammatically exampled and labelled equatorial radius, not negligible shit for brains retard value. What are you babbling about?
The complex equations for plane flights that follow in this document, along with all previous listed documents, should not be able to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth.
But they can, because they're describing short to mid-range experiments.
Short to mid-range experiments? Experimental validity is the assertion and elucidation of the cause of an effect observed in nature after systematic experimentation based on scientific prediction, otherwise known as hypothesis. What you've detailed are measurements! Not only that, you've said it's okay for them to be flat. That's what you're basically saying.
They're describing a small area. It's the same way if you're, like, in...
Area is a measurement of a flat plane also. If you're going to describe an area, you're going to describe it in square miles. That is a horizontal linear distance of a small variety. The value is low for the square miles. Yeah, we'll have to measure a flat in miles that are linear and horizontal in order to give us a square mile to describe how small a particular area is. So again, you're appealing to areas that will and can only be measured flat. This woman is dense. There's no other words for her. She's stupid.
The Netherlands. And you look and you're like, man, everything looks flat. That's because when you're looking at a small area...
Sorry, when you say a small area, you mean you've measured it with horizontal linear distance? Correct? Yeah, that's every area ever. There isn't suddenly some different area value ascribed in miles when you go beyond a certain flat Earth measured area. What approximate value do you think suddenly miles start bending? They don't, you Dumbo.
It might as well be flat. Because
I see. So what you're saying is, when we measure areas with respect to horizontal measured distances, it's okay, it might as well be flat. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Earth's measured flat. Not might as well be. Areas are measured in linear horizontal distances called miles or kilometres. That's measurements of Earth's flat surface, with a prerequisite value in the horizontal, called miles. Yeah, not might as well be flat. You've detailed a prerequisite value of measurement of area. It can only be flat. That's how it's measured. Another shout out to Unitox Femu. What do you know about rangeology and areaology? You're on fire, Sasha. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Because you're not at the scale where you can see the curvature.
Oh, I see. The scale. So you're saying when we get a bigger mile measurement that's flat and linear and horizontal, we can say that that horizontal area measured in square miles that are only capable of ever being detailed flat, they bend at a bigger scale. No, to say how big the scale was would require horizontal mile measurements, my love. You're talking, what's the word? Shite. Utter shite. That's what you're talking. No, we don't suddenly change linear miles to something different when we go beyond a certain value of area. That's garbage. All areas are measured flat with linear miles. They don't change at a given distance. You're just idiotic.
It's just the mathematical equivalent of that. We're at such a small scale that we don't...
Sorry, you're going to repeat yourself? Is this woman's shtick? No wonder we've got a 35-minute video. She keeps saying the same nonsensical garbage over and over again, even with edits.
Need to factor in. It's an unnecessary complication to factor in the shape.
Sorry, the shape would be the surveyed topographical deviations. It's not that we wouldn't need to. We've surveyed every frickin' inch. We have millimetre accuracy of the vertical deviation from sea level. Did you know that? We've measured it. It's all flat. How do we know? Well, because every measurement ever was described with respect to its horizontal distance. And if we've got topographical deviations that you say we don't need to worry about, we'd have them measured. There'd be vertical drop with respect to horizontal distance. And we've measured all of that. It's called a hill. We've measured hills.
The curvature, the rotation of the Earth.
So the curvature would be a deviation in the horizontal from the deviation in the vertical from the horizontal miles that we measure. For the areas that you appeal to, they're flat.
50 documents proving flat Earth.
Yeah, with measurements and disclaimers that are explicit about how flat it must be and how non-curvy it can only be.
Debunked. It feels silly to say debunked because they don't prove anything.
Well, they proved that we've got measurements and they're flat. The receipts are flat Earth measurements. No, we don't need to debunk your stupid globe. You're saying it doesn't exist and is negligible. So there's nothing to debunk. Yeah, it seems silly to say we're debunking something that we're not measuring and aren't accounting for. Yeah, we don't need to debunk it. We're not measuring it. What are we measuring? Well, flat linear distances and vertical deviations and azimuthal horizontal directionality. Yeah, those are all flat Earth measurements. So it seems silly to say that we need to debunk some curve that we haven't got. I agree. First thing I've agreed with you on. Yeah, we don't need to debunk non-existent curve measurements. There aren't any.
They're just using a simpler model of the Earth because they don't need to be overly complex.
I see. So when we measure Earth flat with horizontal distance, we're not being overly complicated. No, we just measure curve if there was any. And if there was, we'd absolutely require to account for it, and we don't, as made explicitly clear in these documents.
This is bizarre. I've always found the flat Earth stuff so bizarre because
I've always found lesbians very irritating. Have you all found lesbians very irritating every time you encounter them?
Extremely. So, at least they claim to be so into science and experimentation.
So you're in a category error. This isn't science. Oh my God. Observe natural phenomena. Step 1. That's something occurring in the physical and natural world that we inhabit. That's a phenomena. It is simultaneously your dependent variable in your hypothesis. Your independent variable is your presumed cause of that effect. Once you've got a presumed cause and an observed phenomena, you have half of a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis, the alternative hypothesis, mirrored by the null hypothesis, otherwise known as zero difference result. It is formulated as follows. If A being your independent variable, presumed cause of the effect, then B being the natural phenomena observed at step 1. Alternative hypothesis. If A, then B. Null. If A, presumed causal influencer of the observed natural phenomena observed at step 1, then not B. Zero difference. Null. Nothing happening. Both simultaneously exist in a scientific prediction, otherwise known as hypothesis, because you can't have both A causing B and not causing B simultaneously. The scientific prediction, hypothesis, is not an explanation. It is a supposition yet to be validated. How do you validate it? You vary and manipulate the presumed cause of the effect you observed at step 1. That's an experiment. Variation and manipulation of a presumed causal influencer to determine if it causes the effect or not. If it does, you have elucidated the cause of natural phenomena. That's a validated scientific experiment. If you vary and manipulate your causal influencer by assumption and presumption, and it does not cause the effect observed at step 1, then you validate, that's prove, the null. If A, not B, tick, proven. That's experiment, that's science. What are we doing in Eric's video? What's he highlighting? What's he pointing out to his audience with his documents that he's gone through, that you've referenced and never downloaded? Well, he's talking about measurements of a non-rotating flat plane with distances and altitudes. That's what he's got. Now, while you say, oh, we're oversimplifying, we've not taken into account the Earth's curve or Earth shape. Really? Why is it diagrammatically exampled with an equatorial radius, then? Bearing in mind that an equatorial radius is a flat Earth measurement. It's derived from minimum elevation angles to Polaris, minus from 90, times by 60, for you to have your equatorial value that was documented when you said it was being ignored and negligible. Wrong. You didn't even read the document that was on screen that Eric provided. You didn't even read it. You just glanced over it like, oh no, it's still negligible. No, it says equatorial radius. You blind bimbo.
But the simplest concepts pass them by. They have to manipulate terminology and put it in a legal context in order...
Nobody did that. Eric at no stage put anything that he said into a legal context. At any stage whatsoever. He just read stuff out. Now you're burning straw men. Misrepresenting what he did. Liar. Now you're complete scum.
In order to support their worldview.
No, he read stuff out. He did not recontextualize it into legal terminology. You're just lying.
And I don't understand how they can do that without...
I don't understand how scumbags like you can make shit up. How dare you?
Oh, lying awake at night, saying, oh my God, I'm taking people's money for
shitty Chinese Raycon headphones.
Spreading this conspiracy...
For spreading out shitty Chinese plastic garbage.
He's got us labeled as a conspiracy. That's great.
No, surveying Earth with horizontal distances isn't a conspiracy. When we measure horizontal altitude from sea level, perpendicular in the vertical. We aren't a conspiracy. We're just taking measurements. Degrees from north in the horizontal, that's azimuth, aren't a conspiracy. They're used for finding your way. These are directions in the horizontal. That's what we use.
Theory that makes them suspicious of everyone and corrupts their...
Sorry, I'm not suspicious of anybody. I can listen to the words coming out of disingenuous lesbians and then question their integrity when they make shit up about an opponent that has literally just read stuff from NASA documents, and you've recontextualized it like he's missing the fact that when describing it flat, it means it's actually an oblate spheroid. No, definitely not. You've suggested that he's recontextualized words that he just read out as being in a legal context. No, you're just making shit up.
Their critical thinking skills. But that's just me. What do I know? What the fuck do I know?
Nothing. Very limited. Your education was poor. Your exemplary demonstration of your idiocy was exemplified in this video. So what do you know? Very little.
And your attitude stank as well.
Your attitude stank, did you say?
Got arts degrees. What do I know?
You got an art degree. Yeah, I got performing arts. Another useless qualification.
Well, there you go. That's 50 documents not proving in any way.
You didn't go through 50 documents. Now you're just lying about what you covered. You did not cover 50 documents.
That the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's measured flat.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, NASA. Cheers.
Can somebody put a link to Eric's video? Because she definitely hasn't. She's covered Eric's video. And by extension, I would now consider that we have also covered Eric's video. Now, we'll stick a link to her video and politely encourage my audience to go and let Emma know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots or by Emma herself. But let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. That's an @ symbol, Nathan Oakley 1980, all one word. That will put a blue link on that particular piece of text so that you can link back to my video, because we've obviously taken our time to work our way through her work, and out of respect for the work that she's put in to produce this video as a fellow YouTube videographer, I will put a link to her video so you can go and check her out, leave a comment, watch her video, like, subscribe, do whatever you like when you reach her material. Now, what I'm not doing is saying, go and check out Brian. Brian's a lesbian hater, and he talks all about women like this, so go and check out Brian so you can listen to how disingenuous lesbians are. You notice how I'm not doing that like you did with Simon Dan when you failed to recommend the work that you're actually critiquing. You went to some moron who doesn't understand how reference frames work within his own claim, exactly like you. Apparently they're negligible, as opposed to two of them that Simon Dan says are ruined and operating at 15 degrees an hour drift that we'd be claimed to notice but don't. Yeah, you're both imbeciles. But I won't recommend Brian the lesbian hater instead of you. I've put a link to your video, Emma. Best be grateful. Can someone put a link to Eric DeBay's video so that people can actually pop along and, by extension, say the same thing to Eric? At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, because the chick that covered your video didn't give you a link. Nathan's done it on her behalf to try and offset her scummy nature. Any other comments from anybody? Well, there might be a couple more minutes. We'll just play a little bit more.
For making this possible. I mean, at least we learned some cool stuff about aircrafts, right? About, like, jets. It's pretty cool. Jets go super fast. Kind of interesting. Make sure to like this video if you liked it. Do leave your thoughts down below, especially if you know stuff about science and maths and things. That'd be very appreciated.
Yeah, I did a pretty good job of elucidating the cause of a natural phenomena when detailing measurements with respect to a plane. That's a category error. You're now appealing to audience members to react to you based on your category error. Sad.
Share this video with a pal, share it with your mum, share it with my mum. What are you doing talking to my mum? Okay,
what are you doing covering Eric's video and recommending a completely ancillary videographer named Dan? Why are you doing that? Ed?
I'm still laughing about that. Go to a lesbian bar and drink from a furry.
It's a bit weird. Make sure you hit subscribe if you haven't already so you don't miss future videos. Is there still a notification feature? I don't know, but if there is, you should try using it. YouTube is very complicated these days. The best way to support this channel and what I do here is via the Patreon. That's patreon.com.
Is this the same Patreon that she criticised Eric Debay for having? Oh, my God. You freaking grifting bitch. Oh, so you're going to put your cap out in front of you when you bullshitted and lied and misrepresented people? You freaking e-begging grifter, lying scumbag. And you've got the gall to criticise Eric Debay? Now, I'm just going to take this opportunity to say, yes, support me via Patreon, support Eric Debay via Patreon. It's very difficult to make a living on YouTube as a censored, by government decree, YouTuber talking about measurements, not convoluting flat earth measurements of distance and altitude into a science category that it's not lying scumbaggery from a lesbian, no, actual research that's done in regards to earth flat measurements. That's what you can support by my and Eric's Patreon. But what do you know, Emma's got a Patreon too. Total scum. Do not support Emma.
I'm not going to support her on that.
Good.
I'm not going to support her on the fact that she might spend the money on more shirts like that and bad haircuts.
Just give a big ol' thank you and a shout out to my giant chickens and colossal quackers over on Patreon, especially Conley.
Did she just call people colossal crackers? Ninja. Come on.
Conley, you flat bastard.
Right, that's pretty much it. Any overarching comments?
For as stupid as she is, she does have a pretty good production value to her videos, I think. But
she could have edited about half an hour of waffle and shite out of it.
Well, it's taken us a solid 3 hours of covering it.
And yikes.
Yeah,
it's just another example of a heliocentric. It's just another example of a heliocentric that's painted themselves into a corner by being dishonest. The title of her thing says 50 government documents that prove flat earther is an idiot. No, 50 government documents that prove NASA is an idiot. If she's saying none of NASA's documents are true. It's amazing. And then she's between the rock and the hard place because she's debunking NASA, not what Eric Debay said, because like you said, he was just reading the NASA documents. And then she depends on NASA's 1972 blue marble as a perfectly round sphere and then calls it an oblate spheroid and then says, no, it's not an oblate spheroid. It's a smashed ball. It's nonsensical, circular reasoning. It's idiotic. But that's what they do. That she's not very bright. And the shirt is ugly.
So this is the next generation of ballers and we've got to look forward to.
It's okay to for her to ask for money, but if you're discussing flat earth, then you're not allowed to have any money.
Yeah. Yeah, squeeze us where it hurts in the pocketbook. Any other comments?
I recall her saying she used to do videos on how the moon landings were fake. I'd be curious to see if she now believes that it was real.
Any more for any more?
Yeah, it was disgraceful. Of 3 hours of hand wave dismissing the flat earth measurements.
Anything else from Discord? If not, I'm going to round out the live show after 3 hours and 13 minutes. Nope. With that, I will say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
And it said English slang. Drink from the furry cup. And then it gives you the meaning of it. And I was just laughing my ass off.
What does it say? What does it say drinking from the fairy cup means, Neil?
Oh, it says something to do with lesbian oral sex, cunnilingus. I'm like, drink from the fairy cup. What is that? I know it's got to be something, with that has to. But then you said furry, but it sounded like fairy to me.
Oh, to drink.
I would have looked it up if I would have understood the word furry. Then I would have got it.
I think either would be appropriate there.
Being the what does he call himself? Half black lesbian.
Transgender Jewish black lesbian.
Yeah, there you go.
I know what it is to drink from the fairy cup.
Holy shoot, that was funny.
I don't think it's true. I mean, it may or may not be true, and I don't care. In case anybody's like, oh, you were calling her a lesbian and she's not. I actually couldn't give a crap. I don't care. But I don't feel the need to attack this person personally. Now, what I'm actually doing, and I said it in the show, is holding a mirror up to her behaviour. Yeah? I don't actually care about anything to do with her in that regard. I don't have any desire to attack her personally. But when she does it, I'll just hold the mirror up and do it back in a way that she'll cringe about. And presumably, I like it when they cry foul. Oh, how dare you suggest that I'm a man repulsor? You're like, all right, well, in the same way that you suggested that Eric Dubay was a grifter and that he hadn't done any research and only read the foreword. I see. So it's only okay if you make up stereotype lies about people that you're covering having not downloaded any of the documents when you say that they haven't done a thorough enough job. Oh, right, you were over his shoulder watching him research the video, were you? No, you're just disingenuous and full of shit. It's an outrage, really.
It's like someone said, though, they don't actually get into the nitty-gritty of what's being said, like Simon Dad did exactly the same with your book, Nathan. They don't get into the actual, the bones of it. They just pick a couple of words out and then start ad homing. They're not really reviewing anything or getting into the nitty-gritty, are they? It's not a proper review.
Yeah, 3 hours and 15 minutes of nuh-uh.
But like we said yesterday, we were saying anyone can do that. But look at how many fucking subscribers she's got, and she's just talking absolute nonsense waffle. But they'd be
she likes to beat around a bush and have a flappy flaps flapping.
So they'd be like little globe retards listening to her for a bit of comfort, comfort blanket. Oh yeah, Eric's not right. Eric's just presuming this, and she'll just be listening to her as if she's some sort of authority on the subject.
Use your noggin, Eric.
Eric's a bad guy, therefore Earth is flawed.
I was getting confused because for some reason, Eric Dubay and Brenda sound alike.
Say that again, Neil.
Eric Dubay and Brenda. He sounds like Brenda.
Have you seen it?
I picked up on that earlier on. It was creepy, very creepy and strange.
Have you ever seen either of them in the same room at the same time? I think not.
Are we going towards the fittest flat earther type style stuff now? Gonna point out dimples and everything? Oh, the dimples match, so therefore it must be the same person.
Well, Neil can check the veins.
Oh, this mole is in the same place of your face, therefore, ooh, it's the same person.
I think Nathan was pretty close to quitting that video. Did well to make it all the way through.
He did. I noticed his Brummie accent coming out a little bit near the end. That's always a bit of a telltale sign. When he gets angry, his Brummie accent comes out.
I've had it with you, madam.
Alpha Murphy 72, how you doing? Are you allowed to talk? Does your wife give you permission yet? Or is she saying right now, do not come off mute? Remember what happened last time? You listen to me.
Alpha Murphy.
Yeah, he goes down with the famous groupies. I've noticed that he follows Nathan when he goes to various different Discord servers, which I don't think we'll be doing anymore. No need. They're all thieves and liars, scumbags. So just separate ourselves from them. I'm going to start cracking the hammer again. I let off the hammer. I said, you know what? I'm not going to do this no more. Nah, I'm bringing the freaking hammer back down.
Looking at the video, and I'm looking at comments, and Fisherman in a Box sent a nice one 2 hours ago. Nice little interesting video at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And that's all he said. Interesting that the at Nathan Oakley 1980, he did it correctly and wrote it correctly, but it did not come out as a clickable link. And let's see. One guy replied to Fisherman. He said, Nathan is a fraud and grifter. Satan Oakley already coping.
Wow.
When someone puts out a flat debunk video, is he that scared that he has to send out his minion slaves, or are all of you sock accounts of himself?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Listen, this is what measurements does.
I know.
Will tell you.
God.
And Fisherman replies, I had no idea. Emma thought NASA was a useless government organization. Wonder why she still uses NASA for their 1972 blue marble. Kudos there, Fisherman.
Satan Oakley. That's a classic, Satan Oakley.
Yeah, I gotta give her credit. That's a good one. I've never heard that one before.
Well, it's Satan Oakley. Oakley. O-A-F-L-E-Y. So that's pretty good. Satan Oakley. So he's a demon and Satan Oakley.
Isn't it weird how
There you go, Nathan.
I got into... Thing is, though, like you say with this, Nathan's been through it for years, and he gets proper, like, these people. And I've told you a few stories about me, talking to people, and John, my mate, and the Sea Level poem, and, people just... But it happened again last weekend. We had a bit of a birthday sort of family get-together. And my daughters decided that they're going to have the baby christened, and he's going to go to a Catholic school. It's their decision. Now, my son-in-law, the father, I don't know if he's a Protestant or whatever, but he's not Catholic. But he's going to now, because his son is going to become a Catholic, he's going to also be baptized and become a Catholic. Now, this came up in we was out on a birthday sort of get-together. A couple of drinks were flying around. Nobody was like paralytic or anything like that. But we'd had a few drinks, and this came up. Now, I don't usually go to the Bible with any flat earth proof, but we were just talking about that situation, and I don't know how it came up. Whether I brought it up, I might have done without knowing, but it came up like, well, I was talking about, I said, well, he was saying, I bet I'm going to start reading some of the Bible and that. I said, well, you should start off with Genesis about the creation. That's how it came about. Now, he knows I'm a flat earther, and he does frown upon it a little bit, but I don't bring it up usually. But it was brought up, and I'm there, he's there, my daughter's there, and my partner's there. And I said, well, start off with Genesis. It tells you about the creation and how God created the earth. I said, and there's no mention of like a Big Bang situation. So that came up, and it got a little bit heated. Whereas him, my son-in-law, who I get on with, we are good friends as well. We do sort of click. But even my partner was like, because I said it a few times, and I brought the Bible up because I've got a Bible app on my phone. I said, look, I'll read it to you. All right. And they're all like, yeah, we've heard you once. You don't have to keep repeating yourself. Like, this is my partner, and my daughter's all right because she's sound with me. But my partner and the son-in-law was like proper, like just because they brought the Bible up and saying, this doesn't mention anything about a globe, it's created. There is a creator, and this is how it's created. So if you're going to get into the Bible, start off with that and just absorb what's being said. It contradicts the heliocentric model type of thing. And I nearly ended up in like World War III.
Of course.
This is my,
if they're struggling,
this is my
for
wife and my son-in-law. My wife and my son-in-law.
Doesn't matter. You're coming against the religion of the day.
Yeah, man. It was
just a
weird. It's
suggestion.
not happened for a while.
It's just a suggestion, but if they're even slightly leaning towards a Christian name, I think a really lovely name is Nathan. If they're struggling for a name.
Yeah, that's gonna create a problem if you bring that up. First of all, religion is a no to bring up in any family gathering. Politics is a no. But now I find flat Earth tops them all.
Yeah, but they knew what I was saying because obviously they know I'm a hashtag flat earther. He isn't, he's like a glober, but he's been, and he doesn't get it. My partner knows I'm a flat earther, obviously, but we've sort of agreed to sort of like, let's not really talk about it too much, but it came up and I could sense, but my daughter, who was sort of there in the corner, I even turned around to her at one point after about 5 minutes. I said, can you see the reaction, what's happening? And she went, yeah. And then it sort of ended, but, I'm just saying, look, I'm not saying it, I'm not arguing. I wasn't being argumentative. I wasn't shouting. I was just saying, we're talking about the Bible. Genesis is a great read. It tells you how it's created. There's a creator, and it's not a big bang heliocentric situation. That's all it was. And it ended up in like a nightmare.
Well, where else would you start to read a book?
Exactly.
Right? From the beginning. So I recommend Genesis. So at least you know what's going on.
Yeah. But it's almost, I hit the nerve, and it was like, right, we've heard you once, you don't have to keep waffling on about, it's like I was getting like talked to like that. It's fucking, yeah, we've heard you don't have to keep repeating yourself, let's move on, let's skip past the measurements type of thing.
That's funny because that's what they've been saying to Nathan lately. I don't want to hear about the measurements again. You've said it, you're waffling on. You said it 10 times already. Yeah, but
let's
the problem is... Yeah, they keep bringing the freaking measurements in. Look at this lady. Everything she did was a measurement of a flat Earth. So how are we not going to keep bringing it up?
Yeah, well, she didn't know what the words she was saying, like Nathan pointed out. They do it without realizing. Now we're pointing it out.
Can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. If you can't handle the measurements, stop using them.
Exactly, Neil.
Jim Panda, he just went right to, I have thousands of, not one picture, thousands. So Jim Panda's got pictures from space, thousands, and Rob Noxious got flight path. That's it. That's all they need. That's a glob.
No, and Simon Dan's got Eratosthenes and local flat measurements. And Triangles McKeegan has got elevation profiles, the horizontal ones, because it's just easier to do it that way. They've all got them. They've all got the measurements.
Yeah, there was some idiot that came on Nathan's Uncut after show right at like late. It was like an almost 12-hour show. And I had it on the whole time. But he came in and chatted. Said, so what did he say? That freaking... Oh, man, I just had it. Give me a second. Said something about the measurements. But it was retarded. It made no sense. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a minute. Oh, equatorial mount. It will never work on a flat Earth. I said, you realize that you have to level it, right?
You realise this equatorial plane that we level this tool to, when it's levelled, could only work on a curvy surface that's not level.
It was a target. I said, hello. I said, do you realize what you're saying? An equatorial mount will not work on a flat Earth. Okay.
It'll only work on a flat Earth. It's level to the equatorial plane. The question then becomes, how can this description of a measurement that's coming from the centre of Earth be a measurement if you suggest it to be in the centre of Earth, level to the equatorial plane? You're not in a ball, but the measurements with respect to the equatorial plane, when you take a measurement that you've levelled the tool with respect to the equatorial plane, that's how it's used.
Yep. It's designed with the equatorial plane in mind.
The clue is in the title, equatorial. It's like, well, okay, well, what's this mean? What's the word equatorial mean? As in derived from the equator? Okay, what's that? Oh, well, it's a flat Earth measurement.
It's got equatorial. Well, what does it mean? I mean, equatorial. It's got a bit equals in there, and it equal. How would you break that word down?
Well, regardless of the etymology of the word, what it means in terms of how it's derived is a measurement of a minimum that you utilise for the latitude system. That's the minimum. The equatorial minimum is the outside extremity of a circle of equal altitude. That's what it is. So regardless of the word and its etymology, what it is a flat Earth measured concept. It's a conceptual value. That is to say, there is no line in the sand with the word equator on it. It doesn't exist. It's a concept. But to derive the concept requires measuring elevation angles.
Yep.
Yeah, that's essentially what they're doing with their equatorial. Because my telescope was a Newtonian equatorial mount, and you have to, whatever your latitude is, you have to set that angle to your telescope. So if you're at 40 degrees, you have to set your telescope at 40 degrees. So that way, when you turn your knobs, it'll follow everything appropriately. It's simple.
Like triangles McKeegan didn't do.
Exactly. It's like playing a guitar that's not tuned. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that?
Yeah, but you can just come out with these comments, like we said yesterday. You can just come out with, celestial navigation only works on a globe. The equatorial mount only works on a globe. They have to say these things. Saying them just doesn't mean it's correct. That's what they'll say, just for their own, just for their own sanity.
Yeah, it's a coping mechanism to say that, but if somebody says that and they honestly believe it, then they would have trouble with fifth grade math.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to level the tool, the equatorial mount. You've got to level it. It's level. You level. These are the things. You start getting into these things that they say, trying to come back with the right response, and you're thinking, God, I'm dealing with a lunatic. That's why I've come to the conclusion. The moment if you start at sea level, are we going to talk about sea level? Are we going to get into an argument about sea level being curved? Let's just get straight to that point right now. Because if you're going to tell me sea level's curved, don't think we should be having I'm not going to be talking to you anymore. Because it's called sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. It's an average level.
Well,
of the oceans.
Not about this anyway. We won't be talking about this. Well, I'll talk to you about football.
But it is interesting because I've been on Discord for the past couple of weeks consistently, but I did take several, just months off. I'd pop in here and there, but really I just, I deleted it off my phone for a while and just took a break from it. And now that I've been back, I've been hearing the term, like, it's in almost every server and almost every flat earther that's not even associated with this group here now says Earth is measured flat. Like they love, that's become like such a popular catchphrase all of a sudden. Whereas before people were kind of resistant to saying it, to now like people I never would have expected. Like, Riggs said it the other day. Like it just blew my mind. I'm like, everyone's saying it, but then when they go to give their example of Earth being measured flat, it's usually nonsense about a kitchen table or a laser test. So it's a little
Yeah,
irritating, but
exactly.
it's still, I guess, a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's a start, isn't it? Once you realise that it is measured flat, then you've got to like come up with the points that, you know, demonstrate and prove that it's measured flat, and where that starting point is for the flat measurement, which is sea level, being level.
So there's teething problems.
Yeah. But like we said before, some people don't like change. It takes some people enjoy change, and they think, right, we've got to move on. Things move on. Nothing stays the same. Nothing stays stagnant. Things are always changing. So let's just go with it. And other people don't like change. I've seen it in workforces over the years. I'm not getting into that. I don't want this. I don't want a tracker in my van. I don't want to use this new app for this work app. And that's because, you know, where it's trying to make your job or things easier, and you're moving with technology. People just get set in their ways. Don't
Here's
like
another
change.
one.
Don't like. Go on,
Here's
then.
another one. Hi, all. Has Nathan revealed the flat Earth coordinate system yet? Asking for a friend.
Come on, Nathan. Have you not? Has Nathan not sorted this coordinate system out yet? He's done all the maps, right? He came up with the navigation system in the sextant and celestial navigation. Yeah, I mean, come on, Nathan. You need to get a grip.
Yeah, demonstrate your Cartesian coordinate system for us, please.
Yeah, we've been waiting.
You've got your own height of the star as well, haven't you? Was that Dave Triangles? You claim Nathan has got the height of the star?
Well, Nathan's got a different height to Dave. Because they're in two different locations, so the star's not at the same height for Dave as it is for Nathan when you use trigonometry. But you can't use trigonometry on stars because they're not connected to the Earth.
They're not trigonometric.
Trigonometry. It works for lighthouses and mountains. Anything that's attached to the ground, you can carry out that process. You can't do it for lights in the sky. Is it attached to the ground? You can get the ground position where they would be theoretically on the ground to get a distance between that point and the observer's point as a radius line for the circle of equal altitude. If you want to do that, you can do.
Oh yeah, let's waste our time being lost at sea, solving for a height of a star rather than point of fixation with 3 known elevation angle measurements for your point of fixation, so you can actually live.
I know.
Yeah, let's keep begging the question of the height of the star. Oh, it's delusional.
I just can't believe Nathan invented all these concepts and pretty much invented celestial navigation.
Yeah, and he's done the cartography, he's done all the maps. He's measured all the maps himself, put all the scales on them.
Where do you think pi equals 2 comes from?
Yeah, he invented the gyroscope.
And don't forget Eldebev's projection onto him towards the equatorial plane and the equator and the North Pole.
Yeah, well, Nathan's measured it all.
What a great pop-up clerk we have. Unbelievable.
Yep. The only thing was, a few years ago, he ruined his own reference frames.
Yeah, but he was sort of looking into it all at the time. He did maybe make a few mistakes there, but he got to it in the end. Nathan,
just mythical powers that he has.
Nathan Equatorial Plane Oakley.
One of my favourite quotes. Sorry,
go.
I was going to say one of my favourite quotes over the years was when that solicitor or lawyer, Mr. Anderson, he described the equatorial plane, and he was like, "Yeah, well, that is your reference, but That doesn't mean that's where you are. Like putting our point back to us.
Yeah, well, I call her Bernard, who winds it up. I call Brenda, who I call Bernard, said exactly the same thing. Well, you don't have to be there, Nathan. You can just imagine you're there. We can use it, but we don't actually use it. You can just imagine you're using it. That's where they go. Well, we know we're not in the middle of the earth, Nathan. Nobody said we was, but we can just imagine we're there.
Yeah, just
call
trust
it. So, mate, go on.
I was just saying, yeah, just trust the people that say you are from the center of Earth. Therefore, you are.
Yeah, we can just say that, Nathan. Doesn't mean we're there.
It isn't a reference, but I give you permission to think of it as a reference.
Yeah. As long as we got the plane, that's all we need.
It's a triangle, but it's not a triangle.
I think if that lady today was to try and answer the housekeeping questions with intellectual honesty, I think she'd have a mental breakdown.
She didn't have a clue what she was talking about, did she?
The cognitive dissonance spasms were amusing.
Still beats me. I mean, she's obviously going through. She's trying to do some sort of review, which was crap. But she's still like, obviously, the Earth is a globe. It's not, what is it with these people wanting this globe?
Maybe it's just a tick box. She's looking for what's popular. Flat Earth is one of many topics you can cover, and then for her, that's Flat Earth done now. She doesn't have to address it again.
Yeah, but it gets them so much, doesn't it? Like I've just explained about my Family Feud at weekend a little bit. It's like, whoa, there's only touching on a few subjects, guys. Don't have to start reacting and shutting me down. Not getting into an argument. I'm just pointing a couple of things out. Yeah. So it gets. That's how she was getting. It is a globe. It is a globe. It's not flat. It is a globe. It's not flat. It is a globe. It is a globe. It's not flat.
I don't know if it's ties in, but I've been scanning through her channel, and she's definitely an atheist. And most of her shorts and videos deal with atheism versus Christianity. And she appears to be a kind of a baby atheist, fairly new to it and new to attempting to come up with atheist apologetics against Christian apologetics. And she's just a little baby who likes Pokemon and gaming and just cute, kind of groomy, non-binary look kind of stuff. She's just a caricature of a caricature of a YouTuber.
Yeah, she's a caricature of this generation, the Zoomer generation. I had stumbled across a couple of her offerings before, like Surf Daddy was saying, and she's all over the charts. She's lost. She's searching for herself, and she thinks that this is the way to do it. And unfortunately, to answer your question, One Deck, why do they keep doing it? Why? Well, they believe in the movies. They believe in television. They believe in Neil deGrasse Tyson. They believe all these people who have been, just spoon feeding them this heliocentric atheist position. And that's the consensus. So she wants to be popular. And now that she is popular, I don't see it getting any better unless she has a come to Jesus moment.
Yeah, and who in a circle is going to be the 10th man and tell her and challenge her and tell her where she's wrong? I bet most of the people are just praising her. A lot of simps in the comments.
That's what I'm saying. She's talking absolute nonsense waffle, and people like the little comfort clowns who want the globe themselves, all the comfort clowns, are listening to her saying, here's another one. We can just listen to this, and it gives us a bit more, it gives us a bit more backup in this religious belief, the heliocentric belief.
Yeah, but that's like I said earlier. Had she had any balls, and we don't know that she doesn't, but had she had any balls, she would have said 50 government, documents that prove NASA is full of shit. She didn't do that. She attacked a flat earther because that's the popular thing to do. I mean, it really is amazing that these are NASA documents. I mean, there's been a number of people who have made them public and published them. That's NASA saying, yes, it must be non-rotating flat for these trajectories or whatever examples, apparently 50 of them, to work. That's NASA.
Yeah,
that's their
because it's easier that way.
overlord
Come on.
God is NASA.
Because it's easier that way.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying here. But also that even though Nathan was critiquing that part of it, that in itself, from the official government document, saying we must treat it as flat and non-rotating, as a globe believer, that is it's like a penny must drop at that point. But he doesn't. He's like, what was she saying? Well, it's that minuscule. It's irrelevant.
Right, that's how they're going to fall for it, because it's so slight, you wouldn't feel it. Come on, Earth is so biggy. You're not going to feel the slight movement.
Neil, what do you expect, right? These flat earthers don't know how to debate. The way you debate is you concede to every statement made, and then you just call the other person stupid.
That's correct.
Exactly.
Baller.
And that your Patreon shitty.
If you was a legitimate person doing a legitimate review of a book or that video of her going through Eric's thing, you would actually have to say, it does sound strange that a government, who were dealing with flights or rocket launches from sea level, whatever you want to say, have to treat the Earth as flat and non-rotating. Now, why would now to say that it's irrelevant? Well, it can't be irrelevant if this is the path Eric was going down. Can't be irrelevant, even though she's used. I'm going down Eric's path here. It can't be irrelevant, otherwise, if it is curved and spinning, you would have to account for it. No matter how minuscule that curve or rotation would be, you would just account for it because that's what's happening in reality. That's to get a bit of a
I can say the word negligible. I can say the word negligible and completely dismiss everything you say while, conceding to it and then just calling you stupid. That's just as good, right?
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, and that's what she did. But I'm saying, as a somebody who just has been taught they live on a globe, when you come to this information, the government information and NASA information, and how pilots are taught to fly planes, straight and level flight over a level plane, horizontal horizons, it's all level, non-rotating. Well, it's stupid then to do that if you was living on a globe Earth that's rotating. It's absolutely ludicrous. It's insane.
Well, that's the conflict that exists within their own brains, in their own mind. It's NASA's saying it has to be flat and non-rotating, but NASA gave us the blue marble. Well, NASA said it's flat, non-rotating, but we have satellites that take pictures of a globe. And it's a battle. It's a battle within themselves. It's not a battle against the globe and flat Earth. It's a battle within themselves. They can't reckon it in their own brain.
Well, you're right there. He said, you give us an image of a flat station play. Say, this was just easier to do. That's how we treat it. In flight and in navigation. So rather than give you the ball that we don't ever account for, we'll just show you what we do account for. But it's really a globe. But it looks that we're going to give you the flat Earth. That's what they do. Why show us the blue mark?
I like when with Matthew Learns, when that mother can look dead-eyed into the camera and say, I know the measurements are flat, but I still believe it's a ball. He said that.
He said that last
come
night.
out of his mouth.
Yeah, he said it to me.
He was cross-eyed.
I was chatting. Yeah, I was talking with him last night. He is the strangest glober because he says stuff like, if he doesn't, he seems like the type where if he doesn't have to lie, he won't. So he'll just say, yeah, you can't see, you can never measure curvature and Earth does measure flight. I don't know. He's odd. I don't know how to place him.
He's autistic.
Well, he admits that it's measured flat, but he's choosing to believe in the religion of the heliocentric model. He's told me years ago when I had a debate, not a debate, I had a conversation about Eratosthenes and measuring Earth. He said, "Yeah, well, I understand he's measuring Earth flat, but I'm going to go with the concept that he's measuring a globe." Because that's
and that's the crazy thing, right? To measure is to know.
He just chooses to.
He's saying
it's the globe. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, in essence, he's saying, I'm going to choose to ignore what I know in favor of what I believe.
Exactly. That's it, John. Yeah, he's going to go with his belief rather than his knowledge and knowing. I know it's being measured flat, but I'm going to still believe that I live on a globe. And we've had this conversation. I brought it up months ago where you're in the bar. It might get to a position where we're all in a bar and all this is over, and it's just like it's come like the normal thing that. Oh, are you? What are you then? Are you a flat earther or a glober, or do you realise the Earth's measured flat, but you've stayed on the globe? Oh yeah, I'm a heliocentrist, but I do realise it's measured flat, but I've just decided to stay with the globe model. Okay, then, do you want a drink?
Yeah,
and we've said
in a lot of ways, I don't have an issue with that. Like, at least he's not extremely toxic. I don't know.
I have an issue with it because if you know something, you cannot dismiss what you know to accept something without evidence. That is delusional. It's scary.
But that's how the vast majority of people tend to be.
Well, she was showing signs of it. Emma was showing signs of it today. I could hear it in her voice, and she'd listen to Eric's, responses to the documents, and she doesn't want. She knows what he's saying, but she has to. She's got to get out of that. She's sticking to her belief. It's a belief. It's in religion. Doesn't matter what
it reminds me of that song. That song by Electric Six. Girl, I'm going to take you to a gay bar. I'm going to take you to a gay bar, gay bar, gay bar. Gay bar.
Great melody.
It was funny, though, talking about lesbians. I remember back in I don't know what it was. I don't know how old we was, 16, 17 at the time. We was going out into Manchester and I don't know. I remember one night, me and a couple of the lads. There's an area in Manchester down Chorlton Street. It's like the gay village. But back in the late 80s, like when the Hacienda was going on, they used to have like, there was a few gay clubs down there that was playing really good house music, and a lot of lesbians were going in there. So me and the lads were like, oh, let's go down there tonight. It's really good music. There's lesbians in there.
Yeah, right.
Listen.
For the music, huh?
No. We were like, there's loads of lesbians there. We might cop off with the lesbians. Get a couple of lesbians and then later on we're thinking, why would lesbians be interested in us? We're male.
You want to convert them, right?
I've got something to put in you.
That's easier said than done. But a lot of lesbians are extremely casual lesbians. They'll go either way.
You're thinking,
But the hardcore ones, yeah, good luck.
I
You're thinking of
know-
lipstick lesbians.
I know dogs exist, right? I know dogs exist, but I choose to believe they don't.
I've got something to put in you. At the gay bar. Gay bar.
That song must not
anyway,
have charted over here because I've never heard it.
Electric Six.
Tim Lennox was the DJ, and he was playing at Manchester Number One's club, and it was a gay village, but we did used to go in there to try and get, I'll say cop off. I think that was the word we used back then, with some lesbians, as if lesbians are going to be jumping all over us, and we're going to end up back at their flat, two lesbians, and me and two lesbians. But regardless of that, the music was absolutely off point, mate. It was really, really good house music. So we did used to go down there.
You're right. The gays were always into really funky house, weren't they? So it was generally a good night in terms of the music if you were going to a gay bar. I've been to several gay bars that I would agree the music was outstanding.
Oh yeah, the music was upbeat. Everyone was like, it was like, yeah, let's party, man. Disco, funky house.
They know how to party.
And the cock was fantastic.
Yes. That's what Nathan, I was getting ready to
top
get
it
to that.
off.
Because, look, I know that I'm married to my wife, who I love, and I have 7 children, but I believe I'm gay now. Why not?
Go ahead.
Don't matter. Yeah.
You can accept that without evidence.
Yeah, I can accept that. God.
I mean, if you cheat on your wife with a man, she'd be way less upset than if you did it with a female. So
I don't think so. Why would that be the case?
I don't know if it would be. I mean, cheating's cheating, but I feel like if a man cheats on his wife with a dude, it probably doesn't sting as much as it being another girl. I don't know.
I think it would sting worse.
It would sting more.
Yeah, I was going to say, it'd be even worse.
It'd be confusing. Away from Pooh Nanny.
Like if I caught my wife cheating on me with a girl, that wouldn't bother me nearly as much as some other dude railing her. You know?
With me.
Maybe from a man's perspective, it's different. I don't know.
No, I'd feel the same. If I found out my wife was cheating, full stop, I'd be furious.
Well, yeah, I mean, cheating's cheating. I get that, but I'm just trying to be silly.
You better just go for a transsexual.
Okay, let's move the conversation back to measurements.
Yeah, let's do that. So where
8
do we start the
inches.
measurements?
Let me finish. 8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches, you say?
Per mile squared.
Yeah, 6. Sorry.
I've got something to put in you.
Is it curving in the vertical?
Definitely curving. It's like an arc.
Okay, enough dick jokes.
I'm talking about measurements. What are you talking about?
Dick jokes.
8 inches per mile squared.
Tangents.
I was going to come off mute, but then I was like, wait, how gay am I?
Well, I'm not gay at all, but I choose to believe I'm gay.
A lot of people choose different things, you know. A lot of people choose to close their eyes and just continue on like nothing's happened and hang out with a bunch of scumbags. But you can't change everybody.
Yeah, well, I don't want to change everybody, but I'd like it if they'd shut the fuck up. Stop calling us stupid. You know?
I mean, I mean, it's like Emma today. I mean, just on basic, we've all been there. The basic principles of like just getting around in life and just using your common senses and your senses. And she's all about, you can't
using
feel
your noggin.
Yeah, using your noggin. You can't feel the movement, and you're not supposed to feel the movement, and the curve is too big. I mean, you're just throwing your senses and your natural senses out the window, aren't you? So, I mean, that's what we all did to a certain point. And so we thought, well, no, I don't live on a bloody globe. I'd know if I was moving on a globe. I know the lights in the sky are moving over me, and I'm on a flat, non-rotating stationary plane. And that's why Eric was pointing it out to her, that's how, these government bodies, that's how they deal with flight, rockets, engineering, navigation. It's in the documentation.
Well, see, that's the thing, though, right, with Globers. When you're talking about the nature of the surface, if you measured it curved and you measured it flat, there would be a contentious point for debate. And then calculation could be even brought up, Like that's, when I was a Glober, I knew it was measured locally flat, as you say, or whatever. They know that. They know that what they measure is flat. They know that. And then they turn around and call us idiots for what they know. It's repugnant.
Yeah, like I say, Simon Dad said it all again the other day on Nathan's book. He was going on and on and on and on and on about it. It's measured flat. Go to my backyard and measure my backyard flat. Surveyors use it locally flat. We do measure it flat, but everybody knows that. It's just, but Nathan seems to think because locally flat. Nathan says because we measure things locally flat, that the Earth is measured flat, which is ridiculous. That's his take on it. And then, they get and we went through it before, they'll say anything over a certain distance, which is a linear distance, we go into, we measure the curvature, but then when you look at the equipment that they're using, apparently, for the measuring curvature, they're using lasers, bigger total stations. All the equipment you look at there and the methods, satellites even, that they claim, is all using, a flat level plane or a grid system to measure points on a planar surface. So it doesn't matter what, if you say local or not local, it's always, the equipment that's being used is always measuring it flat. There's no equipment, when you look into the equipment that they suggest, when you look into the dynamics of the equipment, it's never measuring curvature. Sorry, go on, John.
I was just going to say there's no such thing as non-local measurements. The idea is like a married, what was it QE'd say? It was a married bachelor, I think. You can't be non-local measurement. You have to be there to measure it. You know what I mean? Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, local measurements is a stupid term.
Well, I think they're suggesting that they got a satellite in orbit going around a spherical Earth, which is begging the question, fallacy, and that this satellite is pinging, lasers or radar down to the Earth at one point, and then another point, and getting a distance between the 2 points, which is a linear distance, and claiming that the distance is a very big distance, and therefore curved.
What I've just gathered there is every time we hear locally flat, we just need to emphasise that the word locally is redundant.
To say it's measured locally flat, but yeah, and it's the only measurements we got are local measurement. I mean, I don't even know what to say to that. It's like a big nothing.
Well, you can calculate. You can calculate from the local measurements, but it has to line up.
Well, so you're saying, like, if I just presuppose that the 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth that I measure at this point and 69 miles away are diverging by 1 degree, that ain't acceptable.
What I'm saying is it has to line up with the measurement you first take. You could calculate ahead, but if it disagrees or doesn't line up with the measurements, then your calculations are no good.
It all lines up fine. But if you have point A and point B, and going from point A to point B is still parallel to the point of the horizon, and then point B to point C is still also parallel to the point of the horizon. That means point C and point A is also parallel. So it's all nonsense. It's too simple. It's not flashy and people don't like it, so therefore they say it's stupid.
Maybe if we just decorate it up with some dildos and maybe spray paint it a little bit, people will be more. We'll give it some like ether story behind it, and have turtles underneath it.
A bush to beef and some flappy flaps flapping next to it.
I just got kicked from here and sent into a random ass room.
I sound a little bit bitter about this, and I kind of am, because people tried to ruin my life over this crap, and it's just measurement. I don't.
Yeah, but that's what measurement does. They don't know what to do. You've been witnessing it for the past few weeks. They don't know where to go. So just fire this guy, make this guy a demon that beats his children, and everything's good.
I love the formulation of that into a logical syllogism. If Nathan is a piece of crap child abuser, then Globe. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, they keep trying to bring it into logic. They keep trying to bring it into an argument. If you listen to that marathon show yesterday, the first 2 hours, I don't know what Nathan was doing, but it was Etta Bear and Bev. And I lost count at 30, the amount of times I heard argument and who's got an argument. Argument. You got to have an argument. What are you without an argument? Of course you have an argument. I have a destructive dichotomy argument, but Nathan's terrified of it.
Oh, I love their geometric proofs that require a flat earth to make them, but we don't have geometric proof,
They want geometric proof for your geometric proof geometrically.
Yeah. It's like, I wonder if that would work in court. They pull out a VHS tape of you committing the murder, and you're like, but you ain't got a VHS tape of a VHS tape witnessing me commit the murder.
Of me murdering that guy. Therefore, I'm not guilty. Yeah. That's what you got.
Do you know the man filming me with that VHS tape? That he once got a conversion from kilometers into miles wrong?
Nathan? Yeah, he sucks at math, man. Just don't even listen to math. Calculations tear him up.
I think Nathan's already took it out.
Yeah, I figured he had said something back there, But really, who cares if you know how to do measurements or not? Not measurements, but calculations. It has nothing to do with calculation. You don't calculate the world into what it is.
You can if you want to make it a ball, but if you want to stick to reality, then you measure it.
I mean, you're not really making the world a ball. You're making the sky a ball.
Yeah, close enough. They'll take the sky, and then from the sky, we can work it into this is what we're on. And by, once we show them, a shot from Earth from the moon, then it's, a sealed deal. Now everybody will believe that we're living on a ball. Everything's been discovered. There's nothing to see here.
I'm going to gather some pictures of like the Narnia movie, like people do screen grabs and stuff. I'm going to have them on backup the next time somebody claims that about a picture from space. And I'm just going to be the Narnia correspondent on the spot.
That was funny. It's not a picture. I have thousands of pictures. Thousands. And Nathan. Go ahead.
So I'm going to say I can take some pictures of horses' asses if you want, and then we can claim that they're unicorn farts.
Sounds good. He'll be our correspondent from Narnia, and you could send him the pictures. But Nathan pissed me off because he was giving Jem the win because he wasn't paying attention. Jem was saying, what have we produced? Us with our superior knowledge of flat Earth that can surpass them that know better and know what reality is. So who's the one claiming superior knowledge, me or Jem?
Obviously, you, Neil, because Jim would say that it was you who were in a cult that had special knowledge.
Yeah, but he's the one that's saying we know what reality is, so, okay. We're just telling you that it's measurements. And, there's really no logic involved. Everybody knows what a measurement is.
Well, we saw that today. The young lady, she kept referring to reality. And the closer she actually got to describing it was with that diagram with the equatorial plane on. And she didn't even disclose that there's an equatorial plane that we're not stood at, but measuring from. Like, she didn't even know what she was looking at. She didn't even realize that was a measurement.
But I wonder how many times have we looked at that before we were told what it was when 10th Man was doing the selection navigation in the pre-show, that we would look right past that too. It's only when you know what it is, then you see it everywhere and you can't not see it. But I bet we went through those.
Listen to some of those Isle of Man debates, right?
Oh, I know.
Oh my God, you'll start pulling your hair out after a few minutes. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe everybody's missing it. You know what I mean? Like, because it's so blatant. Yeah.
How many times you miss sea level and distance and height? Forget it. It's you don't know what you don't know.
Oh, they were demanding that Nathan was bending his tape measure to gain footage. I think I want to, get curve it.
When you say the Earth's measured flat and all that, and distances and sea level, it's all it's so simple and natural and something that nobody ever really has to think about, that they just don't even realize what they're saying. That's the thing. Because I hated the whole celestial nav subject when it first started. Because I mean, you guys remember it was literally the only thing talked about for over a calendar year straight. And after like 6 months of it, I couldn't stand listening to it anymore. And then one day it just the penny dropped. Like, oh my God, it's so simple. I get exactly what the argument. Sorry, not the argument, but like I get what they're saying. And I think that's the issue for most people is it's so simple and you don't really have to do anything with it. Just sea level is horizontal, angles are flat or require a horizontal point of reference to points above it. Like it's just, there's not a lot to it. There's nothing fancy about
Hey, we should get Nathan to like whenever they're like being really like whenever like Nathan's like having trouble out of somebody that keeps reasserting the same thing. He needs a Muppet that looks just like him, and like him get out of the camera view and have the Muppet sit there and go and explain it like in a really condescending, high pitched, squeaky voice, and talk to them like they're children.
That would be entertaining.
Because I went back and looked at that debunk video I did. Like, the way that they responded to that video was, you know, they claimed that I wasn't actually a flat earther. They said it's obvious that he understands the mathematics, so he's lying to everybody. That's what they said. Like, I don't know, man. It's like crazy world.
Consider Rufy. Now, here's a guy that knows the mathematics, and he just refuses to acknowledge reality.
It's like a magician telling you, well, you know my trick, therefore you're not a magician.
But somebody comes along and tells you, you know, you're just doing magic. It's not real. You're doing a trick. So to me, Rufy's like, no, it's real. I'm doing this. It's all magic. When he's holding on to a false reality.
Yeah, but when you do the same trick in front of them, then the magic's gone. So, but you can't be seen to be a magician.
You would think that would be the case, but it was not.
Yep.
They assumed that I was a baller, like trolling as a flat earther.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, that's some mental gymnastics. It's going to take a while.
How do you think it's wishful thinking?
Sorry.
It's like saying, I hope you're joking. Like that video on the video today. Is this a joke? I hope you're joking.
Give me
reading out your
question.
rhetoric.
Go ahead, Liam.
No, go on, Neil.
Here's a question. If someone is looking at the black swan and you demonstrate to them and they agree with you that horizon is way past the oil rigs, is that a welcome to flat earth moment? Can you declare that the earth is flat from that?
No.
Well, you could if you was doing the linear measurements you got the calculations from, but no, it's debunking the globe.
Exactly. It was never claimed to be a flat earth proof. It was always made almost explicit, but certainly hinted at that the modus tollens that you're using is a globe debunk. In the logical consistency, you've got if the earth was a sphere as the first statement. So it's an unpacking of the base principle. Now you can infer a flat earth proof if you want to, but as John's just said, the distance is what gives you a flat earth proof. It's a measurement. So if you go, let's ignore the first statement and just go to the bit that involves a measurement of Earth. Distance to horizon measurement is, well, straight away you're going to utilise a flat linear distance. So the rest of it becomes moot. Or if you move further down the line of the extracted value of geometric sphericity by inference, you've got 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth, perpendicular to sea level. So you've got a height off of sea level. Do we need something else? It's like, that's it. That's the end of the discussion. You either rock and hard place, accept that your height has come from a flat Earth when you measured it from a flat plane, perpendicular to it in the vertical, or you reject the entirety of your suggested maths that calculates into existence a curvature that you are inferring with your acceptance that Earth is measured flat to achieve the inference, which obviously becomes stupid. But you can say, like, that's where you get to someone like Matthew Learns. I accept that Earth is a ball because I measure Earth flat to make it one. That's what Matthew Learns' rhetoric essentially is currently. Now, if you can square the circle in that, if that's cognitive pain relief for him, then so be it. I don't require such mental gymnastics. I just understand that there's a distance measurement. Now, I don't know who was saying this recently, making it more complicated than it needs to be, or making things, I think it was the chick today. Like you're just trying to make it more complicated. We're trying to simplify things rather than make them more complicated. Okay, so do we take a measurement off a flat Earth in altitude and suddenly calculate into existence a point at a level, flat, horizontal mile value where Earth curve should be? Because that, to me, seems like taking a flat Earth measurement and making it more complicated. But that's what they want to do. Now, why is beyond me, and I, at this point, simply don't care. Do what you like with your flat Earth measurements. Oh, you don't want the flat Earth measurement, then you've got nothing. Zero to make any claims with. Oh, you do want the flat Earth measurement. What's that? You want me to shut up about it being a flat Earth measurement? Oh, I see. So you're sick of hearing how flat the measurements you use are. Yeah, you would be. Like sick to your stomach. If you're a ball believer currently, that's how you'd feel. Sick to your stomach.
You know, it's gone without saying for so long. It has gone without saying for so long. It's about time we started screaming it from the fucking roofs.
Yeah.
No, you can't, because Jem loses his mind. He don't want to hear it.
Yeah, that's why I'm so... Someone asked about 6 months ago, why have you got to be so graphic about this? You're like, now, does it make a bit more sense? What's that you say? Why have we got angles of elevation in the north and angles of elevation in the south? Oh, thank you. That's a really beautiful silk pillow you've offered me this flat Earth measurement on. Now I'm going to force your head into it. And I'm going to ram these measurements up your arsehole. While everyone around watches you squeal. Now, there's a visceral mental image that gets generated as a consequence of me putting it in such graphic terms. By metaphor, right? Now, the pain relief comes because you can say, oh, no, this is just about violating somebody in a metaphor. Oh, yeah, you can make it just about that. And that's all you'll remember, someone being violently interfered with, let's just say, in a metaphor. Yeah, well, so at some level being a planar measurement, it's going to stick with you then. Yeah, good. Yeah, they're suddenly being put through the anguish and pain that they've decided that they want to project onto us over the last 10 to 12 years, depending on how long you've been here. You're like, all right, so you're just feeling a tiny taste of it back, right? Well, yeah. And I'm going to take some sadistic delight in that, I've got to be honest. Why not? I mean, I'm not going to become the monster that I brace against, don't you fear. But by the same token, it's like occasionally when you've got somebody who's persecuted you, you feel like, yeah, I've got a slight amount of righteous indignation here.
In every single one of those rooms that you went to last week and the week before that, every single person you talked to like that talked down to you first. Notice that. You were happy-go-lucky until they bellied up to the bar and started talking shit.
Yeah, it happened this morning, too. Same thing.
I'm a pussycat. When I said I'm a lover rather than a fighter, a couple of people laughed. I'm like, no, I am. I mean, I'm a man, so there's testosterone coursing around my veins. Jordan Peterson summarised this when he was talking about men when they're in each other's company. Generally speaking, men watch what they say around other men, because there's a small chance you might get punched in the face as a consequence of your words, and men are acutely aware of this. Therefore, men around other men are generally pussycats talking about sports and other benign shite that doesn't really have any meaning. Because they don't necessarily want to burden some other guy with their problems, and they don't want to get punched in the face. Now, those are very simple unwritten rules that generally men will encounter when they're in other men's company, right? Now, that doesn't mean to say that when you're online, you don't abide by those rules because suddenly you can become a little bitch. But that is precisely what the beaters of the world do. Exactly that. Oh, right, I can behave like a bitch because I'm here anonymously online. It's like, well, yeah, because we've taken away the social construct of you either being looked down upon because you're suddenly burdening someone with your gay shit that you want to trouble me with. Why are you troubling me with this boring shit? What, you can't control your woman? Oh, my God. Suddenly you're rolling your frickin' eyeballs. What's that? You can't hold down a job, you degenerate. What's that? You're not washing properly. It's like, what, you've got a problem? You're like, oh, God. Men don't want to hear that, generally speaking. Now, women, they've got a totally different attitude towards this. That's their life, right? They're hanging on every word of that. And the men online that we have to deal with have become like the women, haven't they? Now, people might like that and say, oh, you're a misogynist, or you're stereotyping to a massive extent, and I am. I don't deny it. To a degree, it's for humorous effect, but it's also because it's true that it'll get a laugh, right? The men we deal with have become bitches. That's what they like doing, bitching, right? That girl today, what did she do about Eric before she even started, right? I called it poisoning the well. Let's put it in better terminology. She bitched about him for a solid 5 minutes, didn't she? That's what she did. About his inferior nature to her, his education status by comparison to her. It was all about comparison to her, you noted, right? That's what she's doing, being a bitch. Well, you expect that from women. But when you have it with men, and you step back and go, what are we dealing with here? A bunch of little moany bitches. That's really all we're dealing with, aren't we? And what are they moaning about? Well, they want to moan about their pain that they've suddenly started to experience. And it's their own fear of their sense of self-loathing. That's why they project, right? Let me explain. If they realised that little devil on their shoulder, the nagging thing that they've had to talk around, distract from, lie about, was there, that the reason they were having to talk around it, lie about it, obfuscate it, talk through it, was because they recognised what it was. They didn't want to deal with it, because that would mean introspection, and that introspection would make them feel stupid. Now, John, you will immediately relate to what I'm about to say, right? When you do things in this arena that are demonstrably wrong, and you knew you shouldn't have done them and you did them anyway, for whatever reason you did them, at the time it is freaking devastating, because you go, I have been an idiot. I am mentally inferior to those around me. This is embarrassing, whatever you want to term it as. In the moment, it's the biggest thing ever, right? But then a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years later, you go, nobody gave a crap. I was the only one concerned about it, and suddenly you can laugh about it. But in the moment, it feels like the stupid thing you did was the most important thing in the world to you. Whereas to anybody who's noting it in the moment, they're just taking their opportunity to have one little jab for one little second of memory that's faded immediately. So by reflection, you can look back at that moment where someone just wanted to have a little jab at you and recognise that they're having a jab so that they don't have introspection, so that they can externalise it for that small moment that they're thinking about how stupid you are, so that they don't have to think about how stupid they are. But the people around us currently are all having to divert away from their own ineptitude. And the worst part of it is they knew all along. They all know it's flat. I mean that absolutely sincerely. As I stand back and analyse the people we're currently, or have been for the last few 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month, they are all acutely aware of when they need to dodge the question, when they need to obfuscate, when they need to rumpus, when they need to suddenly flip the burden, when they need to... In other words, they absolutely know how flat Earth is. And by not wanting to face that, they obfuscate. That's them avoiding the devil on the shoulder that's saying, you do know that you're wrong about this, right? You do appreciate that that's a fact. We're just measuring it flat. Or whatever it is that they're avoiding, right? To avoid that devil that makes them look internally, they'll spurg out a vitriolic, hate-filled comment to their so-called opponent to avoid that introspection at all costs. Now, if that, for those people, continues indefinitely, some of those people will become suicidal. Now, I have never used that word before. I've always put it in these people will have more and more mental anguish. But it's such a burden at the moment. I'm seeing subtle behavioural signs from the people around me that would lead them to self-harm. That is to say...
Really?
Yeah! You can't... There's only so much mental so much that you can externalize mentally, and they're at their breaking points. Neil, you think I'm joking? I'm not.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that you kind of give the Discord rooms a break for a little bit. I was glad to see that you have, as far as going to the other servers.
Not for any empathic reason. Sorry, I just had videos to cover. That was all. I mean, yes, I feel very sorry for our opponents, and we should really give them a break. Mentally, it's been too much for them. The anguish.
Yeah, I think that guy Dawn. I think you're right on point with that. Dawn and Jem, they may be the first ones to go.
It's just the mental strain has to work its way out. You either face your demons. It's like when people are trying to cognitively process somebody with a phobia. They just stick a spider on them, and they say eventually you've got to hold the spider. That's it. That's how you deal with this. You face your fear head on. Now, these people do not want to face their worst fear. Their worst fear is that they'll be mocked socially, in my humble opinion, because of the type of people they are, right? They're very low down the pecking order. The dweebs, as much as we can laugh about them being dweebs, you have to recognise where that puts them socially. The people who oppose us, while I can make it funny and talk in strange voices that are adenoidal and talk about how boring and dweeby their subject is, that is actually a reality for those dweebs. That means that their biggest fear is social ridicule. They're already at the bottom of the pecking order. They actually love us because we have been engineered to be below them in the pecking order socially. Now, some of us don't give a shit about that. I mean, me, I couldn't give a crap where I sit socially, right? I know what I am and where I am in my life, and that's what's of concern to me. I recognise my own self-centred nature. These people don't. It's like, no, you're failing to have any introspection and you're projecting that out. And they'll chew through their lives like that. And when they're 80, or younger or older, whatever, they'll be looking at their life going, why did I waste it on that stupid shit? It didn't mean anything. But by then it's too late. And they haven't enjoyed life. They haven't extracted what life has actually got to offer because they've wanted to avoid introspection because it might mean that they push themselves down some social hierarchy that's a mental construct of their own anyway. Like the further up you go, the less likely people are to be concerned with their social status. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're dealing with dweebs. It's been very painful for them. They're at their edge of mental capabilities in that regard. The pain is just too much. And I can empathise from that position. It's not that I've gone, I don't want to be in Discord to help these guys out. I care less. I couldn't care less about any of them. I don't hate them either.
You can empathise to the point, but they act like women. What are women? Busybodies. Listen to the first 2 hours of that show. Edibir is a freaking busybody. All he did was talk about you. Go read some of your comments from that video. People were getting freaking annoyed. He is a busybody. A woman.
Yeah, a bitch.
Yep.
Yeah, a nagging bitch at that.
And just think how bad it's got to be for somebody to become a nagging bitch, right?
Yeah.
Because that's his only output. That's the only route he has is to become that bitch.
Yeah.
And even after you straightened him out, he said when was brought up with Toon and Buck freaking contradicting each other by Gagushi, he said, well, the same thing happened with Nathan and Refracted. Refracted said I was right, and that puts Nathan in the wrong position. So, who's right, who's wrong? After you straighten them out.
Yeah, like it's consequential. Like this is like fucking women in a circle with their knitting, with the handbags in the middle. And he said this, and he compared it to you, so he's basically agreeing because he's made a comparison where you were in contradiction with someone else. Therefore, he's acknowledging that they're in contradiction. So that makes him wrong too. So he's just trying to offer. You're like, fucking hell. Do you know how we sound?
That's not even true, though.
Yeah, but it's bitchiness. It's bitchy, backbiting, low brow crap. How people are. I've said this about Toon. This whole Toon's been caught lying. Yes, he has. Yes, it's really overt, and yes, his reaction's hilarious because it's it's over the top, isn't it? Right, and unnecessary. Right, I have to reflect on it in the same way I reflect on how I've just did 10 minutes ago, or be a hypocrite. It didn't matter. Nobody cares that he lied. The people who notice it for 5 seconds might think less of him for 5 seconds. Then they're back to worrying about themselves. But in the mind's eye of the guy that's been caught out red-handed lying, it's a big deal. Because in their mind, because they've been caught out and they're looking stupid, it needs dealing with. You're like, no, it really didn't. If you'd have said absolutely nothing, it would have gone away immediately, I absolutely assure you. He just didn't, because in his mind, self-absorbed like everybody is, this is a massive deal. You're like, no, being caught out lying isn't that big a deal. Everybody lies, big fucking deal. Why have you got to make a big deal about it? Oh, because you want to be seen as the prim and proper righteous ball believer. Like, that matters either. Like, who cares? It's a big folly. It doesn't matter. None of us have got any bearing on this shit. Now, I can't, on the one hand, say it's super important that we caught Toon lying. We've shown what... Who cares? Who's Toon? Who is he? That's not even his real fucking name. Who cares? Do you want to socialise with him? Does it matter if you prove him completely wrong? Or he demonstrated that you were... None of this matters. He's just some dude.
Well, it matters to the people that follow him.
Yeah, for about 5 seconds. Then they're back to worrying about themselves.
Now, you have to have some sincere people there that's eye-opening to them. Like, if he didn't lose 5,000 subs, then there's something wrong with these people.
I only care about my own audience. I don't care about opening someone else's audience's eyes or how closed their eyes are as a consequence of them. So when I was saying earlier, I'm not empathic towards my opponents. That's not why. I mean, we were in Discord today, right up until I wanted to tell Elderbear that he was a thief and I don't want to be in his company, which is true, right? I would rather exclude thieves from my life, given that it's demonstrably a thief, along with a couple of others or one other at least in that server, that we've shown are, happy to admit that they're a thief. Or dodge and weave in a way that demonstrates you're a thief by the way you're trying to justify not being, rather than just calling me a scumbag as you would normally, like a character deviation. Well, while I don't want to be in those people's company because I don't like being in the company of thieves, earlier I was saying I was offering empathy to their position. That is to say, I understand how much pain they are in when they recognise how flat Earth is. And I can see the reaction spilling over into the things that they try and affect, in the moderate way that they can actually affect things, which are usually resolvable with a little bit of time, which is easy enough to do. But I, on the whole, don't care about their actual well-being, and that's sincere. It might sound cold, but it's because I only care about my own audience, or my friends, the people around me, you. I care about you. You're here, right? McToon, he's not here. He's not somebody I spend time with. He's not someone I'm subscribed to. I don't watch his material. I don't engage with him. Occasionally, like with most of these things, he will force himself upon me. As gross as that sounds, right? Somebody's off mute in Discord, aren't they? Liner, go ahead. Anyway.
Can I take this opportunity to say that you can only care about us so much because some of us will come and go, some of us will end up betraying you. Whereas your family you'll care about the most because they'll always be there.
Yeah, but I care about the audience. That's as an entity, right? My audience, right? The people who've supported me, the people who are currently talking to me, the people in my immediate vicinity. Now, occasionally, Toon edges into that circle to a very limited degree. Normally, it's impressing soundboard buttons, but regardless, I have very little interaction with him. And when I do, it is for my benefits in terms of the production of a show. So that's his input. But once he's gone, I don't care about him. But Neil's we always lock heads in this regard because Neil's all about, quote, opening people's eyes and shit like this. I'm like, well, no, I want to grow my channel and I can do that with high quality material on topic. But my love or hate of another person, especially when they're a YouTuber, it just seems silly. It seems kind of dirty to get involved in that. And when someone back to being dirty, when someone like Toon feels that they have to force themselves on me, like there was a reason it got up to 99 responses about his 10k challenge being in utilisation of flat earth measurements, and the 100th repetition of it coming to him verbally when he was in, or alleged to be in, Antarctica. You're like, There's a reason for that. Well, that's because he's felt the need to proactively reach out to me hundreds of times. Now, like I keep saying, I don't give a shit about this guy. Who is he? I don't even know his real name. I don't want him. I don't care about him. So I don't feel the need to concern myself with his position, his so-called argument. But he is deeply concerned, isn't he? Like when you call Elder Bear a groupie, he's no different. He's a groupie. He loves to follow me around and, direct things to me like I give a shit. He's barking at the wrong tree, but he's causing himself pain, unnecessary pain. And he's like, why? You're not of consequence. You're never going to be producing a map. You're never going to be a cartographer or a surveyor or somebody who's producing a mass rail network or, surveying the depths of the ocean. He's never going to do anything of any significance, is he? Right? More likely, someone like Ronnie and Reggie are, keen to find out how it works in the light of finding out that they've been deceived. Somebody like that might be tenacious enough to actually find something new out. But the people who are defending just old school rhetoric and seeking out painful interactions with people like me, you're like, why do that to yourself? Why would you want to inflict that upon yourself? Just so you can avoid a little bit of introspection when it comes to Earth and its measurements, given that these people have been around for about 10 years as well now, haven't they? They've been around forever. You think they don't know? They wouldn't know how to dodge and weave and obfuscate if they didn't know Earth was measured flat. There would be no need if they actually thought they were in a winning position. They'd stop fighting.
Yeah, it does seem like they know exactly when to rumpus. When you're reaching a conclusion, they interrupt. So I understand what you're saying. And it's not that I want to open up anybody's eyes, but there are people that follow tune. And you just would not get away with that with us. And maybe that's what it is. He doesn't have good people around him at all, so they don't hold him to task on anything. But if you ever started playing the clipboard because somebody was handing you your ass, we would definitely have something to say about it.
What you're saying is they've got woeful double standards. But it's beyond that. It's a step beyond double standards. It's projection, right? You can see it in that clip. What Toon is saying to me is, you're using out of context chopped up clips of me. That's what he's saying, whilst pressing his soundboard every time something painful is brought up that leaves him demonstrated a liar. Now, in the moment, I've got the most veracity I can offer against his position, and I'm going to offer up with might and fury a demonstration of his own lies in the moment for him personally to stutter and stammer around, right? That's what I'm doing. Why? Just YouTube videos for entertainment. That's it. Because Toon's not going to ever change what the measurements of Earth are. Him having to obfuscate that his own flat Earth measurements that I've held against him 100 times when he's been proactively contacting me. Like, I don't want to rub his own measurements of Antarctica in his face. How many times have I contacted Dave McKeegan about his measurements? He gets a mention occasionally. Mainly because of his involvement with Where's the Guns. He was filming it. But ultimately, I very rarely have anything to say to Dave because I'm not interacting with him because he's not leaving me messages. And I'm certainly not going to Dave McKeegan's videos and leaving him messages. I couldn't give a shit what he's doing. So other than occasionally using him as a punchline, when I say all of them went to Antarctica and measured Earth flat, other than Dumbo Dave McKeegan, who couldn't quite cope with his own tripod, right? Because there's a disclaimer to have. In all sincerity, not all of them measured Earth flat for 24 hours, allegedly. He didn't. He failed. So I'm going to note that. But beyond that, I don't contact Dave. Like I don't contact Thunderfoot. I don't contact any of them. I couldn't give a shit about any of them. But they're absolutely obsessed with me. Especially McToon. Like I say, why is he left in excess of 100 messages? That's on one subject. I would estimate that he's probably left me 1,000 messages. Right, on one specific subject, I've replied to him 100 times about his 10K challenge being a flat Earth measurement. The 100th rendition was when he was measuring Earth flat alleged to be in Antarctica. That's on one subject. That's obsession to a not just a creepy extent, but one that I won't say, well, that's because he's stalking me when you describe them as groupies. It's because his pain is so extensive and his externalization of that pain is so extensive that he needs me there for his emotional vampirism, right? No, I don't let him. You're not going to suck any blood out of me. I mean, I'll make you stutter. I'll rub it in. I'll make you feel worse. But then I just look at them like they're masochists. I'm like, you seem to enjoy this. You revel in me making you a fool, me making you stutter and stammer. I just think they like it. I think they're masochists.
He does stumble and stammer around his words. It actually is funny.
Most people don't. In normal conversation, most people don't stutter and stammer around their words. It's only when you're under a high degree of pressure that starts to happen.
Yep.
Well, I don't want making eye contact with someone, but I do struggle over the phone.
Fair enough.
What do you mean? You stumble and stammer over the phone?
Yeah, I struggle. I don't know where to look. Whereas when I'm talking to someone, I just make eye contact. It makes it a lot easier.
Just put a picture of somebody in front of you when you're talking. Now, he's stumbling and stammering because he's an outright freaking liar.
Yeah, he's been caught out in his lies and he doesn't know where to go, and mentally he can't process his next point of cognition because he's being challenged with something in that moment, and they have a little brain fart. They can't cope. They have to slow things down, so they repeat a word because they know that they can't leave a gap. They don't want dead air because that seems like weakness. So they spurg out a stuttery response.
Mm-hmm. That and lying is just hard in general to keep your story straight. And for your lies to continuously make sense, it's very difficult.
Yeah. Right. Any last thoughts? Because I'm going to round out. Nope.
Should I try and find another bimbo for tomorrow?
Yeah, why not? We'll make it a week of bimbos. I've got no issue with that.
All right, I'll have a look.
Have a look, see what you can come up with.
Bimbo week.
Bimbo week. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's... I've got to put my mic in front of me today. Making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Be sure to buy a copy of Measured Flat, link in the info box, together with a link to become an affiliate if you'd like to make money off the book. Once again, I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down, flat level we at.